Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call upon the second city team from East Asia to come up onto the stage. This team, with the likes of Ruin, Hibachi, Asian, Haruta, and Supercell, were fighting through their adversaries while only losing a single game in the first stage and then further defending their seeding in the second stage of the online tournament in ACL against the rising teams of Secret Ship, has now proven themselves time and time again to be one of the powerhouses in the East Asia region. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Team T2. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call upon the first seeded team from Southeast Asia to come up onto the stage. This being rostered by the likes of players such as Eeyore, Necro, AXQ, Zoe, and Illuna are the dark horses in the tournament. While starting out a little shaky in the first stage of the online ACL tournaments, obtaining a record of 2 wins and 2 losses, completely surprised everyone by going on the second stage in the online tournament, bewildering even the casters by completely usurping the competition, pulling off wins after wins as the third-seeded teams initially. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Team Rai. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call upon the second seeded team from Southeast Asia to come up onto the stage. This team being rostered by the likes of players such as Nightly Foxy, Rebongs, Yimu, Yang, and Froggy, has an outstanding result in the first stage of the tournament, obtaining a clean 4-0 win record and then only losing a single match against Team Rise in this second stage. This team is one of the contenders to the finals and is hungry for the title of champion in ACL. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Team MYS. We're not done yet, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to call upon the first seeded team from the India region to come up onto the stage. This team is being rostered by the likes of players such as Swifty, Bacha, Blizzard, Zasol, and Crowley, has proven to us time and time again that when the going gets tough, Team Revenant Esports will perform exceptionally well under pressure. They have a record of 1 win and 3 losses in the first stage, but ever since then, they have shown themselves to be able to step up under pressure and moved on to defeat every single team such as God's Reign, True Rippers, Soul, and Marcos Gaming to be placed in the first seed for the region. I present to you Team Revenant Esports. Last but not least, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call upon the second seeded team from the India region to come up onto the stage. This team is being rostered by the likes of players such as Snowy, Meram, Volt, Kuram, and Rex, has again the star qualities you would expect out of a top-tier contender with the record of 4 wins and 0 losses in the first stage in the region and only losing out to Team Revenant Esports in the second stage. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Team Marcos Gaming. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. These are the 6 teams that will be competing in this Pokémon UNITE Asia Champions League 2023 finals. With that, let's say congratulations to all team, and we'd like to invite you to head on over to your stations as we're about to begin. In the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a hear on how the tournament will be structured. Now, we have had a tournament which started since January this year, where these teams were playing in their respective regions. We have 3 regions, and they are East Asia, Southeast Asia, and India. These were teams which were playing in the online stage. From the online stages, we have distilled the top 2 teams from each region, and once again, they are Team T2 and Hi-Fi from East Asia, Team MYS and Rise from Southeast Asia, and Team Revenant Esports and Marcos Gaming from the India region. These teams have made it through the first 2 stages of the online finals and will be competing here today. Then on the last day of the broadcast for the online stage, these teams were drawn at random by none other than my dear friends Danali and Contra to be in the groups which you see here. Group A comprises of Rise, T2 and Marcos Gaming, while Group B comprises of Revenant, MYS and High Five. These teams will be playing in a round-robin format, best of 3 format to determine their seedings for day number 2. The top 2 teams from each group will then play on the second day. And the top 2 teams from day 1, as mentioned earlier, will proceed to play on day 2 in a single elimination style bracket best of 5 series, with the first seed of Group A going against the second seed of Group B and vice versa in the semi-finals. And as such, we will start the day today with Group A, followed by Group B's round robins with the timings as you see on the screen as above. Please note that these timings are an estimate and the matches will be held in a rolling schedule format. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite the 2 teams that will be competing. We have Team Rise versus with Team T2.
Tiga Pokémon SKP. Apakah ini akan menjadi Pokémon kemenangan kedua? Oh, tidak berhasil. Dipukul-pukul oleh Marco di situ.
Wow, loncat keluar pakai Glacial Stage-nya. Dan di situ ada Hard One yang langsung mencoba.
Tempat tumbang. Oh my god. Ini Makarium. Hayek. Oh, Mighty Boy.こっそりと BKZ 選手が100を上乗せしている。そして中央の戦い、海流の破壊。
アージュンユナイトあります。
どうだ、ラストヒット、ルインのいや、それでも絶対に割りついてくる。
絶対にワホクシよ。そして
何もさせない前落ちてる。これもう取られてもいい。カビバッシュヘビーボンバー。切って KO を生み出しています。
いや、素晴らしいですね。
両者痛み分けの形になります。
狙われている。
ハルタの体力ない。ワンチャンス取れるか。
Hello trainers, welcome to the caster desk. My name is Danali and of course joining me is the wonderful JJ-kun. JJ, it's a pleasure to have you here because it's our first cast together.
Technically not first cast beside each other. That's the thing. It is
Fine.
an offline tournament that we have been waiting for quite a while. I'm so excited to be here, and you have been here, for the regular series, but this is the finals, and this tournament, likewise, is when we'll find out who will be the best in Asia.
Exactly, and of course we are going to be kicking off the matches very, very soon, but as the players are getting into the booths and are preparing for their games, we are going to go through the tournament rules just to give you a quick refresher before we jump into those games. So as per usual, if you've been following the leagues, it's the standard best of 3 format 5v5 custom battle. It's going to be the standard 10-minute timer on Thea Sky Ruins. We are going to continue with the draft mode. Now we have no limitations for held items or support medals. The only limitation we have is that Gudra will not be playable, which
Right.
means the rest of the Pokemon that are currently existing in the game
Right.
will
Up to
be
Zacian.
playable. Up to Zacian, yes.
Mhm.
So it's going to be pretty interesting to see how the teams are going to adapt to this,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because on the other side, we have Pokemon being banned across the board
Right.
for multiple reasons, but for ACL, you know,
Everyone is okay.
bets are off.
Mm-hmm.
Everything is good to go.
And with that being said, right, again, this is a draft mode, meaning we are going to be going on to some ban phases, big phases, and preparation phases, wherein the ban phases, they have to ban a Pokemon that cannot be used by either teams, and then go to the big phase where the first picks gets a first, and then the second one, and the third one, until everyone gets their own Pokemon.
Right.
And then preparation phase, this is the phase where they can, like, you know, set things up, their items, their, what do you call this, their battle items, held items and battle items, right, going into the game.
Exactly. So you've got multiple layers of strategy here, right? Not only picking your Pokemon, but also maybe playing mind games and saying like, hey, you know, this player, you thought this was going to be the central laner.
Right.
That's going to be going top lane now, right? So I'm wondering, especially with some of these teams not having a lot of experience playing against each other, how's this drafting phase going to go? Because realistically, JJ, right, the drafting stage is half of the game.
Right.
Right? And the actual game itself is the other half.
No, yeah, it's, again, I would just like to, you know, just to put an addition to what you have said. These teams haven't played with each other. They have their own regions to play against on. And just like the WCS, right? This is the culmination of everything, of all those who qualified for this stage of the tournament. And it's just going to be really exciting to see how creative these teams would get against I have to say, like, a meta that they are not used to playing against.
Exactly. Now let's take a look at the two teams competing in our first best of 3 of the day. We are going to be having a look at Rise versus T2. And luckily for us, JJ, we had an opportunity to sit down and sort of talk with the teams, get to know them, and ask them some of the deeper questions I think the community has been wanting to know.
Right.
So we did see Rise on the screen right there. Now, I do want to sort of educate people on Rise as a team. For anyone that doesn't know, this is the Indonesian champion from the Indonesia Open. That's how they qualified for ACL. This team went through a massive growth spurt over the course of ACL. They sort of started the first phase in the middle of the pack. They were a team that was sort of there. They weren't too eye-catching, but all of a sudden, playoffs kicked in. This team went into overdrive. I don't know what happened. It's like they decided to mega evolve halfway through the tournament, and they blew the competition out of the water. Nobody saw it coming.
And you could even say so that Rise has risen up from the ground going into ACL. Again, you know, they've started very grassroots, right? They are, you know, they have a lot of teams. They had 2 teams as well, but now they are like the ultimate form of this team. But speaking of ultimate form, this is one of the ultimate competitors as well in the tournament. It is T2, the WCS 2022 Japan champion, going into the Pokemon UNITE Asia Champions League.
Yes, and we also spoke to T2 as well. Now, the aura that the team sort of gave us when we did speak to them is that they were very calm, they were very composed.
Very collected.
Yeah, and it didn't seem like they were nervous. For all we know, maybe they were, you know, keeping it all in, trying to remain that is relatively weak in certain matchups.
Right. And at the same time, right, like there, as you have mentioned, there's only one ban in the draft phase of Pokémon UNITE, right? The other thing for you to actually disable them from getting their key Pokemon is to actually steal away those Pokemon from their arsenal, right? But then again, as you have mentioned, can you actually control that Pokemon? And can you synergize that Pokemon to your team's gameplay?
Yeah, exactly. So it's not just a case of, oh, it's a problem, we're just going to ban it.
Right.
We don't have enough bans. So the teams may need to get a little bit creative here. Now, speaking of win rates, we're going to take a look at T2 here as we had it on the screen for quite a while. And for them, a lot of their win rates actually came from their defenders, right? High win rates on the Snorlax with 80%, 75% on the Mamoswine. And then Urshifu, I think we're so used to seeing this Pokemon be quite dominant, so I'm not surprised to see Urshifu here. But looking at the stats as well, JJ, I do want to point out that both of these teams have relatively high pick rates for Dodrio, right? Both of the teams are capable of playing it, but we didn't really see Dodrio after the mid-tournament patch, right? Pokemon thrived before that, and then all of a sudden it just sort of fell off the face of the earth because maybe teams figured it out, or maybe at that point in time the meta didn't really suit Dodrio. So it makes you wonder, is this maybe a Pokemon that is going to come back into the meta? Because in the most recent UCS, finals, teams are playing Dodrio again.
No, yeah, I think Dodrio is going to be one of the catalyst Pokemon here that may look, a little bit on the lower end right now, but I think it's going to be one of the key Pokemon where, again, especially with Drill Peck, right? With Drill Peck move, it can isolate anyone in the team and basically just destroy the defense of the other team. And if that happens, the team that would be able to just support that Dodrio can finish off the job and, basically break the entire opposing team.
Yeah, and I think there's also an extra dynamic that we do also need to discuss with Dodrio, and this was actually more from the players themselves, right? So Dodrio, it's a very unique Pokemon, not just because it's got the ability to split its scores into 3 individual scores, but it's the only true speedster in the game. Firstly, hear me out here, right? So it's got the ability to quickly score. It has extra movement speed when it travels around the map. A lot of its moves include a lot of dashes, a lot of mobility. And so Dodrio, in a team setting, is really annoying because sometimes when you're seeing a Dodrio constantly backcapping, constantly taking your jungle, constantly taking your objectives, it can cause a lot of confusion within the team because you have to decide, like, okay, what are we going to do with the Dodrio? Are we going to leave it? Do we need to send someone back to deal with it? And sometimes teams, in that confusion, they sort of lose sight on the grand scheme of things in that game, where I think the biggest example is when Rayquaza spawns, right? You've got Dodrio backcapping. Your team has to decide when's the right time to actually try and force a 4 versus 5 battle at that Rayquaza pit. And can you fight fast enough and get those knockouts fast enough before Dodrio comes back? Because it's so fast.
No, yeah, that's the thing, right? As you have mentioned, with the passive of Dodrio, right? They, Dodrio divides their points into 3 compared to just like a regular Pokemon where it has like one whole stack, maybe 50 points, right? It takes a while for it to get, to get dunked on and be scored.
If you get 50 points, yes.
If you get 50 points, right? But with Dodrio, it gets divided into 3 parts, which makes it really quick to score in. And I reckon it would be, like, say, a Pokemon that would be, I guess, better on remote stadium. But even then, with the arsenal that Dodrio has, it is going to be really great to, essentially helping on team fights to disrupt them from, well, setting up what they want to set up, especially going into the Rayquaza fight, because again, that is one of the most important part of the game, where if you're not set up, if you cannot like position yourself right onto that Rayquaza fight, you'll most likely lose that Rayquaza.
Yep. Now, JJ, I think we do need to talk about a couple of other Pokemon as well, right? Because we did have a new patch come out, or at least 2 patches come out after the regional finals for all of these leagues. What are going to be some of the big Pokemon to watch out for? Because, of course, I think the big one everyone's thinking about is Zacian. This Pokemon is playable. But who else is out there? I think the second biggest Pokemon that we're probably going to see here is Trevenant.
That's what I'm thinking as well. Trevenant, and then immediately after would be, I'd say, Comfey. Just because the fact that Trevenant has been buffed quite recently, and with its Wood Hammer, it does deal a lot of damage, and it could sustain itself even further than before.
It's a monster.
It is a monster, and if you can't stop it, if you can't like isolate this Trevenant and can't pick them off, I don't think you're going to have a good time playing in this tournament. But likewise, right? Likewise, going with Comfy, if there is a combination of a Comfy and a Trevenant, I don't think you're going to be able to take it out.
Yeah, and then of course you've got the old crew that we're sort of, they're there. We kind of forgot about them, I suppose. You know, Urshifu is always going to be there. And of course, if you pair it up, as you said, right, with the Comfy, this Pokemon that is so good at enabling people to go beyond their usual limits.
Right.
And of course, you've got again, Delphox is still there, Glaceon's still there. I mean, mostly speaking for Rise, because this team in particular has seen a lot of success with it. I know in the East Asia region, there was a lot of popularity for Blastoise. And we haven't seen this Pokemon get nerfed recently, so that might also be another contender to potentially get partnered up with the Comfy, because especially in East Asia, they really like to play the Water Spout Rapid Spin Blastoise.
More of a DPS Blastoise.
Yeah,
really.
A frontliner.
Yeah, and with that being said, right, again, I'd just like to point out as well that Comfy is one of the Pokemon, right, that is compatible with literally anyone. So if you're, say, a Pokemon like what do you call this? Like a bruiser, that only means that you can last more. Tyranitar,
Garchomp,
right?
yeah.
If you are using a Pokemon that has huge, Glass Cannon, right? A Pokemon with huge damage but very low HP and defenses, you will last more because of the healing that Comfy gives you. But even then, it could be paired up with anyone. But I guess the only thing here for Comfy is that if you're going to be playing Comfy, you have to revolve yourself, your team strategy around the Comfy duo. Because if you cannot, then I think the entire team or their gameplay would fall off.
Yeah. I mean, there's also the possibility of actually having two potential Comfy partners, right? So you don't limit yourself to that one single Pokemon, so that you can pivot if, for example, the first Pokemon gets knocked out, then you jump back onto your secondary partner and maybe wait for your partner to come back or whatnot. We really don't know what these teams are going to play because we just haven't seen them play on the newest patch in a competitive setting, and I'm really excited to see if we're going to be looking at a really big evolution in terms of the meta. And also, JJ, we have to remember, we are seeing two regions collide, and regional metas are also something that these teams need to consider. Is your meta compatible against them others? Yes, exactly.
Now, speaking of regional collisions, these two
worlds collide.
These regions collide. These two teams, T2 and Rise, haven't fought against each other on a competitive setting.
Yes.
Sure, they have, played with each other on scrims, but those are just practices and stuff. But it doesn't really, it's a different kind of gameplay on an actual official competitive setting. And this is going to be the first time that they're going to be fighting off each other in a official tournament.
Yeah. Now, speaking of actually, so we did ask Rise if they did play against T2, and they have in the past. And the thing is, I loved hearing them speak about this, but they were very confident in those games, and they said that they actually were pretty successful in those scrims against T2. So the team is very confident coming into the tournament. When we were speaking to them, it was all, they were laughing.
Yeah,
they were very
chill.
confident. Yeah, they were really chill. They were a really nice bunch of guys. I'm pretty sure if anyone just ran into them, you'll just be like, oh my god, these guys are so cool. Honestly, if we get a chance to sit down and talk to them again, I'd love to, especially after this match. But of course, right now, they've got to sit down, they've got to focus, get ready for their games. I'm excited, JJ.
For me, right, when we're talking to them, you'd think, right, as a spectator, right, you'd think that they are all like serious, they were all firm looking, or like their aura or something like that, right, or shy.
Yeah.
But the moment that we actually talked to them, I was like just talking to like friends of someone you knew way back.
Oh, you know what?
Right?
Okay, so I think a while ago I asked Eeyore, like out of everyone in the team, who do you feel is the strongest player? And in the original interview I did with him, he was like, Axeq because he's the best player in Southeast Asia.
Right.
So I came back to him today and I went up to him and I was like, okay, Eeyore, no cap, is Axq actually the best player in
Is that
Southeast
actually
Asia?
no cap?
Yeah, actual no cap. And he looked at me and he hesitated a little bit. He was like, okay, top three. The entire team just burst out laughing. But there was no contest. Like, nobody
Right.
contested it. So I'm really, really excited.
They just laughed on
to
it.
see. Yeah,
but
they laughed
never,
on it.
But they never contested it. So like,
But clearly,
it's cap.
clearly
Sorry,
the
cap?
confident.
No, fact.
Yeah,
There you
it's,
go.
that's what it is. Is a cap or fact? But they're really confident in
Mm-hmm.
Axq's ability as a player. So especially on this LAN environment, heads up as well. Rise. Nobody on the team has any background in esports, so they've
Right.
never played
This is
any
the
other
first.
esports game. This is their first one. This is their first international LAN, second LAN
Right.
ever. Their first one being the Indonesia Open.
Right.
And to see them be so chill and so calm, I would be terrified if I had to play against them.
I mean, look at this, right? We talked to them; they were very chill. But obviously, right now that they are on their battle pods, they are now all what do I say this? They are now collected. They are now focused, and they are having their battle faces on. And this is really funny. T2 was very calm earlier, very like focused and stuff when we were talking to them. But now they're the ones who's chill. They're the ones who's chilling.
They're supposed to be, you know. You don't want to be too nervous going into your first game.
That is
And
true.
I am glad, especially when I see the players like in the booth, especially if you're playing the opening game.
Yeah.
You know, to have them smiling, to be talking amongst each other,
Oh,
to
yeah.
really chill. And cool. Oh,
They're
wait,
checking
hang
it
on.
out.
I'm seeing all kinds of. I saw green, white. Was there black in there? Am I colorblind? I don't know.
There we go. Once again, we are in battle arenas. So these is going to be brought to you live in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. So I am really excited and I hope the audience are excited as well. And for those who are watching this from home, I hope you guys are excited because again, we are going to be finding out who is the best in Asia.
Exactly. Now, I think let's talk a little bit more about Rise and T2, right? Because we are sort of waiting for this match to begin as we take a look at Eeyore on the side of Rise. Now, Eeyore is the captain for the team. He is the shot caller. He's the one that makes the calls. But the interesting thing with the dynamic for Rise is that he's not the one only making the calls.
Right.
It's actually a collective team effort where he will actually ask his teammates in the other lanes, like, hey guys, how's it going up there? Do we need assistance? How are we going to go for the Reggie down in the bottom lane? That it's a very communicative team from what we gathered.
Right, because like there are some teams as well, and it's quite prominent as well into into the teams in the ACL where there is a tactician for the teams, right? But for Rise, they're not like that. They take notes from each other essentially,
Yeah.
right? They make sure that everyone speaks, that everyone gives their situation and work on it and ask for help if they need to.
Yeah, exactly. And I like seeing teams like this because the team dynamic sort of explains how the team runs in general. Whether it's going to be that one guy that's the mastermind that
Right.
sort of helps, puppeteer or marionette his
Right.
team, I suppose. But then you have these others where there's so much trust involved and everyone believes in everyone's calls that if someone makes a call, the entire team follows. If someone makes a prediction, they're totally behind you. And so for Rise, it really seems like that is the case. And I think Eeyore did a really great job explaining to us why there's so much trust. So when the team began, Eeyore did say that the team was there were things to work. Yeah, it was rough. The team had things to work on, but he said that over the weeks that they've been preparing for the finals and also just playing in the tournament in general,
Right.
the entire team has been putting in their own effort to train, to practice, to perfect, to correct. And he even compared it to his old team, and he said, compared to the team that he used to play
Right.
on, Rise is way better, which really shows how hard this team is working. Now, JJ, let's switch on over here to T2 here very quickly. We've got Haruta on the screen. T2, it's a bit of a different team.
Yeah, I mean, again, like, especially the Japanese meta, it's not unlike other because they have their own meta and they play based on the objectives of the game. So, right, previously before the World Championships, before the end, before post-Worlds, right, they usually play a meta of the scoring composition, essentially. So
Yeah.
they just ignore everything else and prioritize just scoring. And now with the current change in the meta, they also adapted to it and make sure that they still have their own identity and still have their own their own uniqueness
Yeah.
towards everyone else.
Yeah, and I think we also should be clear as well with T2. The roster that we are seeing today, this is not the exact same roster that we
Right.
saw last year at Worlds, right? They had 2 new additions. Takashima's actually shifted more to a coaching position for the team.
Right.
So they had to make space for the 2 new additions, and well, it looks like we are finally jumping into the game here, JJ.
Here
So
we
to
go.
everyone in the crowd as well as chat, we are good to go. If you're on Twitch, let us know who you're cheering for. Let them know in the chat. I'm pretty sure
Right.
some of them are watching the stream as well. Give them your support. Our first bands are finally on the screen, and look who's there.
It's as expected. Zacian is not a good boy today. Nobody's gonna get a
Absolutely
good
not.
boy.
But in the meantime, it does mean it leaves a lot of other Pokemon in the pool, right? Because Fable was eliminated, so Comfey is still there, Delphox
Right.
is still there, Urshifu was there. Now, Urshifu getting secured by Rise. Now, this one's a bit of a surprise because we don't really see Rise play too much of this Urshifu.
No, yeah, but I think this is like one of the things that they have like keeping a secret of. Because like, yeah, I get it, right? They have been playing for weekly tournaments for the ACL in the regular season, but at the same time, they are now playing against teams they haven't fought before. So these might be some times where, you know, they just need to keep and bring it up if it needs be.
Yeah, now this is really interesting for T2. So seeing the Glaceon getting picked up here by them, this is absolutely a deny pick, right? They were possibly
Right.
anticipating Rise, maybe trying to go for it as a last 2 pick.
Right.
So they decided to deny it themselves because this is also going to give them their own ranged attacker.
Right.
And Scyther is going to finalize the draft here for T2, whereas for Rise, it was the Slowbro and the Aegis Slash. Now, one thing to note, I think a hidden gem on the side of Rise is Necro's Aegis Slash. He is such a big enabler for Axe Q and Eeyore, and I don't know how he does it.
Man, we're going to be finding out because they're going to be playing a little bit more of like, say, the previous duo. We have the Blissey and the Venusaur, which is just going to be the bruiser for everyone else for their team. And likewise, having this Blissey sustain that of Venusaur to help it last longer than it can with, you know, with the Giga Drain and the the Petal Dance. There we go. But at the same time, T2's composition is just off the charts. They are very defensive. They are going to be very bulky, but at the same time, they do have the damage dealers. They have the Blastoise. They have the Glaceon and the Scissor as well. We cannot forget the Scissor. Perhaps it may just be staying as a Scyther, but even then, that is so very, very strong.
All right, JJ, we're going to be jumping into this game in just a second. I also wanted to sort of point out a couple of differences between the 2 drafts as well, right? So T2, for their Trevenant, they have not opted to go for any stacking items. It was actually experience share and more of a defensive Trevenant, trying to try and survive.
They want to get more of the XP
To the rest of the team.
Yeah, and like get this lead, right? Get this lead against the other team so that they can just maintain that and stomp on the other team, moving on to the end.
Yes. All right, so it looks like we do have our lane matchups finally. So we see Eeyore heading into the jungle there onto the Cubfu, whereas on the side of T2, they're actually going to be sending in the Eldegoss to sort of assist the Scyther to quickly finish up that central area as soon as he can. Now, JJ, I want to ask you a question here because we are seeing T2 running double defender, right?
Right.
We've got the Blastoise, we've got Trevenant together. Are they the team that's going to be setting the tempo here because they're wanting to run at Rise?
Right. I mean, here's the thing, right? Like, it all depends on Phantom if it can actually get its Wood Hammer, you know, evolve and get its Wood Hammer, because that is going to be the center here. But look at that into the central area. Here we go. Some invasion coming from Supercell. Are they going to be able to take down this E or no? Kung-Fu gets away, and so is just tanking in the damage. But at the same time, Supercell was able to super get those buffs.
That is massive because not only did you slow down the progress of the Urshifu because you need to hit Urshifu as soon as possible, but you also brought in 2 Pokemon from the top lane to contest that central area, meaning that top was absolutely free. And look at this, T2 are reaping the benefits of that mid invade with the Trevenant.
That is the biggest thing here for T2, taking those buffs and just getting
And
that wood
Haruda.
hammer as well.
Haruda's also running these stacking special attack glasses, so he's actually getting really big in this top lane. So T2 are really on top of this game, and they're even going to
And
try
here
and
we go.
deny these buffs as well. And look at that, a knockout! It's the Urshifu taken out from Rise.
It's not going to be a what do you call this? A single strike Urshifu, but instead a the water bear here for this Urshifu. But with that being said, T2 is just rotating as a team. They're not letting Supercell be alone, so that there is going to be a follow-up damage. But Hibachi is just making sure and like taking advantage of this Trevenant, initiating the team fights, and likewise this crowd control, and with that Ruin as well is just putting in so much free damage.
Yeah, and they've done such a fabulous job at really zoning Rise away from their own lanes, because you're denying experience away. And in the meantime, right, War Turtle's just getting all that experience up top for free. He's not being pressured at all. And with the objectives coming up in 20 seconds, T2 are looking to be in a fabulous position to win these objectives, because at the moment, Rise, they're still waiting for Axeq to finally evolve into Venusaur. And look at this! When do you ever see a War Turtle getting a knockout?
Now here's the thing. When do you ever see a Squirtle become a War Turtle and get its level 8 before the first set of objectives? And just
Never.
as we say that, not in this meta, right? Not in this meta, not anymore.
Ever.
But,
I'm sorry, JJ, ever.
but here comes the first set of objectives. The Regibot is being taken by T2 here. They have the turn advantage while trying to repel away Rise. But let's find out who's going to be able to take this one up. It seems as if it is going to be T2 taking in that Reggie. And here comes the Unite
Oh
as
my
well.
gosh. Just
My
instantly
goodness.
removing the Slowbro. Like, this is one of the tankiest Pokemon in the game, and it just disappeared in a matter of seconds. So it's going to be free scores in the bottom lane, experience to T2. They're getting so much map control for this, and Rise are really
And they got the
struggling.
Reggie as well.
Yes, they even get both objectives. So now, not only did you deny both objectives, you are easily going to take down this top goal zone. That's map control given to T2. If you're Rise, you are so afraid
You
to
need to
exit
rise
onto
up.
the map. You have to rise, yes. This is such a difficult game though, and look at this, Haruda is level 9. This is massive for a Blastoise.
But here you go, 2v3 here. No, make a 2v4, no, make a 3v4, 4v4
Wood
now.
hammers.
T2 is responding to the help of the call of Supercell here, and they're going to be able to take down this Age Slash in the process, and disengage immediately before they run into more risks that they already have. But Ear is just trying to get in as much XP as they could so they can answer back when the Rayquaza comes up. But with that being said, here comes the Blastoise just putting in some damage. Here comes some amazing water spout power coming in from that Blastoise and just pushing them away.
It is so rare to see a Blastoise be able to zone out a Pokemon such as Urshifu.
No,
It
yeah,
should
for
be
sure.
the other way around. So it just really goes to show how much of a lead T2 currently have in terms of experience, in terms of points as well.
And the control of the map.
Exactly. So Rise are sort of stuck on their side of the map until T2 maybe make a mistake. Give them a couple knockouts, give them some real experience on those key Pokemon,
Right.
and maybe that's where things sort of turn around. But for now, they're sort of stuck holding their hands together, thinking, all right, guys, are we just going to hold the fort? Because if they keep playing passively like this, I just don't see them being able to make the comeback, JJ.
And here's the thing, right? T2, though, are collected and calm.
They're
They
going
are
in.
not calm right now as things get chaotic. And here comes the Phantom Force going to be coming up as well with that Wood Hammer. But here comes the Rotor Angle, going to be able to do a lot with that amazing Hydro Typhoon to try to control, but unfortunately not going to be enough. Cool Dick Prince going to be coming up as well.
Eeyore
But here
going
the
into
Water
that.
comes as well. Water Bear going to deal some damage, but are they going to be
They're
able to take
turning
the
it around.
Supercell? Yes, they will. That's going to be 2 down in exchange of 1, and T2 goes away. This is the opportunity that Rise is looking for, and they're going to be able to take down 1. No, not quite yet. Beautiful disengagement coming from T2.
There was so much Unites being used on side T2, but now they're going to fight with the Reggie in the bottom lane. But injured Pokemon on the side of Rise being knocked out. Aegis Slash down and dusted. Necro going to be out for 5 more seconds. Illusion literally with a sliver of health. Supercell trying to eliminate the Slowbro, but it looks like the Scyther gets the Regirock. That's going to be the buff going in favor of T2, and the chase continues.
Illusion's
And
down.
Rise, the casualties, the numbers are climbing, and we're possibly maybe going to see a push here from T2. No, they're just saying, we're going to take your buffs instead.
And just as I said, that was what Rise needed. T2 said, you know what, JJ, this is something that we needed as well. We needed to refresh our HPs.
No, they just a little bit, you know. Oh gosh, JJ. All right, we've got a minute and a half until Rayquaza spawns, which is going to have to be the comeback mechanic here for Rise.
Right.
Because Rise, they haven't had too many opportunities to
Right.
score. And so at this point, they really are stuck. They do have the Regieleki in that top lane to maybe contest for, but of course, if you're them as well, you are still afraid to take these objectives. Looks like Eeyore being spotted out here by Supercell. Just the Trevenant Woodhammer is so scary, and Necro being zoned out here by Hibachi, stealing away all of the experience, denying the Aegislash any sort of experience to level up and up top. It looks like, oh, beautiful snipe there from the Glaceon. Ruin going to be there to help his team get the Aleki and the defense for Rise. I don't know if you want to stick around. I'd say you just got to give it up.
Yeah, and likewise, there's only going to be like, well, okay, that was a huge overcap. That was 41 points of an overcap. But even then, if you actually defended that, you will just lose yourself going into that of the Rayquaza fight. That is the one that is more important than the current thing that is already happening, which is, you know, in that situation, the Regieleki.
Exactly. So now both teams are just going to clear up the map, get as much experience as they can, try to hit the 13s, 14s if possible. So far, looking at the map, it looks like only 2 Pokemon are level 13. Sorry, there's 4. Sorry, there's 3 now. So we've got Glaceon and Scyther on T2, whereas we've got Venusaur on the side of Rise already hitting that 13. And with 10 seconds to go, JJ, now it's going to be a standoff between these two teams. For T2, they don't really need to take Rayquaza. If they can defend it, that's their end game. But for Rise, they either have to take it or somehow miraculously backcap. And that's a big ask already.
That is indeed a big ask. But as we are saying, the big ask is going to be answered because Hydro Ramboon is going to be coming up. Blast Assistance with a Verdant Air is going to be coming up. But Cone Cloud Crash is going to be coming up as well. Here comes the Planet Forest. Not going to be able to do it as well. But here comes the Grid. It'll just dive as well. Taking down 2 in the process. That is going to be T2 taking down 3. No, make that 4. And 1 is only one that's left here. Illumina, are you going to be able to survive? Yes, you will be able to survive, but it's not going to be enough for them to take away this Rayquaza as nobody else is there. T2 is trying to take this Rayquaza right now to secure their win for the first match of the day. They're not going to be able to take that one up, and T2 takes Rayquaza for themselves.
And I think this might just be game here for T2. They've taken this buff away. This was supposed to be the comeback mechanic for Rise. Rise really needed to win that fight in that central area, but I think T2, they did a fantastic job at eliminating the enablers, because once you've taken both Eeyore and Necro out of the picture, there's not too many openings left there for Axeq to do the damage as that Venusaur. So Rise, they're doing their best to slow these scores, but ultimately this is just not going to win them the game.
Yeah, with that being said, even though there's like, even though there is at least less than a minute left, I don't think it would be enough time for them to catch up. And look at this, T2 right now is just dominating the entire game. Is now currently just staying on the opposing team's base, actually putting up their Unite move on the base.
We do need to remind people as well, okay? So at the tournament, teams right now are encouraged to score as many points as possible, because if there's a tiebreaker, I say if a tiebreaker exists for this group, the seedings will be determined by how many points you've scored in all of your games. So ideally, you want to score as many points as possible. So to see the teams here farming points, constantly dunking back to back to back, they're doing this on purpose to secure that head-to-head seeding.
Right. So again, just going back, right, I think this is a good opportunity for us to like remind the viewers as well, and especially for those who doesn't know as well, how we're going to be doing the tiebreaker, right? So as Danny has mentioned as well, we're going to be going ahead into like, if, say, for example, right, game number 1, 169 to 776. We're going to be taking their all their points, right, and head-to-head with each other and get the difference. And whoever has like the biggest point difference against the teams that we've played against, that is how we're going to be determining the ranking of these teams. And then they're going to be playing off on a single eliminations to determine who gets on day 2.
Yeah, now this is assuming that we even need to have a head-to-head tiebreaker to begin with, but the teams have been informed, so for them to be scoring this many points, this is the reason for it, right? You've got to score as many points in, because every point matters. You don't know what's going to happen later on in the tournament. But for now, it's going to be the first game going in favor of T2. They did such a fantastic job with their lineup. I love the fact that they sent Supercell to invade Ryze's central area.
Right.
Slow down Eor's progress on that Urshifu, make sure he's not able to hit that level 5 on time, and whilst that all happened, draw attention away from the side lanes, which then opened up the side lanes for T2
Right.
to push, to pressure, because they knew backup wasn't coming because they were busy.
Right, and I would just like to point out that Ruin with the Glacian actually got 112k of damage dealt against the opposing team, and despite being the defender, Supercell with a Trevenant gets 72k damage.
That's an average for Trevenant nowadays, JJ. So it's kind of crazy how much defenders are sort of changing as a role, how much damage they're able to deal, especially with the buffs to Woodhammer, right? That was the real big game changer for Trevenant to begin with. The fact that Woodhammer, it's got a massive pull. It's an amazing displacement ability. So Trevenant, I think we're going to be seeing this Pokemon a lot more today, but I'm curious to know what's going to happen for game 2 between Ryze and T2, because I think if you're Ryze, after seeing that game, there are a lot of things that you now have to take into consideration, right? The central area invade. Is your central lane Pokemon going to be able to hit a faster timing so you can assist the side lanes? Are your side lanes self-sustainable? You know, can they deal with their lane opponents without help?
Right.
So there's a lot to think about for Ryze, and they really, really want to win this next game, because if they don't, this is going to set them very far back, especially for the point standings.
No, yeah, for sure. Again, this is just day number 1, and the goal here is to be able to survive to get in on day number 2. And if they won't be able to like win against T2, they're not going to get any points at all, which would put them quite behind, again, as you have mentioned, on the rankings going to be number 2.
Yeah, exactly. So we are going to take a look at the highlights here as the teams prepare for game number 2. But for most of the highlights, I think this just greatly highlights T2's amazing play. The coordination, the team was on point. You can see that everyone was on the same page. That Supercell was making the calls. For anyone that doesn't know, Supercell is actually the in-game shot caller for T2.
Right.
He's the one that makes the calls for the team. So for him to lead the squad to this degree and to show them play Unite at such a high level, I question if Ryze is going to be able to match them.
Right, and you know, we're going to be finding out, right, on our game number 2, because again, it is currently on the edge of a Ryze if they can actually rise up to T2 going to game number 2.
We've used this pun too many times, JJ, so
sorry,
it's okay. It's totally okay. But I am really curious to see what's going to be the plan for Ryze, because I do think things are going to change, whether it be maybe they start introducing some new Pokemon that they've chosen, which they kind of did, right? They don't really play Urshifu. We've seen them play it a couple times, so to see Eeyore snap that up as soon as it was available, it was like a wow. It was a very big wow factor for Ryze fans.
And at the same time, right, they have been like telling us about like the Pokemon that they wish to use, or at least the Pokemon that they have been using quite a lot as well. That was taken away by T2 from them, notably that Glacian. Glacian is, I think, is one of the biggest pick here, one of the most common pick here for all the teams really for ACL. But with that being said, you know, just having that Glacian be taken away from them, I think it was one of the key factors of you know, the win cons here for for T2. But then again, you know, with the current composition that they already had, right, for Ryze, it's just that it's not a composition where their Delphos is going to be working.
Yeah. It's a bit unfortunate there as we take a look at Supercell stats here on the screen. Now, this is his stats, I do believe, taken across the... Is it this match, or was it the entirety of the league? I do believe it may have just been this match.
I think it's the average.
Is it the average?
Yeah, the average of the entirety of the Supercell's scores.
Yes. So, I mean, Supercell's done a fantastic job. He was playing Trevenant this game. So, to see him play Trevenant, whereas you can see his most frequently used Pokemon being Urshifu and Dugtrio, it sort of seems like a complete flip for this man.
Yeah, complete opposite. Again, you know, frequently used Pokemon, more of an attacking Pokemon. We have the Dugtrio, but like at the same time, seeing them play an entirely different role is just magnificent to see. And again, you know, with how they performed earlier as well, I think we just cannot say anything anymore against, you know, for Supercell.
For all we know, I think we're going to be seeing a tournament meta soon. I think that's what's going to be the case. The teams are going to see what everyone else is playing, and eventually we're all going to blend into what's going to be considered the tournament meta, the strongest Pokemon that have been showcased so far. But we are going into the ban phase here now. Of course, I think Zacian, I think at this point, has to be banned. We had this discussion, right? The team that gets second pick almost has to ban the Zacian because you can't get that first pick.
No, yeah, for sure. Again, the first one, or the first pick, gets to... wait, this is interesting. We're still on the same sides, right?
Yes, we are on the same sides.
So technically, right, like, for those who are on the second side, right, they almost essentially need to always ban Zacian because, again, whoever gets first pick would definitely pick that Zacian first. But with that being said, the ban here for Rise, respect banning Supercell with that of Intrepidant. But that just opens up Supercell's ownership that we have just been talking about.
Yeah, so it was one of his most played Pokemon. But I love the fact that Rise just full on denied all the defenders, right?
Yeah.
Like both Tree, both Blastoise, like T2, you can't have any of these Pokemon. They've stolen it away. And I was questioning if the Espeon was ever going to come out, and it's going to be Eeyore playing this Espeon. Now, for people that haven't been keeping up with the Pokemon Unite meta, Espeon has received an exponential buff in terms of range, so it has a better opportunity to be able to really do some damage from downtown. It can output some really serious damage numbers as well. And then, of course, you have the introduction of the Slick Spoon, which is currently equipped on the Espeon.
Right.
Which, if you don't know what Slick Spoon does, it's an item that not only boosts your special attack, but also allows, I think, 15%, if it's a level 20 spoon, 15% of your special attack to ignore defense.
Ignore special defense.
Special defense.
So not only are you getting boosted, but you also ignore 20% of the target's special defense, which allows you to just burst down more damage to your target. And look at that. They are going to be getting that Gardevoir as... It has been a while since I've seen a Southeast Asian team's Gardevoir. And the more if you see that, right? Southeast Asians play a lot of Gardevoir and they play good.
So it's not just that. Axew is a really good Gardevoir. We've seen him actually play this a couple times in, I think, the league stage for the Southeast Asia division. So he's not new to this Pokemon. He's been able to push out some really big damage numbers. But I think in particular, just landing the key singularities in these fights, it might be the biggest game changer for this team because comparatively, if you look at the two teams, a lot of AoE control on the side of Rise. But if you take a look at T2, their team wants to get in your face. They want to brawl, they want to knock you out, they're going to outlast you. And so the question here for Rise is, can they either, one, outlast these fights against T2, or two, because they've got two big range attackers, knock them out before they get to you.
Right. So, just speaking of this composition, I would just like to point out first that Ajin actually got the newest hallware for Clefable. First off, I wanted that as well.
Yeah.
But, with this kind of composition, just going back to what I wanted to say, right? Just in addition to what you said, Rise's composition here is more of a backlane damage, whereas T2, I believe in this kind of composition is going to have the harder time going against Rise, just because of the fact that all of them, right, all the Pokemon here need to get in, with the exception, of course, of the Glaceon.
Yeah.
But with that being said, if T2 gets their power spikes earlier than that of Rise, then I don't think they would have a hard time going against Rise, just because of the fact that they can dish out more damage than what Rise can do against them later on in the game.
Yeah, now it looks like Glaceon is going to be heading into the lane Ruin, going to be scaring off these two Pokemon on the side of Rise. But actually, look, Espeon getting a first KO in that top lane. It was going to be onto the Clefairy. That's going to be some scores happening in the top lane. I do believe Necro may be running stacking items, as we are seeing him just constantly stacking back to back to back. So he is going to try and hit those 6 stacks as soon as possible, and that's going to be key, especially if you're playing that front line for Rise, because if you look at their composition, it's basically going to be him and Wigglytuff to act as that padding between them and the ranged attackers.
Right. With that being said, right, like T2, they didn't really play a lot of those stacking items. We have the Gibble as well, with the what do you call this? Rapid Scarf actually. To increase its special, sorry, not special attack, but rather its attack speed, in order for it to deal out more damage, and while recovering some of it as well in the process.
All right, so it looks like Haruda is struggling in that top lane up against Necro, as unfortunately Gible not really the best Pokemon in that early phase. I'd say Squirtle has the advantage, but great knockout there actually coming in from Rise, getting the elimination off onto the Urshifu. Supercell did try to contest that central area, but with too many Pokemon around, he does need to be careful to not give his own experience away. So he will hide in the bush, but I think Rise, they don't know he's there. He may still try and go for the steal. Nice heavy slam to get some big steals, but I think Supercell might just be out of the picture now. And yeah, Psyshock Espeon, that is dangerous. Yeah, it's 2 knockouts. These are some mistakes that I wasn't really expecting to come out.
No, not after the first game, right? But now Rise is now going up against T2, getting their first scores, and actually having access to Psychic Slur as early as 7:30.
And they're actually bringing 4 Pokemon in the top lane as well. And even Glaceon is actually thinking about coming in to help up top as well. But it looks like for now, Zoe needs to be careful. Was jumped on by Hibachi. Luckily, is going to be backed up by his teammate. So no Pokemon knocked out yet, but you can see there's tension between these 2 teams.
Right.
So, especially for Rise, because Rise really need to win this next match.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And Rise, again, you know, we know for a fact that T2 is like a team that is more of like responsive, reactive kind of team where they react depending and then like base their competition based on their opposing team. So I think this is the thing that they got as an answer for going against Red. But here you
nice
go.
Steal.
Rise going to be able to take down that Regice as well.
And that's actually going to be the Urshifu as well. That's another big knockout actually for Rise. So now they're going to start barreling down. Even going to be using the Unite there from the Gardevoir just to get the extra knockout. Make sure T2 don't even bother contending. And look, big overcap. 32-point overcap for this bottom lane alone.
Quick maths, dude.
Quick maths. But I'm not good at maths, but I'm doing my best.
Right, but here you go. This is the complete opposite of what had just happened on game number 1. Rise has the complete control of the map.
Haruda needs to be really careful of his position, especially up against Espeon. And we have a pause actually coming out from this game, so I do believe maybe there is a technical error that needs to be addressed. So we will let our lovely referees get onto that. Hopefully we can get it fixed as soon as possible. So to all of our viewers that are watching the stream, thank you so much for watching and tuning into the broadcast.
Right.
Please ask for some patience as we do get this sorted out. But I think we have a lot to talk about from that game, because Rise, I think they've done a fantastic job to recover from that previous matchup. I think their composition for this game, it was really great to deny Trevenant, to get Blastoise, and I think the surprise factor of showing the Espeon might also really be throwing T2 off.
No, yeah, for sure. I think just, again, right, like we've already talked about this before as well, that draft mode is literally half the game. If you don't win the, draft mode, it's all down to execution. And as we can see, Rise does have the execution as well. Not only have they been able to counter T2 on the draft, but going into this game as well, they are just on point.
Exactly. So I don't think the game is over for T2, right? We've seen
still 6 minutes.
It's still still 6 minutes. I think there's plenty of opportunities for them to try and make that comeback, to maybe take their own objectives, or maybe even get some big pickoffs for that big injection of experience. But if you were T2, or at least you were in their position, and you sort of have a team talk whilst this pause is happening, what would you sort of think about and sort of talk to the team about? Like, hey guys, what's the issue, and what do you think needs fixing?
If I were T2, honestly, because like here's the thing, right? With their current composition, I think it all boils down to their composition, right? Especially with the Pokemon that they chose. I can see what they're trying to do, right? They, especially with the Pokemon that they chose onto the draft mode, these are Pokemon that are great late game.
Exactly.
That's the thing. And as Rise, these are, the Pokemon that they have are Pokemon that are really great early game, and it only scales up into the late game. So with that being said, not getting these objectives, right, for T2, and not getting these objectives where they need to get the fire spikes early is going to be the biggest detrimental factor here for T2, which Rise knows. Rise knows that's why they are doing their best to deny T2 from reaching that, part of the game.
Yeah, and I think Rise, they have a lot of assets with some of their Pokemon as well, especially around the Ray fight. They've got a lot of AoE control. I mean, you've got 3 big Unite stuns to work with, right? You've got the Typhoon, you have Gardevoir and Espeon as well to work with. So with that much AoE control, the late game isn't going to be a walk in the park either for T2. They need to be very mindful of how they enter into that area. Don't play around those choke points because that's what Rise wants.
Right.
They want you to get stuck in a choke point because you've got no exit plan once those Unites start coming out.
Right, so here we go. Look at the players right now. They're just like waiting for the next game. And again, Rise still needs to get 2 wins against T2. T2, you know, they have a little bit of like a breathing room, right? They have a little bit of like some sort of space for them to, I guess, make a mistake. I wouldn't call it making a mistake, but right, they have.
I mean, it's openings. I think that's another, that's another way to sort of look at it, right? Like some people would say it's a mistake, but at the end of the day, it's an opening because if a team can identify an opening, you want to take that opening because you never know when it's going to happen again.
No, yeah, and at the same time, you know, again, they already have 1 point ahead of Team Rise, so they can just like, I'd say, experiment more so that they would be able to get more information going into game number 3.
Possibly, but I mean, ideally, you'd want to win the game.
Right, immediately.
JJ, so.
Immediately.
Exactly.
Again, the points here, you know, it matters how many games you've won, and likewise how many games you've lost, and likewise your points as well is a huge deal in this tournament.
Yeah, exactly. So I do believe we're just about ready to have this fixed and possibly unpaused. We will give an announcement very later on, I suppose, once we get some more information. But we are still waiting to figure out what the issue is that has caused the pause. So we do apologize for the wait, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully we are able to get back on the road very, very soon. But so far, I think this game is looking in favor of Rise. You know, as much as I would love to say like this game is in the bag for Rise, we've got a game 3. That's not really the case yet. Yeah,
we're not even
it's too early. It's too early. And even both team lineups, they're actually pretty good lineups. They're not bad. It really just comes down to the execution from both of these individual teams. And so far, I think Rise, they're doing everything that they need to with their Pokemon now. Because if you think about it as well, right, another thing we have to sort of consider for T2 is that their lineup kind of isn't online yet, right? You're still waiting for your Gabite. You're waiting for Gabite to hit Garchomp. Like, I think that's the last Pokemon. After that, then you're trying to get those levels, try and get those plus levels. Rayquaza is basically when you're online. Right,
and at the same time, right, like, this is just, we're still at the 6-minute mark of the game, and we haven't reached the potential of T2's composition. But with that being said, I don't think Rise wants to see that happen, because if it does, man, they're paperweight in terms of their HPs, their defenses. T2 is just going to eat them alive.
Yeah, and I think that's probably where the Garchomp element comes in, right? Because Livid Outrage, that makes Garchomp really scary. Yeah, I'm more worried about Livid Outrage because you're unstoppable for the duration of it. So you're able to actually just Livid Outrage your way into the back. You can just bypass everyone
and then
on the way.
Rush their opponent to your team to you know, isolate them.
Yeah, so we've seen it multiple times. I think the team that really highlighted the power of Garchomp was High Five towards the beginning of the regular season. We saw this happen a lot with BKZ's Garchomp. So it just makes you wonder, is it going to be the same case here for T2? Because, of course, you have teams with their own individual playstyles, players with their own playstyles. Like, is this what T2 is actually fishing for with the Garchomp pick?
That is something that's, you know, that is something we need to think about as well, right? Like, especially going into this to this game. But I would like to just point out as well that Rise, it was Rise, right, that told us that they are prepared for everyone. They've studied everyone else as well. So I think this is one of the things where they've already, you know, thought about it and they are prepared for doing so. Maybe game number 1 was Rise just still trying to warm up, and this is the game where they're actually woken up. But here you go. I think our players are now ready. Here we go. I think they're getting ready now.
I'm not 100% sure. But if the game doesn't pause, that would be brilliant because we'd love to watch this game. But yeah, we want to make sure the players, they're all on equal footing. We don't want to have any technical issues with the teams. Actually, fun fact, JJ. So if I'm not mistaken, we are back into the game. So fun fact, I'm going to say it anyway. I do believe T2 may be the only team competing at really nice Dragon Rush there from Garchomp just to make sure that the buffs didn't get stolen by Rise, right? They were camping outside the wall, hoping to get the steal for themselves. So T2, they're not out of the picture, but that battle in the top lane, it wasn't a great one. And a lot of Unites were used. Livid Outrage was used. I think everyone was used. The only Unites available right now is the Power Nap on Snorlax and actually Trio on the side of Rise. And look at that wiggly tough. They're going to be able to survive, but Rise, can they turn this around? They can't quite get the damage to spin. The Blastoise gets taken down, and also the poor Eldegoss gets taken down as well, which means the Regieleki is going to go in favor of T2.
Gravity and Moonlight just to heal up their team, and this is what I'm talking about. This is the moment that Rise has been trying to avoid, that Rise has been trying to stump T2 for. T2 now have their Power Spike, they have their Unite moves, everyone is on their final evolutions as well. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen and all players alike, we are going to be heading very soon into the Rayquaza fight, but I think we're gonna be.
I think we may be going into a pause here, JJ. As unfortunately, our spectator camera is currently frozen, and I do believe the players are also pausing as well.
Calling for
yeah, they're all calling for the pause. So we are going to have this we're going to have this looked at, ladies and gentlemen. So again, apologies for the secondary pause. I do believe we have run into a technical issue, so we are going to have that sorted. But JJ, I really think T2, after that fight, they are starting to show that they still have a lot of gas in that tank. And it really, again, it comes down to execution for their lineup, because I think the unfortunate reality of running a lineup that requires you to be so close to your opponents is making sure you're always making the right moves.
And at the right timing as well. Again, if you don't have it at the right timing, right, then it's just going to be, what do you call that? Just going to be you taking up all the damage, right? But as we have, okay, never mind, we're going to be back. Yeah. Rise, now that Rayquaza is up, does have the positional advantage going into Rayquaza, and I think what he's doing right now is just defend this away from T2, but here you go, Heavy Slam's going to be coming up.
Necro is going to be careful. Oh no, we're actually seeing a freeze here on the spectator camera. We are reconnecting. We are going to get this fixed. We promise to all of our viewers out there, we're so sorry about this. But I do believe the players, they might still be playing. And yes, they are. And actually, Rise, they lost the fight. The Blastoise is out. Hydro Typhoon was not used. And Gardevoir went down as well. Yeah, so this actually just leaves Zoe and Eeyore as the lone Pokemon here for Rise. And I don't know if they're even in a position to get a steal on the Rayquaza.
Right. So let's find out, especially, you know, with the admins as well, we need to find out what is going to be, like, the session going into this game. Especially that, you know, it was quite a huge reverse for a lot of reasons as well.
Yeah, so we are seeing a big score here coming in from the Glaceon. So T2's comeback is happening. They're getting those points in. They've got 40 seconds to go. We can see Eeyore trying to backcap, but he's actually being chased by a Garchomp on the other side of the map. And with 467 points in their pockets and Rise with only 331, if they're going to try and get the victory here, they really need to make a push happen now. But look at this. Again, Clefable's just going to be getting more points. This game.
Man, so we have just received that we need to pause the match again as it is ending.
Yes.
I wonder what's going to be happening. And again, what is going to be like the decision here going to this game? Would it be like just continuing, or are we actually going to be, rematching this game? Because it happened, especially at the most crucial
At a
times.
crucial moment, yes,
Yeah.
exactly. So just from our general observation, folks, because we are currently waiting for updates on what's
Right.
really going on, I do believe that this may have been a network issue for
Right.
everybody, not just for us. Because
Everyone
we
was
also
calling in for admins, right?
they were all calling for admins. I also saw some of the players, like when we froze, they
Right.
also sort of looked up and they were a little bit confused.
And
so
like raising their hands and calling for the admins.
yeah, so I think there may be a chance that we might be looking at a remake here,
Right.
but we are going to have to wait for further instructions. So for anyone that's tuning in, we are still waiting for instructions. We are not 100% sure on what's happened here, but we are currently pausing the match in general.
But with that being said, with that being said, thank you very much once again for watching us as well. Not only live here at Battle Arena Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, but for those who are at home as well, watching us online on Facebook, Twitch, and YouTube.
Exactly. Thank you for tuning in and watching the show with us. So, ladies and gentlemen, I do believe we're going to be getting an update in just a second as to what is actually going on. So we are going to go for a remake.
There we go. Finally.
We just got the update. We are going to go for a complete remake. Both teams will replay game number 2. I do believe this is probably going to be a redraft as well. So I don't think we're going to be seeing the same Pokemon. We'll double check
like,
this.
By standard, right? If it's just a remake, then we need to have them like play the same Pokemon,
Yeah.
but we still need to, I guess,
We'll
take a
see.
look, right? Yeah, we'll definitely know as it happens, right? Whether they are going to have, play the same Pokemon, or if not, have a different draft. And if they're going to go in for the latter, I think that's going to provide us a very different game than what we have just saw.
Yeah, I mean, both teams are going to have to go for major changes,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. So
Like,
because it's going to be technically game number 3, because we essentially already finished the game as well.
yeah. I mean, the result for that game that happened, it didn't count, unfortunately.
Right.
So, I'm just thinking, like, if you for Rise, I mean, again, Rise have to make this next game happen, right? Because they're ultimately still looking for this tie. Because right now, we've basically reset back to 1-0 in favor of T2 because T2 won that first game.
And, with that being said, right, they've already played more or less half the game, where T2 already knew what they were going to, that we're supposed to do on game number 2, and going to game number 3 supposedly, right, which is going to be now, technically speaking, is that, T2 already knows what they are going to do, and so then they can just adjust going into this next game.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm keen to really see what the changes are going to be, whether or not we are also going to be going for a redraft. I mean, by the sounds of it, JJ, it seems like we're just going to remake the lobby
game
with the exact same Pokemon, exact same settings, maybe same items. We're not 100% sure, but we are still waiting for this lobby to be remade. So again, thank you all for your patience, for watching the stream, for supporting the teams. If you haven't already and you're watching on Twitch, please support your teams on Twitch. Some of them are watching the streams live themselves because they also want to watch the games. They also want to see you cheer for them too.
Right.
So please send them your support. Even on Twitter, on socials, on Twitter, on Facebook, whatever social platform, please send them your support because this is, I think, the biggest tournament in Asia to ever happen for Pokemon Unite.
And at the same time, speaking of Twitter, I think we do have a hashtag for it as well. I believe it's hashtag PUACL2023, so that's PUACL2023.
Yes, so if you maybe have any questions for us, or if you want to tweet anything out about the tournament, make sure to use the hashtag. So we'll filter through it, and if we do see any questions, we may answer them live on the stream as well.
Yeah,
we're happy to answer stuff. So looks like both the teams are just sort of discussing what's really going on, and you can see here that this is Rise's camera.
Right.
Eeyore, he's advising the team. Clearly, they're trying to get back into the mindset because I think after a game like that, where you're feeling disconnected, discombobulated because the game was just so haphazard. So he's probably trying to have to get the team back in order to instruct them what's going to change, because I think you cannot play that game exactly the same.
Yeah, because again, T2 already knows that that's what you're going to be doing, and that, how do I say this, like, Rise, that just puts Rise in a huge disadvantage, especially if we're going to have the same draft, right? Because again, T2 already knows that, okay, this is what they're going to be doing, this is the draft, so all we have to do is just answer back, with this kind of composition that they brought on game number 2.
It makes you wonder as well, are we going to be seeing some more invades, right? Because we didn't really see much of a central area invade in that second game, and that was something that T2 did do in that first game. Is that going to be something that they run back? Maybe Rise decide for themselves, like, what if we invade, you know? Because they do have a couple Pokemon that can potentially do that. Because it's, remember, right, it's a Glaceon in the central area for T2. And an Eevee, unfortunately, before it hits Glaceon, it's not that great, actually. In a lot of 1v1 engagements, it's actually pretty easy to steal away those last hits.
No, yeah, for sure. But again, I guess it goes both ways as well. That, if T2 can obviously, change their skills up and change up their their moves and gameplay going into this next game, obviously Rise can do the same as well. So if they are, getting in a little bit, a little careful in the early game, right? They can, try to change things up and basically surprise T2 as well.
Yeah. So we'll have to see if Rise are going to be able to make that comeback happen, because this is their second do-over, I suppose, for that game number 2. And victory was within their grasp. It was actually really close. This team looked really good for the first 4 minutes. It was just up until we started seeing those server hiccups that, I think the team really got thrown off. And maybe they even got disconnected at some of the worst times, So you come back and you're like, oh no, I'm already back at base, I'm fainted, I can't do anything.
No, yeah, I mean, again, we just have to really emphasize on the fact that it happened on the most crucial times. It's not like it's happening when they're just trying to get some XPs, trying to level up, but it's especially happening on team fights that are very crucial, that can remove the basically the tipping of the scales, right, for both of the teams, basically the catalyst, which would then show us who would have the upper hand against the other team.
Yeah, and I think this is also going to be a good display of the team's general mental state and how they recover from these unfortunate circumstances, because the reality is that sometimes things happen and you need to be able to snap back to your previous stance, because you can't sort of sit there either panicked or in disarray. You really need to stay razor sharp and focused, which we did see the teams actually just going in for their general team talks. I think that's one of the best ways to sort of get your team back and to recalibrate going into that next game, right? Make sure that you're all aligned and on the same level.
And at the same time, right, we have to factor in, once again, which we've told them earlier as well, that this is an offline event, right? There's a different thing, right? There's different things when you're playing online and we're playing offline as well. So that, factor that in, it's just going to be quite of a different experience for all the teams that are playing right now.
Yeah. Now, I do think we're going to be taking a look at some stats here for T2, so at least we have something to look at here as we are waiting for this lobby to be remade. But for T2, we're going to take a look at Ruin. Now, again, I'm going to remind people, if you did join the stream a little bit late, this is Ruin's birthday month. This man wants to win ACL. He wants to have the best birthday gift of all, which is a big, shiny crown on his head.
I mean, who doesn't want that, right? I mean, if it were say, here's the thing, if it were my birthday month, right, this March, and just being here is just a huge celebration in and of itself, and for them it is winning ACL.
Exactly, right? I mean, the goal is you want to win ACL. You want to be the best in the region. You want to be the best in Asia. Sometimes it's like, oh, it's not enough to just be the best in Southeast Asia or just be the best in India or East Asia. I want to be the best in Asia. I want to be the team people think of when they look at me. We are going to switch on over here to stats for Axe here on the side of Rise. Now, just like Ruin, both of these players, they are one of the main damage dealers, the attackers of the team. And they're both really skilled players. I do remember, not for Rise, we've seen Axeq dish out some big damage for his team on the Delphox, we've seen him on Venusaur, we've seen him on Gardevoir. But then you've also, if I even think about attackers, I also think of Ruin. I still remember he made that play where he dove. I think it was under the barrier in that rave hit. It was a crazy play. It was insane. I cannot believe he did it. But it was a really fun play. I wish I could go back to that highlight. But we've also seen Axew. This guy is on the rise. Supposedly, allegedly, according to Eeyore, the captain, top
Right.
3 player in Asia.
Right, and again, their members, they're not contesting that. They're
No.
really proud of them. See, here's the thing, right? We talked to them and thought, hey, we asked them about if there's anything that we can like highlight about them. We're gonna be talking about their team, and all they pointed out to us is Axew.
Yeah, pretty much, you know. I mean, whenever I ask Eeyore about stuff about the team, he's always like, Axew this, Axew that. So like clearly this guy, he's a superstar. And I love having tournaments and platforms like this because it really shows off the talent of the really talented folk. Because sometimes, especially when you're playing in particular regions, it's
Right.
hard for people outside the region to scout out for different players.
Right.
So platforms like this is going to elevate the opportunities here for not just Axew, but maybe even for Rise
No, yeah.
overall.
No, yeah, again, if you're just gonna be staying on your own region, right? It might sound negative, but like you're gonna get used to it so much that you won't be able to grow out of it, right? But at the same time, with the ACL, you are now, and with the WCS as well, right? You are now pitted off against different regions, which plays very differently from what you're used to, which will then allow you to grow even further, you know, beyond plus.
Yeah, plus.
Yeah, plus.
Asia plus. Oh my goodness, I love it. I love it, JJ. You are incredible.
Yeah.
You know, but you know what would be incredible?
Right.
A
What?
game. A game number 2 between T2
No,
and
yeah,
Rise.
for
I think
sure.
that would be the highlight of my day because I really just want to know the conclusion of this game. Like, I want to know, is it going to be a game 3? Is it going to be a 2-0? Because at this point, we're sort of just stuck here waiting
Yeah,
for
basically
the results.
Schrodinger's Pokemon Unite.
Yeah.
We don't know yet who's going to take game number 2 until we get to that point. So it could be T2 getting into 2-0, or it could be, you know, Rise getting to tie things up.
Maybe.
And again, you know, the result of the results of game number 2 is going to be very detrimental, especially for Rise since they've already lost game number 1.
Yeah, exactly. So hopefully the teams are recovered. They've reset. They're in the lobby as well, and they're ready to go. You know, I'm waiting for the referee to press the big red button that has PLAY on it because we love
it's
to
not
play the
red,
game.
it's orange.
It doesn't matter. It's still the play button because I really just want to see this game. I'd love it. But here's the thing. Okay, so I also want to just very quickly share with all of our people
Right.
that are watching the stream as well. If you're wondering what the next matchup is going to be for today, or if you weren't here when we showed the graphic, it's actually going to be Marcos Gaming playing against the
From
team.
India.
Marcos Gaming, yes, the Indian representative. They'll be playing against the team that was defeated
It's going to be defeated
in
in
this
game.
series, yes.
Right.
So unfortunately, that means the team that drops this series is going to have to play basically 2 games back to back.
Right.
So that's that's something we have to consider. It's tough because you are playing back to back. Sometimes you need a little bit of a mental reset before you can play your next game. But for the defeated team, yeah, you just got to go right into it.
The only team that would actually have a bit of a break or something, as you have mentioned, a mental reset or some sort, would be the team that would actually win the first match of the group. Because say, for example, right, let's just say that T2 won 2-0, right?
Yes.
That means they would have to fight off against Marcos on the 3rd match of their group. And meanwhile, whoever is a defeated team would have to play again with, you know, the waiting team, which in turn is Marcos Gaming. And likewise, Marcos Gaming, since they are playing 2nd, they would have to play 1 more immediately after from against a team that had its rest.
Yeah, and then after that series, as you saw on the screen, we are going to play the 2nd grouping, which is Group B. So we're going to conclude with Group A first, and then we're going to end the day with Group B. So if there are any teams you're watching out for, we do recommend you make sure you check out the schedule, see who's playing when, so you know when to tune into the game. But I think we just got confirmation. We are going into the game, folks. And there you have it. Thank you so much for your patience to everyone that's watching at the venue, to everyone that was on Twitch. We are in Game 2, the remade Game 2 between Rise and T2. Hopefully this one's going to be smoother than the last.
No, yeah, but with that being said, I think we're going to be getting in the same... we still don't know yet if they're going to be playing the same.
It looks the same. Yes, it's the same.
Right, there we go. They're just choosing the same Pokemon again and again, just so we can get in on the game immediately.
Yeah, so...
So again, still, even if we're going to be choosing the same Pokemon, right? Okay, there we go. We just got a confirmation as well that it's going to be the same same trap as earlier. But again, as I have mentioned earlier, right? It just is the disadvantage currently is on the side of Rise because again, T2 already knows what Rise is going to be doing with this composition that they are going to be bringing into the field.
Yeah, it's no secret. So I'm just curious to see what changes we're going to be looking at for both teams, if there's going to be any at all.
Right.
Or if maybe they just stay put and pray that maybe the second game just goes better. You know, we kind of don't know. But both of these teams are familiar with each other, minus like that first game that they played. I mean, this was not the first time Rise and T2 have scrimmed.
Yeah.
They've scrimmed in the past, so that they do have some knowledge of each other. But I'm just curious, like, when was that last scrim?
Yeah, they never told us when they were.
Why would they
screaming,
tell
right?
us? Because
no,
they're telling the world.
It's just like. Sorry,
So-
okay, I won't defend myself
No, it's
anymore.
fine, it's fine.
Oh no.
Hey, it's okay. We're together, so if you sink, I gotta sink too, apparently. So I really, really want to see like what are the changes going to be.
Right.
Like, are we going to be seeing any invades? Because Supercell can invade, right? Like
Right.
Snorlax is capable of invading. But then if you take a look on the other side, like you can't really invade with anyone except maybe Illuna. But even then, I think you'd want to secure the lane rather than trying to go for an invade with a Jigglypuff.
No, yeah, we don't really see Wigglytuff invading. We do get to see, however, Espeon very rarely Eldegoss as well.
Yeah.
Very rarely, but that is like really stretching it.
Yeah, exactly. All right, we are going to be jumping into the game, ladies and gentlemen, and all Pokemon trainers from all across the world. We are here for Game 2 between Rise and T2 after this remake, and we're going to have to see if Rise can maybe make history repeat itself. Have a fantastic early game, secure the main objectives, and then hopefully win the match from there, because at the moment they are one game down against T2, and if they drop this series 2-0, that's going to set them very, very far back if there is a potential chance for any of these teams to run into a head-to-head knockout series.
And look at that as well, you know, like the difference between the gameplay of Rise and T2 is already showing immediately at the first minute of the game. See, Rise was like, you know, pressuring up T2, you know, in game number 2 when we had an original game number 2. But now T2, since they already know what's going to be happening, they are prepared for it.
Yeah, they really are ready for it. And I think this is going to make the game much harder for Rise.
Right.
Because the element of surprise, I think, was really...
there.
Yeah, it's really what made or break this drop. Made or broke, I can't rhyme things anymore. It's what made it really special, I suppose, in that first game. So to have that element of expectations now, you know what's going to be potentially coming, and I think you have a better understanding of your own personal limits.
No, yeah, for sure. But with that being said, you look at how
Because invade, they're just like,
Haruda
oh.
is still, you know, surviving still compared to like earlier, where you know Haruda is really getting, you know, demolished here by the Orchard up top. But with that being said, Supercell here is just going to try to invade, try to get some buffs here to, you know, deny Ear of all the XPs.
Yeah, I think this is really what you have to do, because we saw there was just so much experience going in favor of
Surging
Rise last
strikes.
game. And yeah, they do have the Water Bear. Going to be putting in the work and getting that first KO. Wigglytuff going to try and act as that barrier with Sing. That will scare T2 off, but this is big because you are denying, once again, just like game 1, that experience from Rise. And we do see how heavily Rise are impacted by Eeyore's start.
But here we go. They're going to be able to get this pick up, as well as going to be one down. That is a Wigglytuff as well. And again, the adjustments coming in from T2 is just scary. Sure, this composition may have been, once again, as I mentioned earlier, right, is more on the disadvantageous side for T2, but since they already know what they need to do, they were able to work around it immediately during the break time, and now they can fight off against Rise, no, they're not toe-to-toe. I'd have to say T2 is currently controlling the field.
Yeah, oh, Hibachi just out of range there for the Psy Shock. That would have done a lot of damage. But it looks like Supercell being a pain right now with the heavy slam, making sure that he's denying that experience here again to Rise. Now, let's take a look at the level situations here, because look at this. Necro does not have that lead that he used to have. He's not bullying Haruta anymore. So a big turnaround is already happening in that top lane. AXQ and Eeyore are both stuck at level 7. They just can't get any more experience. Wigglytuff going to be acting at the front line. The Dazzling Gleam doing a lot of work for the team, as well as that Sing. Going to take the Citrus Berry to reset. Now T2, they are going to back up and reset for themselves. Right now, though, Ruin trying to get into position to do some big damage. Did quite a lot to AXQ. And look at that, though. Hibachi coming in from the side lanes, wanting to jump into the back lines, but the Psychic Slurry, it does catch out T2, and maybe this is the turnaround that Rise needed. 3 knockout, and this might just be the return of Rise.
My goodness, T2 had that positional advantage into the Regirock, but Rise, at that very moment, used that against them, pulled them into their own hands, played them like a fiddle, and just like that, took down 3 in the process.
They're back into the fray. Now up top, War Turtle is going to be focusing on scoring, wanting to get that level 9 if possible. But the rest of the team, they are holding down the fort so far. They're actually going to be committing Unites for this as well. Livid Outrage trying to be jumping onto AXQ. Won't be able to connect though, and so far it's just going to be the one knockout onto Eeyore. So we still have an attacker, but look at this Garchomp doing a lot of damage as well. Haruta zoning out 2 of the Pokemon. What can they really do here? I think T2, they might just have the objective. Oh, it looks like they're going to be going back instead. And now Rise, have they been able to turn this table? It looks like maybe they have. Both teams are a bit of a standoff now.
And my goodness, again, Rise was able to rise up from the deficit that they were experiencing earlier, and
Necro
now
wasn't there the whole time, by the way. It's actually amazing how Rise were able to hold the fort without the Blastoise.
No, yeah, for sure. Again, only at the top half, and now that this Blastoise actually is joining them on team fights, I think it's just going to be providing them with a lot more to
Luna. I think they're going to lose the Wigglytuff here. There's just too much damage. The Sing movement speed, it looks like it's just going to be enough. The shielding as well from the Eldegoss. No knockout, which means Rise are going to have the entire team here. But, oh, look at this AXQ. He gets the cancel there onto Hibachi. So it's going to be a 1v1 down bottom and 4v4 in the top lane. And Supercell, he's not looking too healthy. Less than half health, JJ.
Right, but here comes the Hydro Typhoon. Unfortunately, not going to be able to take that one up, but they still got it with the help of the Psychic Solaire. And look at that Glacial Stage to no availability. Just wasted, just baited by Rise up here. But here comes 4 Pokemon to defend this Regieleki up top, which just gives Rise a huge window to breathe.
Yeah, and AXQ has actually done a fantastic job at keeping Hibachi busy in that bottom lane, making sure that he's not able to break that goal zone. The Dazzling Gleam stunning up Hibachi, not feeling too safe. Luckily, Haruta is able to get the solo pick off there onto the Regieleki. That's going to be out of the picture, but he will have to jump back into that battle. And one Pokemon already gone down. It's going to be the Urshifu yet again. Eeyore just does so much damage on this Espeon. It's insane.
Wow, Rise with their damage, and again, the back lane damage as well, even with the isolation. Well, here's the thing, right? T2 cannot isolate a Livid Outrage is going to be popping up as well, but the sustain is there. Cloud Crash to put in some HPs back to the teammates. Going to be able to take down that Garchomp once again. Glacial Stage into the Hydro Typhoon is going to be popped up for both of the teams, but it's not going to be enough as they're going to be able to burst down this Urshifu. And with that being said, they're going to be able to answer back with 2 KOs of their own, but is that enough? Again, I don't think so. Not quite yet, but at the very least, T2, they still have a bit of a time here to catch up against Rise, and they still have this Rayquaza up for them to take as well. But the Regieleki, I think, is a very huge opportunity for T2 here if they can take this, just because of the fact that they can then prepare for Rayquaza as Rise is going to be like diverted off the attention because of Regieleki if they do take it.
Yeah, can I say T2 have been such a nuisance in that bottom lane. You can see they're constantly trying to break that bottom goal zone because they're wanting to take that map control away, the speed flux, right? Especially when Rayquaza is up. The speed flux very important when you're trying to make it to those
Yeah.
side lanes. And look at that though, Reggie Alecki being taken by T2, and with 30 seconds to go, looks like it's going to be a cancel there from the Snorlax, making sure no points are going to be scored. Reggie Alecki gonna actually break that top
Quick maths.
goal zone. So yeah, quick maths is there, 40 points. It's not a big, wait, was it a big overdunk?
It
was
is
kind of.
30 points.
Yeah,
30 points.
so it was a reasonable overdunk. This game is still rather close, JJ.
It
right?
is.
183 to
It's not a lot.
129.
It's not a lot, especially with the double points coming in from the last final stretch, right? The last 2 minutes of the game, and now that Rayquaza is up, what Rise wants to do here is basically what Tito wants to do here is take up Rise, because again they are still in the lead, and Rise here can just like score, and they have all the score. They can just give away this Rayquaza and still have higher points than that of T2 by the end of the day.
I wonder what's the play here. Is T2 gonna bait? Maybe they use the Garchomp to actually slowly whittle down Rayquaza, force Rise into that fight, because you take a look at the bottom, Hibachi
Right.
wants to go for the back cap on the Urshifu. He's actually waiting.
But
So
it's only 28 points.
it's still points. That's the most
Right.
important thing here. They need all the points in the world to make that comeback happen. So it's a bit of a stalemate. Both teams, they are sort of flicking out.
Garchomp
And Garchomp
up
up top. No one's nearby, so
88 points.
Rise is going to see it, and I think a fight is actually breaking out, JJ.
Going
in
back
that
into the central area.
It's actually going to be a burn.
Hydro
They're going to try and
Typhoon.
burn that Rayquaza Hydro against you.
Oh, Tito got it! Tito got the Rayquaza away from Rise as they were able to take away the score, destroying the first tier score goal. And here comes some overcapping as well into the sector score goal. This might have just been the game for T2. That was quite huge for T2. And look at that, 2 is now down. Yes, they made sure that Rise noticed that Garchomp, allowed them to get baited to get inside the Rayquaza, and allowed them to hamburger their way in on Rise, taking away the Rayquaza from their hands.
Oh my goodness, they actually went for the flip, and the fact that they weren't even able to get the lockdown onto the Rayquaza, that was just a big and fortunate play here for Rise, because now the game is actually still within reach, JJ. 101 points. Now it's going to be a little bit more, but look at this though, we just don't have time. I think T2 have done it. They have managed to 2-0 Rise in the opening best of 3 of the Pokémon UNITE Asia Champions League offline final.
Can I just breathe?
Yes, you need to breathe. do you need a paper bag?
No,
JJ
but that was huge for T2, taking away that Rayquaza, because again, it was already looking pretty bad for T2, right? It was already looking bad for T2, but the mere fact that they made use of the option select of that Garchomp, right? Especially with Haruta, right? The mere fact that they made use of Haruta, that was quite a huge risk.
Yes.
That was quite a huge risk, because again, that puts a very huge advantage to Rise for them to take down the Rayquaza, because they are, they are spread out in the map. We have Haruta up top. We have, we have Hibachi down bottom. So there's only 3 Pokemon, right? Ruin, Arjun, and Supercell are the only ones on the central area. And that is a huge disadvantage for T2. But, again, they made use of Haruta, made sure that they saw that there's 88 points going to be coming in, and just baited Rise into getting that Rayquaza. And from there on out, while Ruin, Ajun, and Supercell were dealing a bit of a damage into the side of Rise, that is then, I guess you'd say, is like the key factor here, because still, Haruta and Hibachi still has full HP.
Yeah, exactly. And I think another thing we sort of need to talk about here as well is that if you take a look at Rise's composition, they didn't really have the best Pokemon to potentially go for that back cap for themselves, right? Like if you're picking something such as Garchomp to back cap, this Pokemon is self-sustaining. He's big, he's tanky, he has an escape mechanism, so he's not that easy to eliminate if he tries to go for the back cap. Whereas everyone on the side of Rise, it was a rather squishy composition. I think Wigglytuff at best would have been able to do this, but then if you're showing Wigglytuff back capping in the bottom lane, you have 2 squishy attackers with 1 less Pokemon to protect them.
Right, and again, just going back into the replay as well, you can see here how Rise definitely has the control of the game here, from up until the mid game really, but going into that last game is just fantastic to see, really.
Yeah, I mean, they had to make
See,
that
look at
play
that.
happen. I think they had to make the play happen. You know, they took the risk because they had basically,
They
at
had
that
to-
point,
they had to do it.
everything to lose. Yeah, like if they just left it, I don't think that they would have been able to take the game. No way they would win a head-on 5v5. I think that would have just been a big mistake. And they didn't do it.
It's like T2, right? Like T2 know that, and they are in the position to play that risk. Just because of the fact that, again, they already had one game ahead of Rise. So if they lose that, at least they still have one more game to play, right?
Yes.
But with that being said, T2, that was just a huge gamble.
Yeah. Now, luckily for us, this is not going to be the end of Rise
Right.
because remember, we are in Group A where the teams are set to play against each other at least once
Right,
to try
round
and
robin.
it's round robin. Accumulate as many points as possible because only the top 2 of the groupings is going to make it to the playoffs tomorrow. And so that means Rise will now need to continue and play up against Marcos Gaming because the defeated team of the first game is slated to play against Marcos. So our next best of 3 lined up, as I said, is going to be Marcos versus Rise. I do hope that Rise is going to be able to reset. We did see them reset before going into game number 2. I hope that this game is not going to be too impactful on their mental state. I do believe they are 100% capable of making sure they back on to point A before going into this game against Marcos.
Right. Man, again, it's gonna be hard, right? It's gonna be hard on the it's gonna be hard on the team that had just had been defeated again because like they still have to play one more, right?
Yeah, well, I think Rise can do it though. I think out of all the teams, Rise has the mental capacity to reset from this. We are going to take a look at the scoreboard here as we finally see our first change, our first points delivered, and I suppose our first result for the day because that was our first best of 3. Yes, our first game. So we're going to flash it on the screen as soon as it's ready so we can see what the status is for the teams in Group A because right now we have just kicked off our first game in Group A. We've still got Group B that's going to be happening later today, JJ.
Right, and you know, after that, of course, we are going to have an interview as well with the winning team.
Yeah, exactly. So I think I'm looking forward to hearing more from T2. I
Right.
want to know what was in their minds. I think especially with everything that happened in that best of 3 series as well, because it was not your usual game of Unite.
Right, and with that being said, here is the score update for the day. Here you go.
It'll pop up on the screen
There you
right now. There we go. So T2 in Group A is currently leading with 3 points after managing to sweep their first series 2-0 up against Rise. Now with Rise, unfortunately for that loss, they're not going to get any points
Right.
because they weren't able to take at least one game.
Mhm.
But they have another chance, and that next chance is this next game, which is
Right.
going to be up against Marcos
Marcos.
Gaming. And now the question as well, I guess, for Marcos is that can Marcos get some points on this board? Because we know Rise is a strong team. It's going to be the first time that we're ever going to see Rise go up against Marcos.
Right, and with that being said, I think we're gonna be, you know, ready for the interview as well. I'd love to hear more, as just you would want to, you know, hear more into T2. What happened in game number 1, really, T2 versus Rise. So Professor
Professor
Flava,
Flava.
please give us the deets.
Why, thank you very much to the commentators for the amazing commentaries. And of course, I'm here with our representative from Team T2 for winning that amazing match. Since they actually won 2-0 against their opponents, Team Rise, they earned themselves 3 points right here. And of course, I'm joined by representative. Very good afternoon, and congratulations on winning that game, number 1 for the day itself. So how do you feel against that match against Team Rise? And what do you think about their performance in that match?
ライズさんと戦って勝ってどんな気持ちですか？そしてライズのチームはどう思いますか？
はい、そうですね、大会初めの1試合目ということもあってですけど、いつも通りプレー勝つことができてよかったです。東南アジア、セカンドステージで、1位を獲得したチームということもあって強いチームだということは認知してたので、ライズに勝ててとても嬉しいです。
This is the first match of the day. So Supercell is really glad that they can play as usual, and they are really happy that they can win. And as for Rise, Rise is a really strong team from the Southeast Asia that won the qualifier, so they are really happy to have won against them as well.
Wow, that was amazing response. But of course, we look back in the games itself. I remember that game number 1 that you played an exceptional Trevenant, but unfortunately in game number 2, they had to ban it out. So how do you feel about that? Was that something expected, or probably is that a respect ban for your team?
今日の 1試合目はオーロットすごいオーロット使ったんですけど、2試合目でオーロット禁止使用されて、それは予想通りですか？どう思いますか？
はい、そうですね、結構1試合目の、オーロットが調子よくて、しかしバンされることは、予想してなくて、ちょっと困ったんですけど、僕はすべてのディフェンスタイプのポケモンにとても自信があるので問題はありませんでした。
Yeah, he felt like he played Trevenant really well, and kind of expected it to be banned, but because Supercell can play all defense Pokemon, he didn't feel like difficult at all because of the ban.
Yeah, I think the other teams are also aware that he actually plays and also trains a lot together with Trevenant, but I guess they were not able to actually ban it during the first one because basically they had the bandization on that one. But last question right here from my end is that basically if you had a team that you would like to go up against and a team that you feel that is the strongest that's present here, which team would that be?
最後に本大会の一番戦いたいチーム、一番強いチームと思うのはどっちですか？そう一番戦いチームと一番強いと思うチーム。
まず一番強いチームだと思うのはハイファイブです。で、戦いたいチームもハイファイブです。理由は、東アジアリーグで、ハイファイブに、T2 は、2敗しているので、ここで、リベンジを果たしたいと思います。
So the team that Supercell thought is the strongest is High Five, and the team that Supercell wants to play against the most is also High Five, because T2 lost against High Five twice, and he wants to take revenge on this tournament.
Well, you hit it right here. A revenge match is definitely in arrangement for these guys right here. So once again, congratulations for winning that match. 3 points for you guys on a 2-0 win against your opponents. Now, ladies and gentlemen, that means that coming up next, we are going to be having the match for Team Marcos Gaming going up against Team Rise. And let's have a look.
Shall we stay on it?
Gets eliminated. This can be the game changer, but Walt, he was targeted. Look at how low he's taken, but Kyurem is still there, going to be healing him up. Walt, a risky move coming through. He even used his Unite to run away from the Pokemon, and he will be able to run away barely, but the great. But he uses his Unite. Another Unite I think did get used, but a Unite coming in from Walt finds value, eliminates the slow bro, and now but they need to get another score. Yeah, 35.
35. Can they actually do it? 14.
Actually, his teammate actually helped him out. Buzzwall does not have the Unite. Machamp does not have the Unite. Rex gets KO'd.
Here we are in the heart of Kuala Lumpur, is at the Battle Arena for the ACL second best of 3 coming up. Rise against Marcos Gaming. We are your commentators for this best of 3. It's a wonderful series coming up. My name is Husky. Alongside me, my good friend Contra.
Yeah, and of course we have so many of all these trainers cheer in Kuala Lumpur joining us all together, and not forgetting you guys who are currently watching this from all over the world. This has to be one of the biggest tournaments of this month so far. So when we look into the very first matchup, we've already seen Team Rise put up quite a battle against T2, and this is once again, their proving grounds. Do they still have what it takes to make themselves notice and, of course, qualify into the next stage?
Yeah, and most importantly, this is the second consecutive series for Team Rise, right? They didn't get to take much of a break. They, they kind of were on the losing side, the defeated team, thanks to T2 just being really clean with their gameplay. And here they are, potentially the last stand as the representative, at least for this for their region. And this is a team that has a lot of rich history. I think Danny and JJ talked a lot about it extensively in the first series, but I want to get down to business with Marcos Gaming because there's a lot to kind of go through when we talk about Marcos Gaming. Let's get a quick recap about Rise first in their journey getting into his. A lot that we need to go through.
Exactly, and when we move into that, we'll definitely see how much this team has grown throughout the span of their run to the ACL.
Yeah, let's take a look at Rise's pick rate of the Pokemons. Of course, we did see a bit of that, but it's always good to jog that memory a bit. We see the Snorlax, we see the Delphox and the Glaceon at the top 3. Danny and JJ also went through a bit about Dorio and AG Slash, but most importantly is that Snorlax in series number 1 against T2 was actually not really taken by Rise. T2 did pick it in that game number 2. Same with the Delphox, that one never went through for Rise, and for Glaceon it was highly contested, but it was T2 who got Glaceon for both games.
Yeah, and overall we've also seen updates to the game where perhaps certain priority is given to other types of Pokemon as well, and then you see the rise of Espeon coming into the picture where I believe Team Rise, they did exceptionally well with those form of Pokemon. We still see glimpses of Gardevoir to replace Pokemons like Delphox to counter the way that T2 has played with such a tanky composition. Meanwhile, let's move over to Marcos Gaming, as this Indian powerhouse team have been able to really power through not only their league stages, but heading into their own playoffs itself. We've seen plenty of Urshifu, Gardevoir, as well as Snorlax being played, and therefore, these picks are very much similar to what Team Rise played casually back into their own run in the Southeast Asia bouts.
Yeah, absolutely. And for Urshifu, we did see, I believe, for Team Rise, they did pick that one in Game 1 against T2. But for Marcos Gaming, this team is a pretty green team, right? Fresh, out the oven, new kids on the block, however you want to put it, at least on that regional stage. This is their first international LAN experience as well for Pokemon. So far, I think for Marcos Gaming, the most important thing is to kind of look past that nerve and really bring what the Indian region is good at. A drafting that most regions overlook and don't really prioritize as much.
Yeah, and overall, when we look into the way that Marcos Gaming has been able to handle all these really chaotic situations, most often than not, you see Marcos Gaming really thriving in that late game. So it's really down to the flip of that Rayquaza. Now, let's look at the win rates as well before we get ourselves into the game, where we see a lot of successes going on the side of Axew as well as Eeyore, and it really is due to their ability to handle Delphox really well. You see 7 out of 8 games being played. They have such a high win ratio. So would Marcos Gaming need to consider a ban on this Delphox, or perhaps take it away if they don't have that first pick priority?
Yeah, so far from that first series ban, we look at a very little sample size. It has been focused on towards the supporting defenders, right? We saw, I believe, the Clefable getting taken out, the Trevenant also being banned, and of course the other two were taken by Zacian overall. But for Marcos Gaming, these are the win rate a bit skewed towards that Gardevoir and Dodrio. The Delphox is also on the list, but not as much as Team Rise has brought to the table.
Yeah, and overall, I guess they do have very similar structure of how they would like to actually compose their composition of Pokemon all together, and therefore this is pretty much even grounds for both sides of the team.
Whereas we did have a little bit of a chat with Team Rise earlier where they had such a packed schedule, they didn't really have enough time to actually get some games down, to get some scrims with all the rest of the team. But same could be said about all these 6 competitive teams that are here in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. So I'm really excited to see, can Marcos Gaming actually strike their first win here? But also this being such a difficult situation for Team Rise, no matter what, they will have to walk away with a win in order to stand a chance to move into the playoffs bracket.
And this is for Marcos Gaming. They got to witness what Team Rise can bring to the table, because after this they will have to face off against T2 regardless of the result. We are in the drafting phase for game number 1. And in this case, you can see Team Rise having that first pick. And so far the pattern has been, if you are on second pick, you are looking to ban out the Zacian. It feels like there's very little option to wriggle around. But there is still some breathing space on second pick, right? You get that last pick, you get that X Factor gotcha Pokemon, and it's something that from the India region, you look at it and you expect them to come up with something that is really out of the hat.
Yeah, and overall, I really like what we see here on the very first phase of the bans, where Clefable is being removed, and that really allows a little bit more room if they want to consider a first pick on that Urshifu for Team Rise. We've seen Eeyore going on to that Pokemon before. Now, is this going to be that big priority? Because we've seen Gardevoir to be one of all these hottest Pokemon to be back right in, but, you know, that is a little bit too revealing if you go in for a first pick. Therefore, Eeyore, once again, will be selecting that Urshifu.
And Espeon and Blastoise, an instant response from Marcos Gaming. And Blastoise has been very, very popular, right? We kind of see that surge coming back into the current meta. Espeon is also a Pokemon that I do expect to see a lot more alongside Glaceon. You probably would see Espeon on one side and Glaceon on the other. But for Team Rise, the response is very, very straightforward. You bring in 2 very durable front lines. You have a Slowbro that can just crowd control you for days on end, and you have the Trevenant. And we saw what Trevenant can do thanks to T2.
Yeah, and due to the fact that they've already locked in many of all these beefy Pokemons overall from Team Rise, all they need is those damage numbers to come out of this Delphox, as this is going to be supplemented with the Blissey to be able to help them sustain throughout the run. Now, while I'm looking here as the Cramorant as well as a potential Greedent, this is going to be pretty exciting, but if they really want to target somebody out of this match, it has to be this Espeon, and now they even bring in the Absol.
This is a complete 180. We were looking at Marcos Gaming to kind of give us that X Factor and throwing that surprise, but it is Team Rise that is doing so, right? You have the Absol, which is a Pokemon that we don't see often. Cramorant has shown it just, you know, here and there, but not enough for us to look at it and be like, yeah, this is that X Factors. For Marcos Gaming, it feels like they are the one heading down the standard route. They, you know, with this composition, overall, I think Team Rise with this switch up is kind of going to give us that gotcha moment where it's now the ball is in Marcos Gaming's court. What do you do with it?
Yeah, and overall, they really have to handle the pressure on that early game, because when you look at the evolution stages, you could tell that Team Rise, they do have a tempo going on in the early to mid game, whereas for most of all these Pokemon on the side of Marcos Gaming, it will take a little time to ramp up as well. We're looking at the Delphox as well as the Blastoise, so it will definitely take a little bit of a pressure situation for Team Rise to create in order to secure a lead. And now, let's head over to Taya Skyruin as we are about to begin this best of 3 between both of these teams from Southeast Asia as well as India as a region. It's Team Rise versus Marcos Gaming.
Most importantly is to look at what Team Rise wants to accomplish in this match number 1. We see this composition, the Trevenant, the Slowbro, the Urshifu, and the Absol. I am expecting kind of that backline access because, you know, contrary to what Team Rise usually likes to put on a table, you have this double attacker composition. This is definitely not it. Right, this is definitely not it. This is Team Rise wanting to kind of go in a different direction. And when you look at what Marcos Gaming has as a composition, you are relying a lot on the Delphox for the damage output. And Team Rise have ways to cut through him.
Yeah, and on top of that, you still have the Espeon to also supplement whatever the Delphox can actually offer. So I guess this will be pretty much important for Team Rise to really look for the right targets at the right time. whether if you want to go for the Espeon first, but what if they actually get caught in the Psychic Solaire, then it will be pretty troublesome because you have that Blastoise. This is that perfect setup that they're looking for. And also, of course, we do want to apologize for a little bit of a slight delay because we are about to get this lobby remade to ensure that everything runs smoothly for the teams on board.
Yeah, there was a bit of an internet slowdown, so we will have that lobby remake. I believe one of the players on Team Rise might have not picked the intended Pokemon, so we will get that sorted out. So do bear with us. But that kind of changes what we have coming into this game. I believe if you're Marcos Gaming, this draft is most likely going to stick. But for Team Rise, if we're looking back at that double attacker composition, then maybe you kind of can throw in that question where Cramorant is probably not going to be in that pool. What else is left? Maybe the Glaceon.
Yeah, we're looking at perhaps a Glaceon or even a Gardevoir is also available. But then again, when we look into the way that it have been playing out the past series itself, T2 has been able to handle that. When now with perhaps squishier targets involved, it could be pretty much possible that these are the few picks that they will have to consider in order to pull themselves up ahead.
Yeah, and this is a good time for us to talk a bit more about Marcos Gaming. We mentioned how this is kind of the first international LAN experience for them. The players have past competitive experience in just going way back then, avid gamers. But for Marcos Gaming, this is a team that has been performing pretty well in online settings where they just feel a lot more comfortable. But when we kind of look at a live setting, there is the nerve that Marcos Gaming was worried about, and they are hoping that they can kind of maintain that composure. So this is a true big test, especially when you're up against the first seed of SCA. It is not going to be easy for Marcos Gaming.
Indeed, and then you take a look at the journey once more from Team Rise. This is a team that many have labeled to be the dark horse of the tournament, but if we look at the growth rate of Eeyore and Co., they have been able to restructure the way that they execute all these matches, where back then it used to be Eeyore that carries for the team, and it's kind of like the make or break situation. And ever since all these roles have been delegated and refined, things have looked so much better that Team Rise have been able to overwhelm the likes of even Renaissance. At that time, it seemed like Renaissance was one of the top teams out there, and in the finals, they've been able to also overcome the Titans, which are Team MYS of Southeast Asia. So it has been quite a long journey, and when you talk about a LAN setting, I would say that the Indonesian Open champions themselves even had a LAN finals back in their home ground, so they do have that form of experience, I would say, to put it all together. So perhaps that might have actually supplemented them on their comfort level when they hit down to Kuala Lumpur.
Yeah, and for both the teams, even though Team Rise has had LAN experience on home soil, but this is also their first international LAN. A very, very special experience for both the squads. But you look at how these two teams have gone through changes and growth over time. There are similarities to it. For Team Rise, there are a lot of iterations when they were first formed, right? From a community level to dedicated team with sister squads to practice against each other, and then fast forward time, now we have Eeyore and the rest of the squad. And you look at Marcos Gaming, it is also a team that has been together for quite some time, and they were playing under different team names, they're playing under different IGNs, and Marcos Gaming is kind of the first organization that they are under for these players. So there is kind of that spike in responsibility, but at the same time, you can see how far Marcos Gaming has come. This is not a team that popped out of thin air. This is a team that has gone through multiple changes and finally got the recognition that they needed.
Indeed, and of course, a huge support system is essential for them to thrive, and we've seen that from Marcos Gaming. And you know what? Good news is we are back into the draft, and things will be smooth sailing from here on, I suppose. So most often than not, most of all these bands will still be intact. No Zacian, as that will not be played out by either side of the party. We've seen what this could do in pub games, and even we've talked to some of all these teams out there. It is really, really difficult to manage, even if you're running a very sustainable comp. So with that being said, we're really eyeing on what the final picks are for these teams.
And especially for Team Rise, I think the Urshifu is going to come true. We will have most of the picks from match number 1 is more towards like the tail end of this draft for both teams. What is it going to be like? What are the changes that we will see? The Slowbro, Trevenant, the Blissey, the Delphox, they all come true. And that's the change that we're looking for Team Rise. Chromora is actually, well, it's part of the plan. Definitely not Absol though. We see that Hoopa to replace it. Overall, it is still a draft that you don't see often from a team like Team Rise.
Yeah, and overall, I think like this actually helps them so much more in terms of the way that they really want to handle team fights, as well as the pressure on both ends of the lane. So things are looking to be pretty much stabilized when you do have that map pressure going on from the side of Team Rise. Therefore, I think like this is going to work out pretty alright. So long as Illuna actually finds some of all these big catch, if he can get the suppressions onto Volk or even Meruem, then things should be going smoothly. And of course, for Marcus Gaming itself, they're really hoping to overwhelm them on these massive team fights. So if the rest of Team Rise are not careful enough and they get caught up on a choke point, it could be pretty lethal.
Yeah, we have seen some lethal combinations of Unite moves. Blastoise plus Espeon is almost kind of the guaranteed team KO in favor of your squad. In this case, we saw, I believe, an Urshifu or Eeyore going for the Urshifu. You have that full heal, and then you look at the composition of Marcos Gaming, you have that Wigglytuff, you have a couple of utility to really disrupt the course of Team Rise, but that full heal is going to allow Eeyore to really continue to cut through that front line and give them just a lot more breathing space. We just have to see how this early game plays out, because I really want to see how Team Rise kind of approach this draft that we don't normally get to see much from them. And at the same time, when you have a Hoopa and you get to utilize that mobility across the map, that's something that Marcos Gaming needs to also contend with when you're running two attackers that needs to always be alert and be aware to deal damage when needed.
Yeah, and there's definitely a whole lot of pressure on this Hoopa on how certain moments need to be played out by Zoe. So long as you have that Rings of Battle to be channeled right into some of these team fights, and also to be able to open gateways and windows for you to come in for a reset to keep some of all these carries alive for Team Rise, then it should be looking pretty smooth for them. Though early on, we already see Neko dunking some points in between. Kurum couldn't be able to stop him just in the nick of time, but the battles over the bottom side have left this Jigglypuff pretty low.
And you can see kind of the power of this trap, and the Necro is going to hit that 5, get that Wood Hammer. This is that sudden spike in power that Team Rise is looking for. Suddenly you have massive crowd control, incredible damage, and you have a crowd control that becomes more lethal the lower the enemy health are. So Eeyore is going to show up. Snowy might be the target, isolated from the rest of the team with Necro on his tail. That's the Wood Hammer coming down. First KO for Team Rise.
Beautifully executed from Eeyore, where they've managed to find that angle, and now getting that upper hand, getting a little bit more of that experience points definitely helped them snowball up ahead, and Eeyore still on the chase, looking for Meruem.
Right into the jungle. Meruem has no way out, doesn't even find any options. And Rex also forced to kind of abandon ship. Rise is making all these fast moves, and Marcos Gaming, looking with this composition, does need time. So these early skirmishes are going to favor Team Rise most of the time. And another problem I'm looking at is Marcos Gaming, they don't really have much crowd control, and now you have to deal with a Trevenant that doesn't really care about crowd controls.
True enough, I mean, he also offers a bunch of it himself, whereas this is kind of like a brick wall where Snowy would be able to actually last out some of all the damages coming out from the Trevenant for the time being. But look at Eeyore, the rest of Team Rise, they're looking to hop on board.
Looking to get a couple more points in. Snowy first to get knocked down and sent to the Pokemon Center, and Rise gets a huge cash out. Eeyore is going to overdunk this as well. First goal on the top lane, completely demolished. And I also want to quickly bring out how we saw Trevenant played by Supercell just now, running that Wood Hammer Pain Split. Normally you see Wood Hammer Horn Leaf, but that Pain Split I think is very situational, because Rise had that Venusaur damage over time into Pain Split. Trevenant happily takes it, but against Marcos Gaming, I think we would kind of see the standard Horn Leaf with higher possibility.
Yeah, indeed. And overall, you could also see how much he could basically soak and negate some of all these hindrances that Marcus Gaming could basically throw on the table when it comes down to these team fight. So we get one, Reggie Rock right down the bottom, and this is where Marcus Gaming need to decide if they can contest.
And you see that Hoopa Portal already out, and Rise is just unstoppable. Rex completely pushed away, and Eeyore is putting on the pressure. Those knockouts are going to slowly come through while Team Rise secures the Reggie. Rise is just going to zone Marcos Gaming away from this go zone and again cash in that 40 points.
Yeah, I gotta say, this is a pretty clean run in the first half of this matchup where Team Rise, they're just having such a great rotation across the map, and it's really due to the hindsight that Eeyore has. And now they're already moving on to Lecky. Doesn't seem like there's going to be much challenge coming in from the rest of Marcus Gaming, as they will have to give this one away.
Hoopa Portal really paying off those cross-map rotations, and especially when you take out both the first go zone 6 minutes in, you really get a lot of space for yourself, and you're taking away resources for Marcos Gaming, who desperately needs it for the Delphox and the Espeon. Now Rise looking to crash that Reggie Ilaki onto the second go zone. Blastoise Unite move coming out only onto Eeyore. Not that he's doing much though, the KO slowly trickling in as Team Rise consistently just putting up the damage. Marcos Gaming could not stand 3 KOs, and Rise gets the crash.
Just beautiful execution overall coming from Team Rise, where they time it perfectly. So, and you just look at his Blastoise, where he's not even able to soak in all that damage. Just gets focused down so early before he could even channel perfect a run with the Unite. Just clipping onto Eeyore, it didn't really result too much, where Marcos Gaming did not have any time to actually respond to begin with. Now, with a little bit of deficit, I'm looking at Marcos Gaming hoping to prepare for that late game flip on that Rayquaza. And now they're just hurtling in with only 2 more zones left, and Zoe is just causing havoc.
Yeah, Zoe threw the entirety of Marcos Gaming, and he is running circles around our inner region representatives. See, Team Rise almost 300 points, just 1 point away from that complete map control. The top lane go zone is already gone, and Zoe is just having fun, even dunking in front of that base. Marcos Gaming, they need time and resources, but they're not given that. And that is a big problem. Espeon only level 10, Delphox hitting 11, but they are not at the spike just yet. Eeyore now finding that engage, Necro in the middle, and Illuma also shows up. The Delphox getting a KO! Marcos Gaming group up, and they find 3.
And instead, they're actually moving all the way into that base. They're just scoring upon each other. But Marcos Gaming finally takes down one of the go zones over a bottom lane and finds an access into Registeel. A little bit of overconfidence coming from Team Rise as well, and now they get punished for it. And the Registeel will belong to Marcos Gaming.
Shortening that gap a bit. Rise did cheekily had that Hoopa unbound, so we saw a couple more scores in front of Marcos Gaming's base, but Team Rise now they head towards the Reggie Ileki for the second time this match. Marcos Gaming will be more prepared. The Delphox surely will be moving up in a bit. We'll see how Marcos Gaming deals with this though. They are setting up, starting off with that Blastoise, moving in to provide that hindrance. Unite move used just to zone away, and they do secure the Reggie Ileki, but the Traveler Unite move is dead. They try to put everyone to sleep. Marcos Gaming, can you survive all these monstrous damage output? It seems like that won't be the case. Rex going for the cash in before he eventually falls, and Team Rise just able to stifle the impact of Marcos Gaming.
And they just have that great plan to come in with the wraparound. They say, you know what, you can have the Ileki, you've already committed this Blastoise Unite, and therefore they just basically take what's given. So Marcos Gaming, they could only basically put themselves forward and at least score a few more points. 1 minute before we get ourselves that battle at Rayquaza, and by then they should still have most of their Unites available. And it's really boiling down on how Marin can control the pace, try to find those opening picks, and eventually wither them down. Hiram, though, getting spotted out by Execute.
Execute's completely fine. The experience from Team Rise is definitely showing through against Marcos Gaming. And I think coming into this series, you can argue that Team Rise is the favorite, but we are also looking at Marcos Gaming to kind of put a dent in that armor. How much can you accomplish? How much uniqueness does the region have? And no, it's unfair for us to say that we're overlooking where Marcos Gaming's roots are from, but so far this has been pretty impressive despite them being on the back foot.
True enough, now trying to secure a little bit more grounds overall with Marcos Gaming is pretty much prepared. Hydro Typhoon is available at the moment. Meanwhile, Eeyore is finding his way
That's
out
a 50.
for a 50-pointer
Oh, that's 100.
before this 2-minute mark, and that will basically deplete that, but he's not in a fight.
They're gonna try and flip this. Marcos Gaming, can you secure it? And it seems like, yes, Marcos Gaming finding that signs of life, but now they gotta go for the cash-in. Team Rise, they're doing the same. There's 3 KOs in favor of Team Rise. Marcos Gaming, they get the points in, but Team Rise are paying it back twofold. Zoe leading the charge with those Koopa, and Marcos Gaming, they can't return to base in time. And despite all of that commitment, Team Rise still have that big lead.
Yeah, it's all piling up, and that's also thanks to their proactive movements from the early game all the way to the back. And finally, they knock out the Delphox, and Rise is still piling up with the pressure. And now that you have the Swoopa, it makes it so much easier for them to defend as well. And Marcos Gaming, they don't really have much time. 1 minute on the clock, and they need to gather 300 points. Well, Team Rise definitely got this one back already.
And the 2 members of Marcos Gaming who are trying to make advances, they're trying to scout out information. Unfortunately, no points on them. Those who are holding on to value, even in total, I do not think that it's going to be enough to overtake Team Rise, even if both the Espeon and the Blastoise scores this, let alone having Team Rise defending all of these goalposts. But Marcos Gaming, you gotta try something. Volk is going to be the first one to show his space. You get rid of the Necro Pain Split. Snowy also now joins. They need that Unite move though. It is all or nothing. Marcos Gaming piling in to the base, but Urshifu Eeyore shows up, gets the KO on the Espeon, and Team Rise stamp their foot down. They plant their roots and say game number 1 is all and true but over. Team Rise stands strong.
And Team Rise, they are just so good in handling all these team fights and still have so many leeway coming from all these side lanes to be able to keep these scores up throughout the course of the run. Beautiful display coming out of Southeast Asia, and they will find their very first win here in the Asia Champions League.
No rest for the wicked. Team Rise putting 1 on the board in the potential last stand of a best of 3. And again, this is their second and last series for the day. So you get that dub against Marcos Gaming, give yourself a bit of that morale boost, putting yourself in a better mental state heading into game 2. But I gotta say, Marcos Gaming, despite being on the defeated end of game 1, did display certain moments that they can take these fights, that they are putting this double attacker composition to good use. Unfortunately, they were just slowed down a lot by how Team Rise has been really pressuring them.
Yeah, and I just love to see how Marcos Gaming had been able to retaliate as well. You see in the midway mark where they've been able to actually find that gap to eventually wipe out a few members of Team Rise and then secure themselves a Reggie. And then from there, they see a glimmer of hope. They've been able to stabilize and, of course, go in for the final hurdle on the Rayquaza attempt. They managed to get that in return, but because they don't really have much spacing to defend, that actually opens up so much room, and Eeyore hits that 100-pointer perfectly on time on that 2 minute.
Yeah, and it's just completely uncontested. One more thing is how Team Rise really understood how to stop kind of this double attacker composition is something that Team Rise themselves are very comfortable with. So you want to bring that archetype against Team Rise, you have to really be prepared for it. And Team Rise, they had done enough homework. Obviously, there were certain moments where you look at Marcos Gaming, the Blastoise Unite move, just really committed because they feel like they needed these objectives. And sure, you get the objectives, but the question is at what cost?
Yeah, exactly so. And Marcos Gaming definitely would stretch a little bit to 10 by 10, where you still need a few members to defend, whereas that really pulls them all apart, where most of these players were not occupied enough to be able to get to where they need to be, and of course still putting some pointers to chase up against Team Rise. But I think like the gap has already been established, and once again this huge Hydro Typhoon really pulled this one out of the bag.
Did get the Rayquaza, but didn't get the game, unfortunately. And I also want to say how Team Rise were just standing outside the Rayquaza den and just pelting Marcos Gaming with damage. Overall, when you go up against Koopa, you want to be able to take those goal zones away as early as possible, especially the first ones. And Rise understood that, right? We don't, it's not just commending that rotation that they are constantly making around the map. It's also how they see that Marcos Gaming wants to play that long game with the Delphox and the Espeon, and on top of that, if you play the long game, you're not going to be able to contest that goes on early on too easily, and Team Rise just took advantage of that.
Yeah, overall, I just think like they have very much adapted ever since the first series that they played against T2, and it really shows a very different form of playstyle coming out from Team Rise, where they have been able to adjust with this Hoopa pickup and then just exert a little bit more pressure all across that map. And you really have to commend Eeyore again, right?
You have to.
There's a way. There's just so much to talk about this guy, where he is the man who really calls the shot and really pick up many of all these knockouts in the early game. And if not, it has really established a little bit more of that opening space where this Cramoran can be activated as well.
Let's take a look at the stats of one of the players from Team Arise. I'm going to take a look at Luna himself. And there's a lot to talk about this man. We focus a lot on Eeyore. You know, we talk about Eeyore really praise XQ as the top 3 best player in Asia. But overall, I think Team Rise wouldn't have been completed without Luna, right? This is one of the few, out of the 5 who was with Team Rise this latest iteration and really grew along Eeyore and the rest.
Indeed, and Luna has been able to play an impeccable game where I believe he was on that slow roll as well. Like, he's been able to suppress majority of all these targets, and now we take a look at how much damage as well as all these other stats that has been done while on this Snorlax. Though he may actually favor a lot more on the Snorlax in the ACL bracket of Southeast Asia, it seems like this is just full form efficiency that we're seeing coming out of Luna, where they've been able to actually pick up some pretty huge targets on the block.
Yeah, and there are a lot of things that you can look back into Game 1 draft-wise and you know, compare the notes. Like Team Rise have the tools to kind of cut through what Marcos Gaming had prepared, the lack of hindrances for Marcos Gaming on top of Urshifu, who is well ahead with a full heal, just makes it near impossible. But at the same time, you also can kind of look at Team Rise and really commend how this drafting from Team Rise was so well thought out. It is a team not only throughout the years, the years that the timeline that they've been playing together, have been able to really improve and grow as a squad, but also polish on those drafting.
That's right. And when we take a look at Volk overall, like, he's been able to actually dish out enough damage, but I think like there was slight difficulties on how the entirety of Marcos Gaming were hoping to sustain, because the attacks coming in from all forms, where you have flank angles coming in from Eeyore. So if you give enough room to Volk, he'll be able to do so much more. So we're hoping to see that he'll be able to step up in this upcoming game.
And it's great that we're talking about Volk, not only his role as an attacker, but also his role as kind of like the main shot caller for Marcos Gaming. The team dynamic of Marcos Gaming is very, very interesting, because it is a team that works collectively as a group. We are gathering information, we're exchanging comms between one another, and then when we have a call that we need to make, we do it together. Then you can kind of argue that there are teams like, for example, a T2 or High Five, where you kind of have that main brain that is making all those important decisions. Not for Marcos though. They prefer to be able to kind of transmit those messages and work on it together.
Yeah, and we've already seen the way that they've been able to have all these form of different styles of composition involved from their run back in the ACL. They have been able to adapt so well. As for Team Rise, I think like when we had the privilege to talk to them as well about in some of all these interviews in the past, where Eeyore, as much as he is one of the shot callers of the team, but all these fluid form of communication is what really supplements them on how they've been able to work things around. And now on the second graph itself, we are seeing the ban on Blastoise, which will really change the entire flow of how both teams will be playing those team fights.
I do like the Blastoise ban, because for the past 3 games, Blastoise has been a very integral part of what the teams run. And sure, you can argue Marcos Gaming got Blastoise in game number 1 and they ended up being defeated, but you can see the utility that Blastoise brings to the table. And in this case, it's good to see Marcos Gaming really prioritize that, because Team Rise do have a tendency with that Trevenant pick. It does cover up kind of a big void anyways. put the Espeon in, they're hovering over the Wigglytuff. Whereas for Marcos Gaming, now they get a different approach. You have that Comfy, you have that Urshifu, you have that Slowbro. We're looking at this very, very sustainable Draven that's going to allow Marcos Gaming to hopefully outlast Team Rise.
Wow, we got ourselves some evolution on board for Team Rise as they've been able to secure the Glaceon, which we've seen a whole lot from Eeyore back in the past. And now I believe even AXQ wants to have a go at this. Now, heading over onto Marcus Gaming, they're thinking will they pick their signature Gardevoir? They instead hop over to secure themselves another Delphox. And now we are finally seeing ourselves Mew to come back on the block. And this actually goes to show that they have ample firepower to provide coming from Marcus Gaming, where you just want to keep this Urshifu alive, so you will see this Comfy to be attaching into this unit itself. Whereas Illuna goes back to his own comfort pick, his signature Snorlax.
Absolutely, and I like how Marcos Gaming, they are not shy to bring out that Mew, because it is one of their favorite Pokemons to use in this most important game, I would say, of the series, you know, to kind of keep them having a cushion to work with for the rest of the group stage. This Mew is going to be very, very important, right? We've talked about how Vogue loves the Gardevoir, loves the Delphox. He's going to get his hands on it again, but you need Meruem to now play a bit of the supporting role to really allow this Comfy to stick onto Urshifu and have Delphox been given the space.
Yeah, and on top of this, there's a lot of pressure on the shoulders of Snowy overall, because he's got to make a lot of all these plays happen, getting ahead of Team Rise in the early game, and that's where they will be able to have a little bit more of that smoother cruise later on. But you look at all these Pokemon coming from Team Rise, they try from mid-game onwards. They have the burst of damage being offered by both the Espeon as well as Glaceon, so that's something to look at. And Marcus Gaming, they're hoping to stay afloat, and with that, we begin ourselves round 2 between Marcus Gaming versus Team Rise.
I suppose it's also fair to say that when you look at Marcos Gaming's composition, we are seeing a bit of that resemblance from match 1, where you don't have too much hindrances to work with. Whereas for Team Rise, you are a lot more comfortable. Necro, trying to be a bit cheeky, should be able to get that initial score. He's going to get it 6 points up for Rise.
Yeah, great initiation coming in, and they're about to stack it as well with Zoe. A little bit of a tussle going on, whereas when you look into the late game onwards, you look at Marcos Gaming's potential to actually go in for a huge snatch, especially when you do have a Mew on board. There's going to be a huge solar beam coming out of nowhere, and perhaps that will give them a little bit more of that leverage when they do contend for all these major objectives. And Team Rise, that's the reason why they're just hoping to deny and jostle for control yet again. But we see Marcus Gaming doing things a little bit better as they've been able to stabilize the early game.
And this is what we are expecting from Marcos Gaming. You have the Comfy sticking onto the Urshifu. Obviously, it's a contest of that experience to get that Aeos energy points for Marcos Gaming. So doing really well for Snowy, and again, that responsibility is going to continue piling up as the game progresses. The good news is that Meruem, he is uncontested so far, but and Rise not having the Hoopa this game means that they can't rotate as fast, but obviously you have this invade coming into that jungle, a central point. Kyurem needs to find someone to attach to. Rex is also there, but it's just a distraction. Rise now opens up the map.
Yeah, and Eeyore managed to steal away the buff as well, denying a lot of all these resources going in favor of Marcus Gaming. And things are just going to get a little bit difficult here in the first couple of minutes. And we understand why, because they need to scale up. And once you have a Comfy on the team, like, technically you may not provide as much of damage to basically trade out, and it really relies on Snowy. Snowy's trying to keep up with the tempo, trying to find a way to cap in a couple of points as well, but there is the Glaceon on the way, as both teams are now eyeing on the middle control, whereas Rise, they're piling on Snowy.
Yeah, he used the eject button, and I don't see a way out. This KO easily taken for Rise. They found a second one in the Comfy as well. That means now they get the space to really cash in those juicy points, with Illuna just zoning out the Delphox. This is as clean as a whistle from Team Rise.
Yeah, thus far they have not been able to respond back in kind. It's already 107 points and more stacking up if they did not defend the top lane overall. I believe that this goes on. It has done and dusted. Meanwhile, bottom side, we have not seen any punishment on top of the members of Rise, where there is a little bit of a window of opportunity, but perhaps they're just preparing for what's about to come. The first Reggie about to spawn.
and this is going to be crucial for Marcos Gaming. You have to also assess the situation. Are we looking to take the Registeel or are we looking to take the Regieleki? And I like how you brought the point where Snowy is really trying his best to keep up. We did see that early invade. He's just trying to use the space that he's gotten for himself to gain a couple more lead and while they're able to cash in that point in the top lane. But this is where it's very important for the side of Marcos Gaming, but Rise just pounces on them and Marcos Gaming absolutely not prepared. Meruem is already out of this battle. Team Rise easily grabs the Reggie for themselves, and Marcos Gaming, they will be forced to back off.
Meanwhile, over at the top end, we see Marcos Gaming hoping to actually go in for a trade, getting lucky for themselves, have been able to at least put in a couple more points in favor of Marcos Gaming to at least stall a little bit more time and eventually play for the next team fight over on the bottom. Now, that is as good as it gets. Only a 100-point deficit right now standing in the way, whereas here, as well as the rest of Team Rise, they're hoping to at least catch something out in return over at the top end. So Marcos Gaming are finding ways to stabilize, and that's already a pretty good sign.
We're starting to see a bit of that cascading effect. Marcos Gaming, they get the Regieleki, but ideally you want to be able to break that first goal zone and have that Regieleki move forward, but they didn't have enough Aeos energy to do so. And again, you see these dominant effects showing up on Marcos Gaming. At this point in time, still a bit inconsequential, but Rise, they are still keeping that lead for themselves. Zoe is going to continue healing up the rest of his team. Marcos Gaming, they're looking at Snowy to potentially make that play. Necro is going to spot him out though. Zoe is also there. Snowy, can you at least make something happen? Wow. That's the first KO. Marcos Gaming now coming through. Zoe just falls asleep. That's not the time to take a nap, my friend. Necro is going to heal back out with that passive. Illuna joins in. Marcos Gaming, they had to Delta split from this one. The eject button even used for Rex. Bringing the comfy with him. Meruem cannot join, and Rise wins that skirmish.
Some pretty huge catches coming in from Team Rise, and despite them losing a member out, it didn't really factor all too much because eventually you're just looking at so much spacing being created from inside of Team Rise where Marcos Gaming, they cannot really afford to step way too far out ahead, and now they're looking for a catch on Rex, and this is right before the Reggie spawns.
And we thought Slowbro into Glaceon, complete nightmare. Slowbro into Glaceon and Espeon, absolute nightmare. That's the paralysis level. Marcos Gaming, the intention to contest this is good, but can you even break through that barricade of Team Rise? They're going to try with Meruem drawing Team Rise away. It's going to be able to serve and gain some distance. But Team Rise, they're just going to take it straight to Marcos Gaming. Volk is already KO. Snowy is the next to fall. And Team Rise, they are just unleashing pure dominance onto Marcos Gaming.
And they just managed to even do a ring around Rosie, just slowly catching each member out and eventually secure their hands on this Regirock. Things are looking clean and crisp where the Southeast Asian champions here just know how to basically play around their targets using whatever mobility that was involved. And even when despite what we see some of these members being low, there was just about enough time for them to eventually heal back up in between the fights, getting themselves to the tower again before moving out of the way. Marcos Gaming does catch one out, and Eeyore is trying his hardest to spot.
And Snowy able to get the first KO. The Aspeon is behind in the backline, taking Volk. Meruem also goes down. XQ, you survive! An absolute survivor from Team Rise, and this is why this is the representative that we have for SEA. Marcos Gaming once more in the best efforts, not able to overcome Team Rise.
My goodness, the way that they've been able to actually hold them true on that choke point and just had nobody being knocked out. That was pretty amazing coming out of Team Rise, and not only did they get themselves that Regirock right down the bottom, now they get their hands on Lucky as well, and they should have just about enough time to reset before they eye themselves that Rayquaza, and they have to start establishing a little bit more grounds. Whereas, when you take a look at the rest of Marcos Gaming, they're hoping to even stall this out, and we'll have this Urshifu knocked out.
10 seconds for Urshifu to rejoin his team, but Team Rise, sure, we have the Regieleki, we don't need it. Marcos Gaming sent the entire squad to defend that goalpost in top lane, but guess where it's open? The bottom side. Team Rise, they are already congregating in that area, maybe waiting for that final stretch to come through. And Marcos Gaming, they sense something in the air, so they are also making that move, but they're going to run straight into an ambush, and that's exactly what happens. Team Rise, they set the trap and they spring it.
And indeed, they will be able to at least eliminate a slow bro, so there is less of a hindrance for them to secure their hands on this Rayquaza. But there's no pressure involved. 100 points still in favor of Team Rise right now. So pressure piling on top of Marcus Gaming. What are they supposed to do to find a way to land their hands on this Rayquaza?
And Team Rise, they are just a brick wall, the immovable object in this game too. You have decent damage from long range, but as long as Zoe is still standing, everyone from Team Rise is going to be healthy. As always, Illuna starts off the fight. Now they have the Unite move. Illuna just completely topped up. Team Rise, they are the one on the offense, and this brick wall is unbreakable. Marcos Gaming cannot even step foot near the Rayquaza den, and Rex finds himself isolated, able to use the eject button, but Curium, the Comfy, not so lucky. Team Rise finds 2 KOs.
Just like that, they've been able to single them out. Blow by blow, they will be able to find Snowy as well. And this is just about time for Team Rise to secure it for themselves as they find themselves focus wall. There's going to be another beam hitting onto Necro, but he does not care. Look at the regeneration rate, and Illuna slamming that 100-pointer, and this will be Team Rise up ahead.
That is the dunk, 100 point extra. Marcos Gaming still holding on to this fight, still trying to find any sort of avenue, but Team Rise, they are not giving Marcos Gaming any space to breathe, any space to move. This is a complete chokehold that Team Rise has over Marcos Gaming, and they are about to score another 100 in that own base.
Command and control all over the map. Team Rise dunks in another 100, and this looks to be it for the rest of the Southeast Asian champions as they've been able to land the finishing blows. 10 more seconds on the clock. Not enough for Marcus Gaming to eventually come back up ahead. And therefore, it's a 2-0 sweep against the Indian champions.
Absolutely. And Eeyore did say it is not over until the timer runs out. Team Rise getting their first series win, and a very much needed one in a potential last stand, but it is felt like an absolute breeze against Marcos Gaming. But you can see, on 2 credits to Marcos Gaming, the ideation of what their draft wants to accomplish, of where they're coming from. Unfortunately, it was just surgically dispatched by Team Rise.
Yeah, overall, I do like the ideation coming in from Marcus Gaming. The only difficulty for them is in the form of execution, where we talk about how much this relies on Snowy to really come up a hit on that early game, and you need Rex to also be involved to catch those targets for him to make the process much easier. But you just look at how well Eeyore as well as AXQ just basically kept themselves alive for most part, and then there was Necro as well as Zoe to keep all these hindrances at bay. So it was really difficult for Marcos Gaming to really find ways to deal with all these pressure coming from all fronts, and Team Rise just knew how to handle it all so well. And I gotta commend again, Illuna was just doing great heavy slams across the board.
Yeah, one of the few times that you can take a nap in the middle of something important and it works out. And only Snorlax, only exclusive to Snorlax. But overall, I also want to add on XQ, this guy, top 3 best player in the region. We're there, no cap, for sure. Eeyore does have a knack for acquiring the best of the best. But when we look at this replay, you can see that for the first leg, Team Rise was just cleaning house. Marcos Gaming did find some room. Snowy was able to at least recover a bit, but the tail end was just Team Rise having a firm grip on Marcos Gaming. You have this brick wall that Marcos Gaming cannot get through. You have Team Rise really just getting into the heads of Marcos Gaming. All these ambushes set up, all these defense that they were able to establish around key objectives.
Yeah, it was just a beautiful execution overall, where we saw the way that Illuna as well as Eeyore worked in tandem in order to supply the team with all these huge necessary picks. And then there's always a second opportunity where you see them actually going for a split, and then they cap in like what, double 50s by the end of the run. So I just love the way that Team Rise have been able to find themselves once again to be able to keep their tournament lives intact.
Absolutely, and for Team Rise, they breathe a sigh of relief. They can they're done for the day, but of course their fate also rests in Marcos Gaming going up against T2 after this. I think that one is going to be the deal breaker, right? Because if Marcos Gaming pulls off that upset, we would have a tiebreaker situation. That's the story for the next series, but for now, I think Team Rise has definitely regained that composure. At least you close out the day with the comfort of knowing that you dominated that second series.
Indeed, and let's take a look at the bracket right now. Both T2 as well as Rive have earned themselves 3 points up ahead. T2 will be the one that will be on the first rank instead because they have been able to shut down Rise on the very first series as we start off our Pokémon UNITE Asia Champions League finals overall. So one more game for Marcos Gaming to force a tiebreaker.
Oh,
I
yes.
believe that this is going to be quite the epic bout that we're going to get ourselves into. So I do look forward to it in moments time.
Me too. It's going to take a Herculean effort. You're up against T2, and T2 was the team that kind of crushed Team Rise in the opening series of today. So Marcos Gaming, take this time, kind of recompose yourself. And while they have that time, we're going to throw it to our host, the flavorful Flava, to have an interview with the winners of that series, Team Rise.
Thank you very much to our amazing commentators, Contra as well as Husky. We're back here again. Of course, congratulations to Team Rise for winning a 2-0 victory over Marcos Gaming. And we're joined in by AXQ here. AXQ, so how does it feel to actually win a clean 2-0 sweep over your opponents here on game number 2 of the day?
Okay, selamat untuk kemenangannya atas tim Marcos. Gimana rasanya bisa menang secara bersih 2-0 lawan tim Marcos?
Yang pasti seneng karena nggak nyangka juga bisa ngalahin tim dari regional India dengan skor 2-0 telak.
I'm really happy. Sorry, AXQ is really happy because he also didn't expect that they can win a clean 2-0 against a team from India.
Oh, all right. Interesting enough. Now, if I were to ask, why didn't you expect? So what were your thoughts coming in before you were about to team Marcos Gaming? What were the preparations that your team made before going up against them?
Jadi sebelum tanding lawan Marcos Gaming ini, itu persiapannya tuh gimana sih? Apa yang kamu expect gitu dari tim Marcos ini?
Yang saya expect sih karena mereka tuh ripnya tuh selalu kuat banget kalau rip Rayquaza di menit 2. Jadi harus hati-hati aja kalau lawan mereka di menit 2. Takut Zapdosnya jadi keambil.
Okay, they think that Marcos Gaming is really strong around Rayquaza, so they are always aware around Rayquaza, and that's the strategy.
Yeah, I think we could quickly say that I think game number 1 was almost neck to neck when fighting for the Rayquaza, but game number 2, you guys held a very good defensive game. You managed to not only defend Team Marcos from engaging to his Rayquaza, but at the same time as well, you had 2 of your partners score on your opponents within that final 2-minute stretch. So how do you guys feel about how you guys played in these 2 games against Marcos Gaming?
Okay. Kalau di game satunya tadi kan emang ketat banget ya pertandingannya di antara Rayquaza itu. Tapi kalau di game kedua kan tadi bisa nahan dengan baik tuh di sekitar Rayquazanya, dan bukan cuma bertahan doang, ada Iluna juga tadi yang nge-score pakai Snorlax, ada teammate yang lain lagi juga nge-score lagi sambil bisa nahan Rayquaza terus tuh. Dari 2 game itu gimana perasaannya?
Rasanya ya yang pasti seneng karena mereka juga mungkin karena level jadi nggak berani masuk tengah. Ya mungkin itu sih, karena levelnya jauh.
Yeah, maybe on the second game because there's a lot of level difference. Marcos Gaming didn't dare to come into the Rayquaza pit, and he's really glad that they could play like that.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, if you know it, basically they've already concluded their second match of the day itself, and that concludes their final match in the group stage itself. So congratulations once again for the 2-0 victory over Marcos Gaming. With that, ladies and gentlemen, Rise will no longer be playing in the group stage as they've concluded their matches against the opponent T2 and Marcos Gaming. Coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, don't go away because we're going to be witnessing the match in between Marcos Gaming versus with T2.
right, welcome everybody, ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike to the Pokemon UNITE Asia Champions League, where we'll find out who gets to be the best in Asia.
And I think we just saw on the screen, right, the best player in Asia, AXQ, who was on the screen for just half a second.
Okay. Here's the thing, okay? AXQ is, maybe the best in Southeast Asia. Not in Asia yet, not until they win this tournament.
Yeah, but unfortunately, we're not going to be seeing any more for Rise because
Not
they
today.
have completed all of their games. They finished their game against T2, they finished their game against Marcos Gaming, which leaves us with one more series for Group A, and that's going to be Marcos Gaming going up against T2.
Right, and it's just going to be really fascinating to see, especially that, we've seen T2 early. We were casting T2's game, and they were just really been able to, because they have been able to work on what they need to work on going into game number 2. There might have been some hiccups as well, but still they were able to work on it. Technically game number 3, but going into Marcos Gaming, I think the edge is currently into the side of Marcos Gaming. How they're going to be handling, battling against T2. Again, arguably one of the best teams in Japan, and probably one of the best in East Asia as well.
Yeah, I have to agree. And I want to say at the same time, I guess T2 do have a bit of an advantage coming into the series as well, because they've seen Marcos play.
Right.
So both teams now have seen each other play at least once. I think the big deciding factor is going to be how do they react to what they saw in those matches up against Rise, because both teams already played against Rise. Right? What are their favorite Pokemon? What is going to be their meta choices? What about the drafting order? I mean, one team's going to have to ban Zashi, and I think that one's basically a given at this point.
Right.
And also, it's the first time for both of these teams. I don't think Marcos have actually scrimmed against T2 ever, so this is also going to be the first for both of these teams.
Right, but at the same time, I think we can also say that T2 definitely does have the advantage here on other external factors, such as, for the side of Marcos Gaming, this is their first international LAN event, so I guess, they're still trying to get in, the grasp of how it actually is to be in LAN setting, whereas, T2 not only have been in LAN, but also has been on Worlds as well.
Yeah, let's take a look at the win rates for some of the Pokemon T2 love to grab in their games. If you didn't manage to catch it in the first game, it says Rise, but this is actually meant to be T2. So they love Snorlax, they love Urshifu, Mamoswine, Blastoise. I mean, at this point, you kind of have to pick up on the fact that T2 really love to run defenders in their comp. They don't mind going for those big tanky boys to just run on top of their opponents. And it's worked so far. They've even included Trevenant, which is one of the not really a new addition, but I guess one of the more stronger defenders in the current meta because of the latest buffs. So I think if you're Marcos, you have to consider going into the draft for this game. Okay, how do we deal with T2 if they do manage to get their hands on some of their favorite defenders? Because Blastoise is a big favorite for theirs. They're happy to run Snorlax. I mean, both of these Pokemon, I think they're able to universally slot into a lot of compositions.
No, yeah, for sure. And at the same time, these defender Pokemon, just tanks in all the damage for the attackers, into the side of T2, whereas it is just, how do I say this? It is just, they just allow them to really dish out damage against the other team.
Yeah, so here's the stats for Marcos Gaming if you didn't manage to catch that previous matchup. They do love to pick up that Urshifu, they love Gardevoir, Snorlax, Dodrio, and Blissey. Now this is just drafting, this is not including their win rates, but it just goes to show how much they love to fall back to these Pokemon if they do get their hands on it. As we do switch on over to their win rates to see what Pokemon have been rather successful for them. And I know that for a fact that we've seen in the past, Gardevoir is a key Pokemon for this team. We always see it. After that, followed by Dodrio, Delphox, Blissey, and Urshifu.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like Dodrio, as we have mentioned earlier, is one of the disruptive Pokemon. Here's the thing, right? Like with Dodrio, you could play it for double roles, right? Depending on the Pokemon that you're gonna be, depending on the moves that you're gonna be hitting with Dodrio, it could be a huge hit and run attacker. But likewise, it could also be this scoring
Batcap comp
that disrupts the opposing team with a drill back.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of ways that you can incorporate Dodrio into your composition. It's just that, of course, this Pokemon just doesn't do well against everything.
Right.
One of his biggest issues is that slows is his biggest enemy.
Right.
Stuns, everyone is negated by stuns, but especially for Dodrio, any sort of hard form of hindrance really sets him back. Because remember, right, he needs to be moving to actually charge up his speed bar.
Right.
And that's where Clefable turns into a really big issue because, of course, Clefable also has gravity. I mean, that's a hard counter to Dodrio.
No, yeah, for sure. And at the same time, you know, it doesn't just slow down Dodrio, but it literally slows down everyone that gets hit in the AoE.
Yeah, so I'm just curious to see maybe if Marcos Gaming are considering to go for the Dodrio. It's just that, look, I don't think Dodrio is great against defender comps because you're not going to be able to burst anybody down. But what you could do if you do decide to go for Dodrio is maybe go for the back capping comps, right? Because defender comps generally are pretty static. You want to group up, you want to fight together, you don't really want to peel away from your team to defend your goal zone. So maybe they try and go for the score comp because we've seen this actually become very successful in UCS.
Yeah, see, that is actually a very good point as well, whereas, you know, for the defender comp, that is usually used by T2 here, right? It is a direct, counter to the, to the strategy and composition of, of Marcus Gaming, however you want to see it. But at the very least, we were told as well, you know, coming into the Indian comp, they play very creatively, so they typically do not follow the norms. So, or in other words, you know, the meta that is currently in other regions, but they try to make themselves their own, as to be anti-meta or perhaps be surprising. But at this point on, I think T2 already showed us what they can do, and just give them a little bit of, like a little bit of a time to adjust to you, and they will practically read you like an alphabet book.
Yeah, so I'm just worried, can they do this against T2? Because we've already seen how strong T2 can be.
This is a huge ask.
Yeah, they beat Rise, and then Rise were able to 2-0 Marcos Gaming. Like, the odds are stacked against them.
Right.
So, hopefully, for me, I'm hoping that they're able to turn the tables and say, like, hey, it doesn't matter if we got 2-0'd by Rise. We have a chance to turn this around on top of T2, even if it's a 2-1, right? I mean, at a tournament like this for these teams, it's not just playing for the prize money or the title, but it's also the prestige. It's also to prove to the world what your team is capable of, what your players are capable of. Especially for tournaments. Tournaments are a massive asset to players because it's where a lot of teams looking for new talent are going to start scouting for talent. They want to see you in play. They want to see how you react under live circumstances, how quickly you can bounce back after having a terrible game or a terrible day. And so, yeah, for these teams, like, this is huge. So if I was Marcos, I'd just be like, you know, whatever. We're going to give it a go. We're going to beat T2. And you have to have that positive mindset, especially if you're playing up against the best.
Now, here's the thing as well, right? There's only one way for us to be getting a tiebreaker for this group, for Group A.
At 2-0?
At 2-0, but again, that is a very huge ask. And that is asking Marcus Gaming to get 2-0 against T2. Because again, you know, Rise already had 3 points as they were able to get in 2 scores, 2 points, you know, ahead of ahead of Marcus Gaming, right? And at the same time, T2 currently has 3 points as they were able to 2-0 Rise. Now, T2 can just if they win even just once, they're going to be the ranked 1 now into Group A, and unfortunately, we're not going to be able to see Marcus Gaming. So the thing here, again, the biggest ask here for Marcus Gaming is to be able to get T2 if they still want a chance to get back on day number 2.
All right, JJ Kun, we're going to jump into the draft right now. It's game number 1 between Marcos Gaming and T2. Now for T2, I mean, they're already in the lead. They've won their first series convincingly, 2-0 up against Rise. But for Marcos Gaming, they have to win this series.
Not just one time.
No. They got to win it 2 games.
They cannot lose one time.
And at the same time, you kind of need them to score more points than what T2 have. And T2 have been able to score up to 600 in one of their series. So here are the bans. Trevenant and Zacian are going to be the two choice bans. And for Marcos Gaming, it's going to be Maruam picking up the Urshifu. But that means T2, they get Supercell's Blastoise and the Espeon. And we've seen the damage these two Pokemon can do.
This is actually pretty great as well, you know, for Marcus Gaming. At least they were, we know for a fact that they are actually watching and studying the games of T2 from earlier. Because again, we've seen Supercell's Trevenant, and the moment that they knew that they're going to be up next, immediately banned out that Trevenant.
Exactly. Right, so next two Pokemon going to be locked in here for Marcos Gaming. So you've got your two frontliners here. You've got your Snorlax as your main frontliner, and then you have Kyurem here, who's going to have access to the healing, and most likely going to be that gravity for the team.
Rescue hood?
Yes, it is.
It is a rescue hood.
Yes.
One of the newer items in the game.
Extra healing, making
Plus,
sure that you can out-sustain.
The shield as well.
Yep, the shield as well, but mostly for the healing for Clefable in this
Right.
case.
So
Yeah.
like, there's a conversation, right?
Oh,
There's a discussion where
Snowy?
there's a conversation
Snowy.
that rescue hood is
Snowy.
only good for comfy.
It's okay, so I think it's most optimized for
Optimized for comfy.
because it impacts shielding and healing, but supports in general are able to capitalize on it.
Right.
Yes.
But you were pointing at the fact that we are having a mosquito in the game.
That's not a mosquito. That's called a buzzwole, JJ Kun. It's the biggest buzzy wall I've ever seen. But this is something that I find really interesting because for some people, Buzzwole is actually a fantastic counter against Blastoise because you can actually pull him out of the rapid spin.
Right. But at the same time, you know, I think we have to take note that this Buzzwole was taken in after the fact that T2 got in the Blissey, which could essentially just negate every crowd control that this Buzzwole can, you know, give against a team of
Very
T2.
likely. Yep. I think that can happen as well. Just pick up the safeguard.
Right.
You know, make it as if it was nothing.
And there's not going to be any smackdown or launch.
But that's the thing, though. It suddenly changes the way that T2 is going to have to approach this game because they can't go for soft-boiled. So now that they don't have access to hard healing in those long, drawn-out skirmishes, you could argue that Marcos actually have the advantage here because they can heal. So T2, I think if you're T2, you're a little more hard-pressed to make sure that you are very precise with your fights. But I think for Marcos, they can be, if they want to, a little bit sloppy because they have access to Moonlight.
See, here's the thing, though. T2, if they want to win this, they need to get their early game, their power spikes in the early game, just because of the fact that they do get it much earlier than that of Marcus Gaming, and from there on out, just maintain that lead if they do get that. But with that being said, we are now heading into our, you know, potentially last match of this group if T2 wins this match. So let's have a champion time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's why we're here, JJ. We're here to have a fabulous time. As we already see a score there from the Clefairy, wanting to try and get that level 4 as soon as possible. A score on the Buzzwole as well, even ejecting just to make sure you don't get caught. So you can tell Marcos Gaming lots of respect towards T2. I think they watched the game and they just thought, wow, this is a team.
We cannot make a mistake.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you lose to the Scyther, that'll be huge. But whoa, counter KO! Beautiful turnaround from Marcos.
And this is what you're talking about. This is the respect that Marcus is giving. They are not, you know, putting up a lot of risk. But as I say that here is the risk that they didn't want to have, as the Buzzwole's nose is going to be going off. It's nowhere near the winner's season, and that's going to be 2 down for them as well.
We actually see Urshifu coming into the top lane as well, possibly hiding in the bushes. Will reveal himself really early though, so going to try and contest for the Sparblue and the Altaria here, but unfortunately for Mirom, I don't think he really got much out of that, so big victory for T2. Meanwhile, bottom lane's been pretty quiet, no knockout so far, but Ruin getting very close to being knocked out there with the initiation from Rex. Luckily, Psyshock doesn't connect. And both teams probably just going to back out, maybe sign a peace treaty for the next 5 minutes. No, I'd say 1 minute. There's no way 5 minutes. 5 minutes is too long.
1 minute and a half at max, because at that moment, the first set of objectives is going to be coming up. So beautiful stuff here coming in from the Espeon as well, you know, with that of the focus band, allowing it to sustain itself and, you know, basically just surviving until it can actually retreat and, you know, call itself up and have a rendezvous with its teammates.
Yeah, big rotations for T2 as well. This is something that we're starting to see from T2. They're going for these big rotations to guarantee the farm in that central area. But look at that heavy slam. They're getting the start off, and great stuff so far from Marcos, but they just don't have enough follow-up, and it's the Urshifu that goes down, not the Snorlax. Rex almost goes down. Heavy slam to go over the wall, but he is being chased there by Supercell, and that was enough. Glaceon, Hibachi coming in to finish him off.
It's so good of a strategy coming from T2 because they know for a fact that the defender here, that Snorlax, is not going to be able to do anything. That's why they are targeting those damage sealers. In this case, that is the Urshifu, and likewise, just now, the Buzzwole.
Yeah, I mean, I think the priority just so far, I think for T2 has been on point. Like they're identifying the dangers, as you said. And if you slow down their progress, you turn them into non-factors for a couple minutes, right? And that means you have free reign in certain areas. Supercell, though, being jumped on there by the Urshifu, it's fine. He's actually gone for Surf, so this is the result of that Buzzwole, right? Switching away from the rapid spin, going for Surf instead. But Surf is still going to be pretty handy because you have the displacement and also the long stun duration if you're caught at the very beginning of that Surf. But T2, look at their position. Super aggressive, right on top of the Reggie. I just don't see Marcos being able to get the steal here.
But even if they do, right? If they do steal this, it's going to put them in a lot of risk. And look at that.
That's so
Rex tried to get in, tried to steal away that Reggie steal, but unfortunately not enough of a time, not the proper timing to get in. A little bit too late here, and almost got them taken out as well in the process.
Yeah, it's the fact that you've got Espeon and Glaceon. The evolutions in general, they peak so early. They deal so much damage this early in the game. Yeah, they're going to try and go onto the Espeon Unite to get used. And does get the knockout. So that's going to be a big bump and experience there for Marcos.
30 points.
But yeah, so just the fact that the Eevees, because they evolve so quickly, you just have this high-powered damage dealers early
Especially
in the game.
early game. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Like, if they can get like prior spikes earlier in the game, they can just essentially, maintain this up until the late game. But as we are seeing right now, Marcus, little by little, at the very least, right, is going to
oh my gosh!
get the fire spike. But look at that Rain Illusion dive. Once again, 4 down, Glacial Sage. Urshifu is the only one left. Meruem, the king, is almost gotten the throne, but unfortunately for T2, they weren't able to take down that Urshifu. But with that being said, they were able to take down 4, get in 40 once again, and destroy the second tier score goal.
That was such a replay moment. I wish we had an active replay that could just go back and watch it. That was beautiful coordination. I love the fact that Scyther jumped in and they went for the instant blitz assist.
Immediately follow up.
And they just knocked Marcos Gaming down like bowling pins. So it's like that. This team showing this level of coordination, maximizing all of their abilities. It's scary to watch.
No, yeah, especially at this stage of the tournament, in this platform. And I have just nothing to say now going into T2. So again, as I mentioned, right, the edge is currently on the side of Marcus Gaming. How they're going to be able to fare up against T2. And as it is right now, yes, they can score in. That is, I think, what they're trying to do here, just over cap against T2. But the mere fact that T2 can win team fights is the one that's holding them, right, from getting these scores in against them.
Yeah. All right, so it looks like Marcos Gaming, they are in position, and so far,
great
the
dive once again!
The immediate knockout on the Gardevoir, that's their main damage dealer on Marcos, and a second Pokemon goes down. Clefable goes down. Even the Buzzwole goes down. And I mean, T2, the only person to go down was the Espeon, but their positioning-wise, they're totally okay with this.
The Ultra Swole Swarm did not do anything to T2. And even when they are low on health, the mere fact that the Blissey is just there to help them up is all that's enough for them to have. But here comes Supercell just trying to get away. Unfortunately, this is a 3v1 situation. It's very hard to get away, even with the Surf.
Yeah. I think if you're Marcos, you really need to be mindful of where Volk's position is, right? Because we saw T2 just ran on top of him. They didn't care. They literally ran past all the tanky front lines of Marcos. And so they really need to be mindful of where the Gardevoir's position is, make sure that it's really well protected, or at least position the team so that if T2 does decide to dive, make it a dangerous dive. Make it so that if they do screw up, that you're able to punish them and actually make a comeback happen. Oh, God, Haruta going to be doing a big scouting mission.
Another Unite move?
Oh, my
How
gosh.
much Unite move that this guy have? It's the
Haruta.
third one in the game.
He's gonna go for another knockout. Isn't able to catch out the Urshifu, but the fact that Haruta is able to do this single-handedly, uncontested, mind you, he's literally getting away with daylight robbery with all of his knockouts.
My goodness, and still even has 50 points. At this point on, right, like T2, they might be able to do the same thing as they did against Rise, where they might just bait out Marcus Gaming into the Rayquaza, but as that is happening, Supercell going to be taken out. It's just one. But are they going to be able to follow up with this, trying to get in this Reggie Elecki, baiting them out with the Reggie Elecki? But let's find out if they're going to be able to take it down. Yes, they will! T2, the objective stealer!
I can't believe they let that happen. Ruin just stole it right from under their noses with that side shock. Oh, Marcos Gaming, this was the one objective that they really needed to break that top goal zone, because they're still at this point deficit. So 225 to 314, T2 with the numbers advantage. It's going to be so much easier for T2 to defend the Rayquaza as well, because they have so many ranged attackers. For them, it's a case of making sure that they just kite the frontliners from Marcos, and they've been doing a remarkable job of that so far, and I just don't see that changing.
And speaking of the Rayquaza, though, it is going to be coming up right now. And let's find out how Tito's going to try to defend this away from Marcus Gaming. But here comes Gravity, not going to be able to hit anyone at all. Quite a baited move. Psychic Slayer is going to be coming up as well. Glacial Sense not going to be hitting anyone, but that United move from the Garden, we're not going to be able to hit anyone at all as well. Really green Illusion Dive once again with a Heart of Typhoon. Not quite enough though, but they're going to be able to take down two. That's going to be 2-for-1 trade in Supercell, just single-handedly taking away, pushing away two into the center of Marcus Gaming. That's going to be 3 down right now. T2 does have the positional advantage into that of the Rayquaza, and I think they have a very good chance of taking this away from Marcus.
They're trying to jump on top of Hibachi here with the Urshifu, but the knockup there from the Rayquaza is going to be slowing that down. Rayquaza about to go down. Blastoise will get the knockout. T2, they got the Rayquaza shield, meaning that they can now freely score into Marcos Gaming's goal zones, and there's nothing that they're going to be able to do about it. And even if they do try to defend, the shielding has boosted their attack so much that they're just melting all of Marcos's Pokemon.
Right, and as I have said, as it is right now, Marcus Gaming with Marin on the team, unfortunately the king has just gotten the throne. But with that being said, with this kind of lead right now with T2, they're not going to be able to catch up against T2, especially with the time that they have, and they don't have enough points as well to catch up against them. And with that being said, unfortunately, we just have to see the second game here. But for Marcus Gaming, they're not going to be able to see T2.
Yeah, I think that might be the case here. And it really came down to that fight at the Rayquaza pit. Like, you could see Marcos really struggle to get a good hold of T2. They weren't able to get that game-winning fairy singularity that they needed. They weren't able to burst down any of the EVs. I mean, Espeon and Glaceon were just free to run amok. They tried, I think they also tried to burst down the Blastoise Supercell, but he still got the Hydro Typhoon down. And because he was able to get it down, the knockup was just enough time for them to finish off the remainder of Marcos's Pokemon. And so with the numbers disadvantage, and because you're also running the Water Bear, right? It's not Dark Urshifu. You don't have the potential to go for the Wicked Blow Steal.
Right. No, yeah, for sure. But with that being said, with this win right now for T2, they have just gathered 4 points in total, which makes them rank first into Group A.
And guaranteed for tomorrow.
Guaranteed for tomorrow. Yeah, guaranteed for tomorrow and for Rise as well, right? Because if Marcus Gaming does get a win, right, moving to T2, they are only going to be able to get 1 point. So regardless of what happens in the next game, it is only Rise and T2 that's going to be moving into our next day.
Oh, is that how it works? I thought I had a different idea for point systems. We'll get this confirmed. We'll double check.
Yes, because they're not going to be able to get any, like...
I'm pretty sure the winner still gets 3 points. It's just if you manage to 2-1, then...
If they manage to, like, 2-0, so that's 3 points, right?
Yeah, but they would still potentially tie with Rise. Because it's 3 points apiece.
But they just got 1 win here again.
But if Marcos win, then we could see a tiebreaker.
We might. Actually, we
Yeah.
So,
I'm
we're gonna get back
gonna
to you
be
guys
hopeful,
on
but I will
that.
double check this.
We'll double check this. We're sorry.
I was 100% sure I was told something and then JJ was told the other thing. Or who knows, maybe I was talking to myself or something.
Right, but you know, let's go back to the current game here. It is going to be T2's game, and we can definitely see how T2 was more or less controlling the game, and Marcus was just Marcus Gaming was just trying their best to control and try to get back control and answer back to what T2 is giving against them.
Yeah. So I don't know, JJ. Can Marcos do it? That's the question. It's a big ask.
It is a big ask.
Let's take a look at the replay first because we are prepping to go into that game 2.
Right.
It's not over yet. We are still playing that game 2, and there is still that opportunity for Marcos to make that comeback happen.
And again, it doesn't. Whatever we say here, obviously, we still have to wait for the final decision as well, which will be officially announced as well, right? Whoever is going to be getting, the score and stuff.
Yeah. So I'm just thinking, all right, JJ, if you were Marcos, what kind of changes do you think kind of needed to happen? Like, what were they lacking in the last game that needs to be there for game 2?
It's really hard to say, just because of the fact that
I'd say the early game, really. I kind of feel like T2 had the much better early game, and they picked apart Marcos from the lanes, and it
Right.
really set them back from what they wanted to do.
No, yeah. So like what I'm trying to say here is that what do you call that? It is pretty going to be hard for Marcus Gaming, is because it's for the entirety of the game, right? T2 had a control of the map and the field, so it's kind of difficult to say what Marcus Gaming needs to do. I don't think it has to do with the draft, because the draft is actually pretty okay.
I kind of feel like it kind of was with the draft, because you picked, this is just the Buzzwole pick in general, right?
Right.
The whole point of Buzzwole is you're supposed to counter
Disrupt.
out the Blastoise.
Yeah.
Slow them down, you sort of do whatever you need to do.
Right.
But I kind of feel like Supercell, even though he wasn't able to go for the rapid spin Blastoise, he was fine.
Still
he
disrupted.
He was still disruptive. He was still functional. I think that's
Right.
the most important thing. So it makes me question. Okay, so
I think that's also the point.
maybe the Buzzwole pick needs to change to something else, because you have to measure the level of impact a certain Pokemon does if you're trying to hard counter a particular Pokemon.
No, yeah. Now that you pointed it out, right? Like, as I mentioned, I think this is really what T2 is trying to do here. With Blastoise, really just a disruptor, because they don't have, for a fact, any sort of defender. Because earlier on, right, they're using it as a DPS, whereas this time they're using it as a defender. But into the side of into their composition, going against the composition of a Marcus Gaming, at the very least, they can attack from the back lane, right? But whereas into the side of a Marcus Gaming, they have to go through everywhere. They have to take in all the damage coming in from T2 before they can actually get in to T2.
Yeah. So, I mean, I kind of feel like it's going to be the Buzzwole change, but who knows, right? It's going to be down to the players. Now, speaking of players, we have Arjun here on the screen from T2, and he is, I mean, in our hearts, I think we kind of believe he has been a rising star for the team, even though he's just a supporter. He has been such an impactful support for the team, being able to provide the heals, the support, whatever T2 needs. Arjun has it. And the average number of recovery he does per game, as you see on the screen, this is average across all of his games.
Wait, no, I think this is on the game now, because on our stats, right? The average recovery for Arjun is 1.1 million, and that was on the regular season.
That's not average, that's total. JJ.
Oh, right, yeah.
JJ.
Yeah.
JJ.
The average.
JJ.
Sorry, yes, it is the average now. Yes. My apologies. The average now, it's not a total.
We're gonna switch over to Snowy before I lose myself from Marcos Gaming. Don't listen to JJ.
I'm sorry.
I think I'm gonna have to buy your coffee now. I don't know what happened.
There's going to be a thread now.
JJ can't do maths. It's okay. That's why we're here.
This is why I
switch
love
on over
the players.
let's switch on over to Snowy if his graphic is available. Um,
All right. Just gonna be going into the supporter now for the side of for the side of Marcus game. Obviously to put them in a head-to-head situation. But with that being said, it is going to be snowy. Right, it is going to be snowy here for their supporter, which still is using more of the same Pokemon. They are using Blissey and Clefable. And
what about statistical differences? I'd like to know what the statistical differences
Like
are. The totals, not averages, totals. JJ. All right, hit me.
Okay, so the total, right? So for at least for Agent is 1.1 million, right?
Okay.
But for Snowy, it is 178,000. There we go for recovery.
I think I need to look at that. I kind of feel like you're not reading it right. I don't know. Are you? I question your stats. I'm sorry, JJ.
This is our stats.
These are the stats. I wanted to take a look at the stats. You should
We're
post them first. I don't trust.
Put it in.
Okay, so unfortunately the graphics for Snowy stats were not available, so I think we are getting those fixed. JJ, you really threw me for a loop
I'm
today.
not gonna put it down. It's out there.
It's out there.
It's gonna get clipped.
Alright, alright.
Oh gosh.
You're getting it. It's fine.
I'm gonna get clipped.
Yeah, doing fine. We're doing good, JJ. It's all good.
Alright.
We're both waiting for the game, and it's still game one. Right, for anyone that is cheering for Marcos Gaming out there, don't lose hope. We still have 2 potential games that can possibly happen.
Right.
It's really going to come down to whether or not Marcos can buckle up, buckle down, or I don't know, buckle somewhere, and figure out T2, because so far, none of the teams have been able to sort of figure out T2's general playstyle, where their strengths are, where can you weaken them, what's the most important thing once you're going up against T2. Rise were close, but they just weren't close enough.
Right, but with that being said, right, we just got an information as well that if Marcus Gaming won't get any sort of win here, there won't be any tiebreakers at all.
Yes, that's correct. So we are jumping into game 2 here, ladies and gentlemen. It's T2 versus Marcos Gaming, and unfortunately for Marcos Gaming, they have to win this game.
Yep.
Tension is going to be high in the booth. I think the players also understand the position that they're in, so they are going to go all out. Whatever they need to do, you got to pull it out. No more aces. You can't hide it in that sock anymore.
You have to bring out all your playing cards. It's not just about like playing with what you're dealt with. It's more about bringing out all the secrets. Because because this is potentially the final match for you to be able to show what you're worth of.
And it's going to be a tough game too, because T2, because they got the first pick, they've locked in the Trevenant for themselves. So that's going to be a really strong defender on the side of T2. And Marcos Gaming, they lock in the Glaceon. So this is the Pokemon that we have seen them play rather frequently, and they're going to pair it up with the Slowbro as well. I am curious to see what kind of Slowbro this is, but it might depend on what the composition is going to look for here for T2. Blastoise once again going to be locked in here for Haruta, and Arjun's going to have access to that Blissey, so lots of really big tanky Pokemon on the side of T2. I'm really curious if Marcos might be looking to maybe go for the Delphox, but you've already picked up the Glaceon. So what's your alternative here? Are you just going to go for double ranged attacker and just hopefully skirt around the outside of the battlefield? Because I feel like that's really the only thing you could do left, unless a Dodrio comes into the this match, which Hibachi is highlighting Dodrio, JJ. And it is going to be the Dodrio.
See, with this kind of like composition, right, into the side of T2. Now this, I'm pretty sure T2 is going to make use of the Blastoise as a DPS. No longer as the defender. They have Ruin as well to, do that damage with the Mew. But at the same time, Hibachi can just like, attack with the, disrupt whatever Marcus Gaming is going to be putting up against them. But with that being said, Snowy is on the Zoroark. This, likewise, is the first time that we're going to be seeing Zoroark in our finals.
Yes, the first time in the finals, not the first time in the league. We have seen it a couple times so far, and a few teams have run it to great success. But one thing I'm really excited to see is actually Ruin's Mew. We've seen Ruin be... He's a masterful player on all the attackers that he has played so far, and I think Mew is probably the pinnacle of ranged attackers right now. It is so versatile. You have so many moves that you can play with. You can change them on the fly if you need to. And so in the hands of Ruin, I am really excited to see how he utilizes this Pokemon. But for Marcos, though, I think they've got a lot on their plate.
Right. Just going back to what you said earlier, right? That Clefable is actually like the biggest counter pick here for the Dodrio, right? Especially with its gravity, disrupting the Dodrio, not allowing it to get its speed, speed boost, gauge, right? But as you have noticed as well, Dodrio here not only is running a Float Stone, but is also running a full heal to remove all the dispels.
Yeah, I think that's one of the main items we've been seeing on a lot of those Dodrios, right? Just make sure that you've got no hindrances that you really need to worry about. So it's just gonna make the fights a little bit more difficult for Hibachi, but we have seen him play this Pokemon before, and I think if you get the right angles, and also depends if it's Tri-Attack or Drill Peck. Snowy is invading? Is he gonna pretend to be a wild Pokemon? He's attacking. Dude, if he steals this...
He did. He just did.
He stole the buff.
He just stole the buff. And that's going to be big here for Snowy because
Arjun's going to see it too.
Wow. That just disrupted the Dodrio, really.
That's actually a pretty big move. I really like
the
fact
there's
that...
also Supercell invading.
Oh, no! I think that's gonna be it. Oh no, the rotation from Hibachi gets
I want to go to what Supercell's screen here if they were able to get they weren't able to seal away the buffs, but instead just at least disrupt it, try to delay their growth into the XP.
Yeah, and then we're starting to see Ruin just be an absolute pain on that Mew. The range on this Pokemon, the ability it's able to utilize, it's just going to make it such a difficult laning partner. I mean, look at this. The On-Edge can barely survive this lane, having to take all these pot shots from Ruin's Mew. And T2, right? They're also scoring with Haruda. I mean, what can a Clefairy do to stop a Squirtle from scoring?
Here you go, though. Hibachi.
The chase, They don't have the damage!
Wow, they weren't able to pin down the nail to take down Hibachi. But with that being said, T2 is still alive and well, but they're going to be able to take down this Clefable back to where it was originally coming from. That is the Pokemon Center, and Water Turtle's been taken out as well.
The big rotations here from Marcos actually paying off quite well. So 2 knockouts, and the fact that they had Snowy going in for the vision for the team, able to get the secondary knockout. Now, Supercell, he has consumed most of the citrus berries, and they have managed to catch out Snowy less than half health. If he gets caught in another Wood Hammer, he is done and dusted. Oh, he dashes out just in time, so no knockout. But if he sticks around, though, I feel like that's going to be such a scary play. They are still stuck in the bush, but so far no Pokemon have been knocked out for Marcos, so thankfully they weren't punished yet.
Right, but we have to remember that.
Oh, they're caught again.
Wow, here comes the pick off from T2 Supercell. Immediately, the moment that they were able to acknowledge that someone was there, after Wood Hammer, boom, 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 there comes damage. Bonk, bonk, bonk.
Wow. I mean, that's what Tree does, right? The Wood Hammer is
bonk them.
It's such an annoying ability because the fact that it has such strong displacement ability, right? Like it could pull you from his side to the front and basically set up for those big solar beams, those big water spouts. Like it's just such a great ability to not only do damage but also reposition Pokemon. But it looks like Supercell has been caught out this Tree, though.
Wow.
Look at how sustainable he is, just surviving all this damage. They do finally take him out, though. Now T2, they have lost one of their big frontliners, and the dive continues here for Marcos Gaming, so looking to be hyper-aggressive, getting all these big knockouts while they can. So far, the Dodrio is going to try and go for this poke onto the Glaceon, but it's not going to be enough. He will finally get that knockout, though, so 1-1 so far. And
Supercell is back.
Yeah, and T2 are holding their goal zone. I think Marcos may have just overstepped their boundaries. Have they stayed a little bit too long, JJ?
Here comes Supercell. We'll find out in just a bit, as Supercell is going to be able to bonk them once again with a Wood Hammer. Oh my goodness, Hydro Typhoon is going to be coming up as well. Just a disruption, and very amazingly, Marcos Gaming gets out, not wanting any more casualties, but unfortunately for them, they are all down the low. But still, lucky as they were able to get away quite, without any casualties from that team fight, from that extended team fight.
I don't know if Marcos are in a position to go for a steal here. They are looking for it. They're going to be running in with 2 of their Pokemon. They've got the third. They don't get the last hit. The Mew Ruin actually gets it for the team, and this is a attack boost boost as well, and look at how much damage is coming out from T2. It's going to be one though. 2 for 1 so far. Are they going to be able to turn it around though? The heals are down. No more Moonlight for you, T2 say. As that poor Slowbro, all he can do is just run away from the battle and watch that goal zone go down for free.
Right, but that is happening. I think what they wanted to do on that situation is that, those Pokemon on the bottom path, right? It's just a way for them to divert the attention of T2 here, as Volk is trying to do some split pushing. But unfortunately, it's not going to be enough for them to catch up against T2. But with that being said, Follow Me is going to be coming up here from Kyurem. Nothing much has happened just yet, as, Adjun is just ensuring that everyone lives on to another day.
Yeah, lots of healing going all around. It looks like they're going to try and jump onto that Trevenant, but look at the Zorak. Oh, no, the Zorak almost going down. Really nice dodge, though, so we'll be able to get on out of there. But this means the Regieleki should be taken for free here by T2 unless somebody on Marcos can go in for the dive, the last hit, but no one's in position.
No,
So,
here's the thing, right? I think
again,
they're trying to do so, but there was the Blastoise that's hindering them from entering that top path.
yeah, they're just struggling to even get into T2 to begin with. I think the zoning, the ability for Dodrio to just chase, and the Glaceon just gets out of there, but I think Volk is done for. Yeah, that boosted attack. So strong.
Seems the thing, right? With Hibachi, they don't even need to use Hibachi's Dodrio as a disruptor, because it is running Tri-Attack, and all it needs to do is just score and do its job.
And even if he wants to, he can just sort of stay on the outskirts of the battlefield, constantly try attacking in. You wait for that opening. Once you see a Pokemon low enough, you go in there, boosted basic attack. And it's so strong for a Dodrio as well. If you're doing it to a Glaceon, for example, I think that's almost half of its health with just the boosted. So I like the fact that they're going for this Tri-Attack. It's such a great build for Dodrio, because why should you run into the middle of the fight?
Right. But with that being said, T2 is going to be able to take this Reggie bot for themselves uncontested. And with that, Hibachi having 28 points can just put them down, dunk it down as quick as possible. But no, Marcus Gaming, still, they are on the edge. They still haven't found the answer, and they only have a minute left to find this answer that they're looking for against T2.
I will have to say a really admirable effort here from Marcos to try and keep up in the experience department, because they are doing such a good job of that so far. They haven't fallen too far behind, even though this game hasn't necessarily been too much in their favor. But if they lose the Zorak here, this is not going to be not too good for the team, but luckily Snowy is able to sort of walk on out of there as that Zorak. So, JJ, what's the plan here? Like, if you're T2, are you just going to basically, at this point, deny all the objectives from Marcos? Do you want to back cap? Like, what do you have to do here to make the Rayquaza that much more difficult for them to take if you're T2?
Well, the answer question, right, or what Marcus Gaming is going to be doing is the question, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so...
I mean, I guess it was T2, but yes.
Right. So here's the thing, right? For T2, right, going against Marcus Gaming just to be able to deny them is... The answer is literally what they just did with Regieleki. And now, Hibachi just go in straight there and try to get
we have
more,
a fight
more support.
We have a fight happening, and it was a Typhoon as well. It caught most of Marcos, JJ!
3 notice 4. No! 4 Team Wife is going to be the name of the game here, and they will be really taking this Rayquaza on a silver platter. And with that being said, T2, I'd say, has already taken the game against Marcus Gaming.
That might be the case here, JJ, but with a minute 45, maybe, just maybe, if Marcos can somehow catch T2 off guard and maybe get 3 or 4 knockouts, maybe they can try and counter-score, because I don't think it's completely out of their reach as of yet. There is the possibility, but they've got to win this fight first, and with the Trevenant just dealing so much damage with the Wood Hammer, it's a big ask.
I mean, it's... At this point, it is a second to impossible, really, because even though if they can take out, even if they can take out T2, maybe 3 or 4 at max, they still don't have the points enough to catch up against T2.
I mean, if they all had 50, right?
If they all had 50, sure.
that's what you're sort of looking for.
But even then, it's a big ask.
Yeah, so Ruin actually getting jumped on there by the Zoroark and actually does get taken out, so he's going to be gone for 30 seconds. 50 seconds to defend on the side of T2, and the Zoroark is actually doing quite a bit onto Hibachi. Unfortunately, just not enough damage to finish him off on the goal zone, but Snowy really wants it. But the try attack, it clips him. That's going to be him eliminated from the field as well. And this poor Slowbro all by himself. This is a Surf Bro as well, and he's dancing. It's like, oh, okay, guys, I think I know what's up. Please, please, no. He goes down.
Can we basically just can we celebrate with you guys? You know, let's start trying to dance around.
He wants some cake, you know. Did you? Because Ruin's got cake for his birthday.
Right. But again, you know, in this point on, I don't think Marcus Gaming. This is still a valuable experience for them, especially going against ACL, and the mere fact that they got here is just beautiful stuff. It's just that, again, this is likewise the first time that Marcus Gaming was able to go against players from other regions, and basically, you know, the meta, the difference is showing.
I think it's also just that level of refinement for T2 was a step above what Marcos had.
Right.
Because you could really tell with T2's, when they were fighting,
they're consistent.
There's a high level of coordination.
Right.
You can tell that their team was definitely focusing on certain Pokemon. They identified all of their issues, their objectives, like everything that they needed to do. And it almost felt like it was clockwork, you know, like it was just a routine for them. Whereas for Marcos, you can also see, even in Game 1, we saw them identify some of the strong Pokemon on T2, and they did try to hard counter them. But I think it just really came down to maybe not having enough execution to be able to actually pull off the strat entirely. But then I think it was also the fact that T2 did a great job compensating for that particular match. So I think in reality for this grouping, T2, absolute top contender. They beat Rise, they've beaten Marcos. I mean, they've solidified their position in this grouping.
I think that goes to show as well what they told us earlier, that when we asked which team is the biggest threat, that they feel is the biggest threat for them, they did say that it is High Five. And I think at this point on, that is the team that is going to be waiting for them, because with this 2-0 win against Marcus Gaming and Rise, they are now ranked 1 in their group.
Yeah. So as we take a look at the replays for our final game for Group A, because we are going to be moving on to Group B after this.
Right.
We are probably just going to have to highlight T2 before we say goodbye to them for the rest of today, because we just want to remind all of our viewers, because Group A is now officially done with all of their matches, we will not be seeing any of these teams until tomorrow. But unfortunately, we are also not going to be seeing Marcos Gaming tomorrow, because they weren't able to qualify for the playoffs tomorrow. So
again, we're only going to be getting 4?
T2 and Rise from
4
this
teams,
grouping.
top 2 for each group.
Yes, so T2 and Rise, they have guaranteed their position into the playoffs tomorrow. And then after we move off from Group B, we will find out who the top 2 teams are going to be from that grouping, because they will then go on to play in the playoffs tomorrow. So
it's the best of 5 as well. You know, it's going to be different. Everything that we're going to be playing today are on best of 3.
Speaking, yes, we got to tell our people it's a bit different tomorrow.
Right. Because again, all the games today, Groups A and Group B, are going to be played in best of 3. But tomorrow, for our single eliminations finals, like the playoffs, everything is to be played on best of 5.
Yeah, so it's going to be really long matches. And the thing is, I kind of like the fact that they introduced best of 5s for the playoffs, because now you're giving the teams more room to discover,
and adjust.
to adjust, to counter pick, to do whatever you really need to during the drafting phase to prep for the game, because I think it really is a case of, you know, 50% draft, 50% execution.
Right.
And so making sure that you get the right lineup, you have the right items, you have the right emblems. Like there's a lot of things that come into play when you're playing a game of Pokemon Unite. You have to make sure it's picture perfect, it's crystal clear. Nothing, you can't afford to have anything be cloudy or blurry. No doubts. You're not allowed any doubts.
And that's the thing as well, right? With longer sets that you are to play, it also gives you an opportunity to get to know your opponents even further, to the point that, again, as you have mentioned, they can adjust based on what they have seen for the first 2 games, perhaps, and, you know, moving into game number 5 if we ever get to that point. And again, it is for all the games, all the players that is going to be going into game number 2 and maybe into day number 2 and probably on game number 3 as well. Everyone is going, beyond plus.
Absolutely. So here is the final scoreboard
Ranking.
here for Group A. We are not going to be seeing Group A play anymore, but T2 tops the charts with 6 points, and they managed to take out both Rise and Marcos Gaming. Second place is going to be Rise, as they were able to win their series up against Marcos Gaming 2-0, but unfortunately just weren't able to make the cut against T2. So those are going to be our top 2 teams competing tomorrow at the playoffs, because today it's just the group stage.
Right. And yeah, we've already shown the audiences as well of the seeding process going to game number 2. So like the first one here is going to be fighting off against the second rank of Group B, right? And then it's going to be a second one here is going to be on the Group B first.
So here are our groupings, JJ. We're going to have to say goodbye to T2, Rise and Marcos for now, because we do need to shift our gears to the other group, which was Group B. But I do believe we are going to be getting an interview first with T2, as we, of course, always need to interview our winners. But I don't believe that's ready as of yet, so you're going to have a little bit more of us. No, apparently the interview is ready. So let's pass it over to Professor Flava with his interview with T2.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here on the main stage of the Pokémon UNITE Asia Champions League 2023 finals, and I'm joined in by the top 2 teams out of Group A. On your left, we have Team T2, and of course, and on your right, you have Team Rise. So Team T2 is currently in first place, as they actually won 2-0 against both their opponents in the Group A stage matches. And of course, we also have our Team Rise, who is currently in second place with 3 points. Now, of course, we want to kickstart with Team T2 right here. So I believe that for your team, you've had a very convincing win. You won both your matches against your opponents. Firstly, you went up against Team Rise, and then soon after, you also went up against Marcos Gaming in game number 3. So how do you feel over that clean victory here in Group A?
1試合目対チームライズと2試合目対チームマーコスゲーミングも両方とも 2-0 の勝利でしたけれども、どう思いますか？
今はとりあえず嬉しいです。
For now, he's happy.
Okay, clearly that's happening here. All right, so here's the deal. I feel that the games that you played today was leaning towards your end throughout the whole thing, all right? And soon enough, tomorrow you'll be going up against some of the teams in Group B itself. So now, totaling up from Group A and Group B, is there any team that is currently on your radar as one of the strongest teams here in the competition?
今日予選を手術して明日本戦に入りますけれども、B グループの本戦チームと戦うなんですけど、どっちが一番強いチームとか今気にしているチームはありますか？
グループ B で一番、警戒というかライバル視しているチームは、ハイファイブですね。
In Group B, the team that I'm most aware of is our rival, the team High Five.
Okay, all right. Now the follow-up question is here. You've had the opportunity to go up against some of the best teams from the other regions. So from India region, from Marcus Gaming, and also you went up against Team Rise, who is representing Southeast Asia. So what are your thoughts on the play styles that these 2 regions have brought together in here, and how do you fare against these kind of play styles that they have brought into the competition?
今日はいろんな地域のチームと戦って東南アジアのライズとかインドのマルコスゲーミングと戦っていろんなプレイスタイルあると思いますが、それぞれのプレイスタイルはどう思いますか？
そうですね、2つのチームとも早めにゲームを終わらすっていう なんていうんだ、序盤強い構成が、2チームとも行ってこなかったので、自分らの得意な、違うな、ごめんなさい。なんだ。
You forgive him. Nervous.
2つのチームの特徴なんかありますか？
It is a team effort happening here.
ライズ集団戦がうまいイメージだったので、勝ってよかったっていうのと、マルコスはなんか東アジアにないピックをしてくるので、そのままだったら。
ライズは集団戦が上手なチームだなと思っていて、マルコスゲーミングは、その自分らのアジア地域、日本とか韓国であったりの、メタとは少し違う構成をしてきてくるので、そこは大変だなと思いました。
So they thought that Rise is a team that's really good at the middle stage of the game, and they're glad that they can win against Rise, and that Marcus Gaming, a team from India region, have a very different meta from East Asian team. So they have a meta that is not existent in Korea or Japan, and that was a very difficult match for them.
Yeah, but nevertheless, it did not stop them from doing the match. So congratulations to Team T2. And of course, we're going to move on to our next team here, which is coming in second. Team Rise. Congratulations once again for being in the top 2 for Group A. Now, here's the thing. We're currently here in Southeast Asia and Malaysia. Being in the home ground, does it give you a certain kind of advantage compared to the other regions who's coming over to your region here?
We hope so. Since Rise is actually an Indonesian team, and we had to travel overseas, and we had to try to practice as much as possible overseas. Hopefully it doesn't really affect us negatively, and being in Southeast Asia can give us an advantage heading to tomorrow as well.
All right. Now, you know that tomorrow you're going to be coming back and go up against one of the teams, and for sure, you're going to go up against the #1 team in Group B itself. All right, so who do you think is going to rise to the top in Group B, and why? And do you think you're able to handle any team that's going to happen from Group B?
We think that maybe there's a bigger chance of High Five coming up first in Group A, but I wouldn't want to disregard MYS as well as Revenant from the other group. And for our chance, definitely we are going to try to improve our preparations, since even today we are still lacking behind our competitors from the same group. So we will try our best today and show our best tomorrow.
Yeah, and then of course, we're going to say all the best to you guys in your matches. It's going to happen tomorrow. You've had a long day. You're basically the first team that had to go back-to-back because you lost out against the first match against Team T2, and you've had enough of a rest in the last game because you didn't have to compete. All right. So anyways, guys, there you have it. These are the 2 teams itself. So a little recap of the Group A. Say we've already concluded our first match, second and third in Group A. And later on, we're going to be having a look at Group B. But before that, let's have a look at the recap of what has transpired in Group A. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we will be having Group B playing next, but we're going to be taking a break, so be sure to actually hydrate yourself because we're in for another round of exciting Pokémon UNITE games where we are going to be watching teams like High Five, MYS, and Revenue Esports in Group B. We'll be right back right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2023 Finals. And my name is Flavor, and of course, we are continuing on our next part of our segment by introducing teams that will be appearing on Group B. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the three teams that we have right here. We have Team High Five, MYS, and Revenant Esports. These three teams will be battling out in a round-robin bracket, and only two of them will be moving to the next stage tomorrow, day 2, or should I say the final day here at the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2023 Finals. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite all teams to head on to the battle station as we're about to begin with our matches. And of course, before that, let us have a look and introduce the two teams that will be competing in the first match of Group B. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as the teams are preparing to get ready, a little recap on the teams that will be competing here in Group B. Firstly, when we have the matches between the two teams, the teams that actually win for the match itself will rest up for the next match, and they'll be going up against the third team in the group. And of course, the team that loses out the match will have to stay on and compete against the third team in Group B. And of course, at the end of the day, only the top two teams will be making it to the next stage of the competition and going up against the top two teams from Group A here at the Pokemon Unite Asia Championship League 2023 Finals. So now let's have a look at the recap of the competition. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at the recap of Group A of the competition. All right, coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to kickstart our first match here for Group B. We've witnessed all the matches so far in Group A, and it's time to kickstart our second half of the competition right here. Now, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce the teams that we have for you today coming up on stage. First of all, right here, we actually have Revenant Esports versus with MYS.
And after that, the team goes on with that. Now, they just need to fight.
Rock gets pushed right into the mid, but he uses his Unite. Another Unite, I think,
Damage goes in, but he fine. Mama's fine has already taken the damage. Go! And it's, oh, they pick up the link. Oh no, it's 4-6, but oh, the hunter, he knows he needs to do nothing to actually able to secure. Oh,
trying to chase it, but Swifty with a Unite of his own takes down the Dodrio. A 2 KO streak to follow up with Walk. Oh, Machap goes out.
amongst it. Along with Ninetales, it's really down to the Dull Fox to do most of the damage here. We find that looks like that might just be it. Rise losing 2 of their big damage dealers. It's going to be down to Dodrio, Helgaboss, and Storm. Black Eye. Oh, oh my god.
Welcome back, trainers, and we are now on board in Group B of the Pokémon UNITE Asia Champions League Finals. My name's Contra. Here along with me is Husky, and we've already witnessed a lot of all these great plays coming in from Group A, but now it's Group B's turn to shine, and we're starting off here with Revenant taking on Team MYS. So this is where things get really, really heated up because this whole group is so stacked.
Yeah, from the time we looked at the group draws and how the teams are paired together, we can already expect Group B to be an absolute banger. But coming into the first best of 3, I think it's very, very exciting seeing how these two teams got to the spot, right? We have Team MIS who were defeated by Team Rise in the SCA ACL Open groups 1 to 2 in the finals, and you have Revenant Esports kind of coming in as the first seed of the India region. But overall, the team dynamics is actually pretty similar in certain sense. Where you look at both Revenant and Team MYS, it's a democratic team, right? They communicate, they make calls by listening to everyone in the team, and then they decide on which is the best decision to make. And I think in this sense, you are looking at two teams who are very, very keen on communicating with one another instead of just having that one big shot caller.
Indeed, and I would also say that both of these teams are really creative teams as well. If we take a look back into their run in their own respective leagues itself, they've been able to actually come up with plenty of different styles of composition, and now I want to see a little bit more of that creativity once more, where the stakes are really high. But before we even begin our journey here in Group B, let's go through the formalities where the tournament ruling will consist of our standard 10-minute game per map that they play, and it will all be played out in Taya Sky Ruins. There's no limitation on health items, Pokemon, as well as Pokemon support medal, except for the fact that the latest Pokemon that was just released just about yesterday will not be available throughout the course of the world.
Yeah, except for Gudra, we will get to be able to see all the other Pokemons as long as they are not banned. But it's fair to say that Zacian so far has not been allowed to even play on the field. And I think a lot of these teams just don't want to deal with it. This is how the draft mode functions. Each team will ban out one Pokemon of their choice, and afterwards, the team on the first team will get that first pick, and we will go up all the way, rinse and repeat until the very end, where the second team gets the last pick.
That's right, and it's really vital for them to also switch things up in order to see what really fits the bill as well when they have concluded with their own roster of Pokemon selected. They will go into the preparation phase where you can basically throw a curveball at the enemies. You think that, hey, maybe Yang's going to be playing a certain Pokemon, maybe Crowley will be able to secure something else, and then all of a sudden you can basically change all these dynamics, and that is where you will see a little bit more of a different style of playing coming in from each respective team. Now, of course, we zoom right into Revenant Esports. This team itself have been around for the longest of time in the India region, where they have consistently been known as the best team possible. But of course, in their own respective league, they've also had a little bit of a hiccup through their journey itself. But by the end of it all, we see Revenant Esports really bouncing back strong in order to climb their way and make it into the Asia Champions League.
It's fair to say that this team in the India region is one of the best, if not one of the best teams that the region has ever seen. And of course, throughout time, they have been really dominant, really, really high average win rate. And then when you look at them coming into the ACL finals, there's going to be a different hurdle that they need to get through, right? Team MOS on your screens right now, the second seed of the SEA region. no slouches at all. They did take down big teams, big names like Renaissance in their groups. They took the RNS down 2-0. They got into the finals. They dropped 1-2 to Team Rise, but they did make it as close as possible. And this is where I want to look at both of the IGLs, on respective sides. You have Crowley on the side of Revenant Esports, you have Rebongs on Team MYS, and both of them are the main shot callers. But the interesting part is for Team MYS, they do have certain situations where each of the team members take turn to do the shot call. Whereas for Revenant Esports, it is more about collective info. Let's take a look at Team MYS's stats for the Pokemon picks.
That's right, we do see a high pick ratio on Clefable, where we've seen the past patches ago, where you have Scissor as well as Urshifu to be very prevalent in each respective matchups, and then you have, of course, the gravity that has been so essential in these team fights to negate a little bit more of the enemy's movements, and therefore some of all these picks that we are seeing on the screen, such as Slowbro, have remained to be a staple in many of all these picks coming in from every respective region. Whereas you see Cypher or even Scissor to be more on a case-by-case basis, whether if you want that to be selected into the draft itself, where MYS have also brought in some high win ratios on some nasty picks. I'm looking at Zoroark to be one of all these pocket picks that Team MYS might look to bring to the table.
Yeah, watch out, Nightmare Foxy might just come in and steal the show with that Zoroark pick. And this is kind of the X factor that you do want to look for, not just from Team MYS, but also from Revenant Esports, where Crowley describes the region as wild. And when you look at a wild region, you're looking at a region with a lot of surprises. This stat on screen might not say much about it. We have Slowbro, Mew, and Snorlax topping the top 3 in terms of the drafted games and the games that they're played in. But overall, these are kind of the staple foundations of most team comp nowadays. We saw a lot of Slowbro. We saw a considerable number of Snorlax getting picked in our first 3 series as well. So it's no surprise that Revenant Esports also pays a lot of attention to these Pokemon.
Indeed, and we did see a daughter being played early on by T2, but other than that, I think teams might actually look into some form of a different style of play heading into these matchups. Now let's take a look at the win ratios coming for Team MYS, where it was really interesting to see that they used to come in with a whole lot of Mr. Mime, and I still believe that this pick itself may actually slide true. Look at the win ratios, 80% for Team MYS.
Oh yes.
This could possibly be something that they could still fall back to in the plans, or you could even see things like a Hoopa to be available. Aegislash has been played out mainly by players like Yang to be able to dish ample of damage and still offer a lot more sustained, where it's really hard to catch out in the Aegislash all the way through the back line. But all in all, I think all these picks is kind of self-explanatory, where we've seen the strength coming in from a lot of all these teams that played in Group A. Perhaps they will do it the same way again.
And hopefully it's going to be it's also going to be consistent with Revenant Esports, where you see kind of that shift of dynamic, at least in terms of the Pokemon win rate. You have Delphox topping the chart, you have Memosoy and Gardevoir coming in close, both sharing the second spot. But you also see that Dodrio, which was picked by T2 in that last game against Marcos Gaming. So there is definitely that difference, that different and unique identity for these two teams. But most importantly, it's how Revenant Esports really take this Delphox to the next level, because Marcos Gaming really loved Delphox. We saw Volk play it in both games when they took on Rise. And it says a lot about India as a region, right? Delphox is just really, really important to their draft.
Indeed, and overall you see so many of all these different playstyles coming from other regions as well, where East Asia you have that front-to-back sort of composition with plenty of beefy units, which is why Delphox actually do thrive, where you could basically have enough damage to shred through some of all these front lines. Meanwhile, I think there's also other ways to deal with those form of situations. We see plenty of Sylveons as well as Espeon now popping up. Well, I'll scratch that, not the Sylveon.
The Glaceon.
The Glaceon.
The Glaceon.
There's a lot of evolutions.
Yeah,
so
that's quite a number. We're getting more in the future, hopefully. And the best thing about this is that, so we got to talk to Revenant Esports earlier today, and I want to see how much of that is true. Not only is the region to them a very wild and crazy and wacky region, but they also made some pretty interesting remarks. Our signature playstyle is that we're gonna flip Rayquaza and see if we win the game. If we don't flip the Rayquaza, we would try and flip it anyways. So we'll see how that team composition comes out. I think this draft is going to give a really good idea on how Revenant Esports want to approach this game, which also brings me to the point of Team MYS, where they did tell us that they have been polishing on that drafting. You don't have much time to really think too much in the game, so they've been polishing out of the game, coming up with ideas, coming up with compositions that they think are effective, and really applying it throughout the groups of ACL. And this is the first testing ground to see how far they've come.
Wow, immediately we see Aspion as well as, first, the staple ban that we will expect coming out of the second phase of the bans will just come true. And then Night Mew Foxy instantly locks in his favorite Mew. And perhaps this could be something that Revenant Esports might have actually suspected. They come in with something that's a little bit more tanky on the front lines, having them their hands onto the Urshifu as well as Trevenant, and now considering the Hoopa. So Team MYS really has to find a way to also deal with that tempo, but instead they switch out the Hoopa. I think perhaps this Elder Gods could give us ample more sustain, and Thatcha removes any possibility that MYS will go in for a Garden War.
And I do like how Revenant Esports are approaching this, because you look at Trevenant, who has been very prevalent in our first 3 series, is really great sustain, so much crowd control, virtually unknockoutable. I don't know if that is a proper term, but it's very hard to take him out. And then you have the Elder Gods, you have the Urshifu, you have a very, very robust front line that can kind of run interference, and that Tyranitar might be a juicy lock-in, and it will for Revenant Esports.
I just love that these two teams have very different approaches of how they really want to play a game. Revenant says, I want to take you on 5 versus 5, and I'm going to overwhelm you so long as this Tyranitar can get the hands into the thick of these team fights. Meanwhile, for the rest of Team MYS to say, you know what, we're not going to battle you straightforward in that form of 5v5. We're just going to look for those picks, look for openings, and we're looking for the back cap with this Dodrio in the hands of rebounds, and you have Froggy to do exactly the same. So this is going to be pretty dicey to see which style actually will be the better in this very first match itself. So 5 seconds on the clock, and we're ready to see what will happen into Sky Ruins. But this is definitely going to be explosive.
Yeah, we are in for an exciting Game 1 to kind of kick off Group B. This clash, however the result is, regardless of how you look at it afterwards, they will have to take on High Five, which is, I would say, the tournament favorites to take the entire ACL final. So obviously you gotta make a statement. You gotta send the message, show that dominance, and really shake High Five up a bit if they are watching. In this case, I do love what you pointed out, kind of the different dynamics from both teams, but also how Team MYS, those drafting practice that they polish across these few weeks in the groups, I think it's gonna be paying off. But obviously, to pull it off, you need to be able to kind of run circles around Revenant. This is rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah, and look at how fast Froggy actually moves into Revenant's territory as well. He's already looking for a pick-off and perhaps steal some of all these camps away. MYS, if you look into their composition, it has a lot of high-impact early game type of skirmishes, and they already score in 13 from the get-go.
Now, one of the questions is, how fast can Team MYS go? How fast can you push the tempo and really put Revenant Esports on that back foot, right? You kind of want to leave them in the dust so that they spend a lot of time catching up. But we've seen this before, the Trevenant Zesso in this case, just going for those early invades, really trying to slow down rebounds as much as possible. Not that it's going to matter too much, because you send the Trev away, you do allow Team MYS to continue getting these minor increments of points.
Indeed, and at least for the moment, Revenant Esports is trying to stabilize and has enough damage to offer. Zisol overextends and now being spotted out by Yang. Eventually, this HP bar might just be falling out. Well, Schlifty was the first one to go out.
And the KO coming right through, and that one goes to rebounds. And now they also were able to take care of the Trevenant, and he hasn't hit that level 5. It's still level 3 because he was busy running interference in Team MYS territory. So with that being said, that's already one minor setback for Revenant Esports. You want the Trevenant to be level 5. Crowley now getting gone on, and that's another KO. It's going to be rebounds just cashing in.
And cash in they will. Just look at them applying those pressure on top of Swifty. And it's really vital for Revenant Esports to have Swifty all around his members, such as the God of War eventually, because that's the prime target that Team MYS wants to take out first.
Yeah. I mean, they took out Crowley the second time. This guy just came back from the Pokemon Center and they sent him back again. You look at the levels of the Pokemon on Revenant Esports, they are all incredibly low. They are so far behind. 4 of them are level 4 and only the Gardevoir is 5. But the Gardevoir needs so much more time, hitting 6. No team with him though. He might need a bit of backup, but unfortunately backup is never going to arrive at this point. The Elder Gods getting picked off, and Team MYS, they are just basically running circles around Revenant Esports, kind of like what we expected. Zesso also goes. Trevenant is still level 4. He's not even fully Trevenant yet.
Yeah, and for the time being, Revenant Esports, they're just trying to brute force their way to score a couple of points, but I don't think it's all too favorable when you are losing all those raids. You don't have the numbers advantage, and now forcing another fight for the Talera, and they will eventually catch the Elder Gods once more.
You're starting to really see those short calls coming in from Team MYS, right? All of them function as kind of their own brain. Crowley shows up again. This is really not where you want to be, and this kind of goes back to what you pointed out at the start of the match, where you have this Sableye just really making it tough because he's taking away all those resources in Revenant Esports territory. And you can see that diminishing yield for Revenant Esports. They are not able to get much done. And with the Regice going over to Team MYS, this is just going downhill for Revenant Esports.
Yeah, it's really rough when you look at the level disadvantage. This Trevenant is just level 7 at the moment on average. Everybody else from Team MYS is at least at level 8. And Batcha caught himself into quite another dicey situation. That is another pickoff. And looks like we're not going to see a Gardevoir anytime soon.
Definitely not. I mean, they're completely getting overwhelmed in their own jungle. And again, when we look back at the levels of both teams, the average is fairly in favor of Team MYS, and by a huge margin as well, because they are hitting that power spike. You said at the beginning, this is kind of a comp that when we go to that mid game, when we go to those back cap, Team MYS is good at that. They are also good at playing fast, and they are setting Revenant Esports back so much that they are 100% struggling. Gardevoir again is getting taken out. Blizzard forced to retreat. So some of these Pokemons aren't even fully evolved yet. They haven't hit that critical mass, and it seems like it would not happen anytime soon.
Not anytime soon. Now it's 317 points by the half-lane mark itself, and they're still looking for the pick. Batcha really not having a good time here, trying to even get some of all these resources by the midsection, but will still be punished. Blizzard at least for some back. So Revenant Esports, if there's any hope at all, it's really down to the flip like we said. But Revenant, they really want to congregate, and they are trying to take a fight against Yang, but Yang will not give them any room.
Yeah, there's no space to breathe. Basha, he is going to also taken out. Just everything going the way of Team MYS, and you can see kind of the position of where Revenant Esports are right now. The Elder Gods is trying to at least get a couple of points in. You are fighting for scraps at this point, and it really started from that early phase where we saw the Trevenant kind of running interference, invading the jungle. Team MYS, I have to say, but they are happy to trade with it, and with that Reggie going over to Team MYS, the Blastoise, Hydro Typhoon completely just decimating Revenant Esports. They have no room to even deal damage. Revenant hitting back with Crowley, but Crowley is also gone, put to bed. Team MYS says it is nap time, baby. Revenant Esports could not stand a chance, and it's KOs after KOs in favor of Team MYS.
MYS just overwhelms them completely. Surely they got themselves a pick with Crowley and the ability to find that safe line, but at what cost though? Crowley is their only hope, and their only goal to take it out until this Tyranitar gets a little bit more levels to prepare for that Rayquaza later on. Rebound still wants to snatch that buff away, but will be able to get out, committing with the Unite.
And that is good enough, right? He does have decent, AOS energy on him. Don't want to give that away. Zisso, though, not that lucky. The pain's been keeping him alive just a bit longer. But unfortunately, it is just insufficient. Team MYS, they are happy to fight this Crowley, trying to cut right through the front line. But this is a bulwark, my friend. This is not your fight. Basha suddenly caught out and isolated, and his team MYS once more spinning to win it. Revenant wiped off the map.
My goodness, and every single objective has already been landed in the hands of Team MYS, and this time, even with the Lecky around, they want Revenant Esports to consider again so that they could just continue on with the baits. Foxy not even needing to shoot the final shot, and they will still have that in the back. 36 points in the hands of Froggy, looking for a way in, and they're going all the way in for the back cap.
He is invisible. The Trevenant taking that launch pad. That's it. That is back at coming to 36 massive points cashed in by Froggy, and Revenant Esports meanwhile preoccupied. They want the Reggie Ilecki, but Team MYS are not going to let them get it. They will secure it regardless thanks to Crowley, but unfortunately they're running out of health, and Ramin just a snipe from downtown. Basha goes, and Team MYS once more hold the fort, and this Reggie Lecky might as well have gone over to Team MYS.
Pretty insane shots coming in from Nightmute Foxy, and this is the reason why Southeast Asia have feared his Mew. Just how many shots have landed coming in from the solo player? It's just ridiculous. He's got a 4 streak of knockouts.
It's a SCS sniper in the flesh right here, ladies and gentlemen. Team MYS on that Reggie steal. And Revenant Esports, they are not going to be able to make it there in time, but the whole team is stuck together. All those infos relayed to Team MOS thanks to Froggy. They have gotten Revenant Esports pincered, and once more Revenant Esports forced to fight in a situation that they don't want to. This is a choke point, and it is not Revenant's choke point. They do try the Unite move from the Trevenant, though. They get rid of the Saber Eye. Froggy is no longer in this fight for 80 seconds, but Team MYS still holding on pretty strong. The Gardevoir zoning out Team MYS for now, but the Rayquaza is going to be the objective. Revenant Esports, they've talked about this. They are going to try and flip the Rayquaza, but Rebonk takes out the Gardevoir. Team MYS just steals everything from Revenant Esports. A full wipe. Team KO and Team MYS looking to cap off Game 1.
My goodness, you saw how MYS were on the brink of it. Revenant Esports found that angle, found the damage as well, but could not overwhelm MYS in terms of position. They even had Hydro Pump being connected as well much early on, and it didn't seem like it would possibly deter them. And then you have Rebonks, the savior of that moment, just knocking out some of all these core targets, and that Gardevoir didn't have many chance to react as well. Revenant Esports, their hope of walking away with that flip has suddenly turned to dust.
Yeah, so far, I think this game pretty much concluded the most dominant lead we've seen today. This is the highest point differential. Froggy about to add 100 to it. Basha is going to stop that from happening, but Team MYS, they say, do not mess with our boy Froggy. Basha, get out of this area. Froggy's not able to get the cap in, but getting a Basha, that's it. Team MYS looking to break a world record, more than 1,000 points cap. Ladies and gentlemen, this is it. Team MYS with a strong statement to open up this Group B series. Revenant Esports completely demolished.
The local heroes, Team MYS, here putting on a show in Game 1. What a stellar start coming in to show off what they've got, and then you just take a look at how confident they go from start all the way to the finish, not leaving much room for Revenant Esports to take control of the game.
Yeah, without breaking a sweat. This this face-off between both the IGLs, really favoring Rebonks at this point, right? The flex player of the teams can play support, can play jungle. Last, I remember seeing him playing Pokemons like Hoopa when they went up against Renaissance, and that was also Rebonks pulling out massive shot calls to win them that series. But overall, if you look at Game 1, you really gotta think to yourself, how is this gap so huge, and how does Revenant Esports come back?
Yeah, when we look into how to decipher things heading into this matchup in particular, you really have to keep an eye on Froggy, on his impact in the early game, because he was really vital to retrieve every single information on the map.
Oh, yes.
The moment he got into Tejas Sky Ruins, you saw him running into the opponent jungle. I would say Revenant Esports were trying to answer back, having, Crowley to move all the way into an invade. But after all that, you also have to take a look at a composition where things may look to be optimal when it comes down to team fights, but Team MY says, we don't need team fights. We can just keep picking you on and on and on.
I just want you guys to lay eyes on this graph a bit. For a full 4 minutes, Revenant Esports got absolutely nothing towards the tail end. It's, you can say that this is a highlight reel for Team MYS, but again, we don't want to take anything away from Revenant Esports. There's definitely an ideology coming into this match. We're running the Trevenant. We see how strong this Pokemon is. We have the Urshifu, which is something that Marcos Gaming from that same region also prioritized a lot. I would say the surprise is the more odd one is definitely the Tyranitar, but Team MYS basically just outpaced them.
Yeah, overall, it really takes time for you to scale into a Tyranitar, especially on that early game. The optimal play is for Revenant Esports to basically stay healthy as long as they can, but just the pressure situation boils into the tipping point where Rebongs have always constantly pushed and shoved, and then you have Batcha in a couple of all these instances getting caught as well, so it really hindered them hitting those level advantages. But there were a point of time where even Revenant Esports have certain good ideation on trying to take out some of all these members of MIS. This was one of that instance where they have 2 knockouts close to it actually, and despite that, they have been overwhelmed because Rebounds is just out of control on this Dodger.
Yeah, basically it's unstoppable, literally. And Revenant Esports also, aside from the fact that you take time to get this competition online, we saw how every time Team MYS gets rid of, I believe, the Trevenant, suddenly your entire backline is exposed. And look at how Basha just gets absolutely ran at by the Blastoise, getting ran at by the Sableye. But I do agree, this all started from minute number 1, where Froggy is just having a fantastic time playing, Mission Impossible Infiltration, and Revenant Esports have not really found a solution, and it really felt like they, to a certain extent, didn't think it was a big problem until it was too late.
Yeah, and then there was this instance where Revenant Esports, they've been able to layer through some front lines where even with Sableye being knocked out, you have Rebongs so prepared to basically pack them all the way down and snatch that Rayquaza away. I think
I just noticed something. I noticed when it is. So I want to talk about Rebongs, right? And we will have his stats on the screen, but I want to quickly talk about it. So in the replay, I noticed when Rebongs stole the Rayquaza, you see that smile appear on his face. That's how you know that you have really done it. I mean, this guy, absolute dominator. Rebongs, the IGL, Team MYS, the Meister of everything. You can see the frequently used Pokemon completely different. One is Clefable, one is Dodrio. He is the support, he is the jungler,
he's everything.
He is everything. He's Rebongs.
Yeah, Rebongs overall having such a great start to this run here in the finals, along with the team. We even did not basically highlight during the moment where Night Mew Foxy on this Mew was so effective.
Oh yes.
Even got himself that for KO in that instance, but overall it's more of Rebong's presence that made things really, really difficult for Revenant Esports to even get to play their own game, because ideally you want that 5v5 setup. When you have a Dodrio that's either backcapping or even attacking some of your squishy targets, you got to decide what you need to do.
Yeah, and we have to look at a player from Revenant Esports also, because there is this comparison, right? We talk so much about Rebongs and Crowley, and this is the matchup that we look so much forward to, both the IGLs of their respective squad. And I would say it's not completely fair to just say that Rebongs is the overall better IGL, but I would say that so far Team MYS has just shown a very solid game 1. Crowley on the other end, we discussed about kind of the dynamics of the team. We have something we want to do. Most of us agree it's 3-2 in favor of, with the short call. We will do it, but if it doesn't work, we will talk about it during that downtime and see what we can do in this short period to polish it for the next game.
Yeah, and what I'm really looking at for Revenant Esports in order for them to really bounce back out is to have something with a little bit more of that ease of execution, because if you look into Revenant Esports' lineup into this first match, it really takes that full commitment of all 5 members to have all their Unite moves available in order to win that specific team fight. Something that is a little bit more stable on an early game, maybe like, you know, if you want to go back to the basics of having the Snorlax front line or the Slowbro, like, it gives you a little bit more of that pick-off potential in order to catch something like the Dodrio.
Yeah, absolutely. And for Crowley, these two IGLs have more similarities than you think. Not only are they the IGLs, not only does the team dynamic have very similar ways of communicating, but Crowley is also the all-rounder. And I'm not referring to he plays all-rounder Pokemon, he's literally the all-rounder of the team. You need him to play whatever, he's gonna do it. So you have two personalities from different regions that have the similar approach and role that they play in a team. And it's just really great to see this direct comparison. But for Revenant Esports, Game 2 coming up, you just lost by more than 1,000 points. Gotta find a way to recover.
Yeah, overall, of course, it could be pretty overwhelming, especially that being your very first game of this tournament itself. There's still plenty of time for them to really figure out, you know, what could they actually do better. And I think, like, when it comes down to synchronization of how they really want to execute the comp, they have the idea, but execution-wise, they did not have that opportunity to really polish and define it a lot further, because when it came down to that early game, they didn't really have that spacing to create. So if they can be a little bit more proactive, take a little bit more of room across the middle section, and perhaps with them having a lot more of that establishment around that central area, things might actually look a little bit better, so that at least whatever information they can get, they can put it to real good use. Now, with that being said, round 2 up and running as we move right into the ban phase of the draft. We will expect MYS to go in for the Zacian ban because they are on the second pick instead. Revenant Esports with the advantage of the first pick, I want to see what do they prioritize, because they were running a Tyranitar composition. Perhaps it's time to really switch things up.
Yeah, and Revenant Esports, they also adore the one of the Pokemon. I think Lucario is the choice for one of their players. And I feel like if you want to run the Trevenant again and you want to do kind of what T2 did against their opponents, you go that early invade, I think that is great. But the catch is you have to be able to steal those early XP away. You have to be able to hit that 5 as fast as possible. That will not happen in this match, at least, because Team MYS, they once more gave Foxy that meal, and this time they snatch away the Trevenant.
Yeah, stealing away Trevenant from Revenant is something that we don't really expect, but it is what that is necessary for them to also sustain in some of these team fights. Meanwhile, you see a lot more of a stable front line in terms of execution for Revenant Esports, where they get their hands on that Blastoise. You have the Fable, where you can also find ways to stop that Dodrio. So they finally got themselves that answer, and now with the Espeon up for Trevenant, I see this to be so much more doable. They also do supplement the damage coming in from a potential Glaceon, whereas things are looking pretty static coming in from MYS.
All eyes on Zizo's role. What is he gonna go for? Oh, Crowley, don't you do it, Crowley.
Boy.
Don't you do it, and yes, he does.
There we go.
The Zoroark is out of the cage. Not on Team MYS' side. It's only to be for courtesy of Revenant Esports. They will lock in that Slowbro, and this is a declaration. You want to play fast? Let's do it.
Yeah, and overall, Crowley will now pass this over on to Batcha. Now, I want to see how fast can this Zoroark go, because now it really is a switch of tempo and a lot more burst damage. And just mind you, look at how squishy the back lines of Team MYS. So I would say really good chance here that Trevenant Esports could basically take them on from the early game all the way to late.
It would be a spectacle if we get a Game 3. I think Group B, as much as we look at it and say it is incredibly stacked, we want it to be reflected in those series. And if Revenant Esports can make a dent, this is definitely going to be that match. Recover from that Game 1. That one did not happen at all. It's a litmus test Team MOS enjoying themselves, making a big statement, and now it's Revenant Esports time to really show that they can push back.
Now it takes 2 games in a row for Revenant Esports to claim their victory here in this first ever matchup, and MYS just 1 game away from securing this series. So without further ado, let's head right into Taya Sky Ruins to see what could be the conclusion of this first matchup. Now, of course, when we took it into consideration of how different this feel of Pokemon that Revenant Esports is bringing to the table, and they're also switching up who really is going to be the focal point of this team itself. At first, you see Crowley to be the one to be the main line of engagement, and now it really relies on how much Batcha can basically do. They already spotted out Froggy from the get-go.
And this is where kind of the dynamics, the flexibility of Revenant Esports player really comes into play. When you see Crowley now taking the role, taking the attacker role, and you have Basha in that jungle as a Zorak. This also fits into the identity because they coincidentally take the role. At least for Basha, he does play the attacker. We saw him on Gardevoir in match 1, but now you see that shift. But overall for Revenant, the fact that they function in by being collective in terms of relaying info, I think it will not affect those shot calls too much, but it's more of how much can you take away, because Froggy, he is sneaking some of those jungle Pokemon away.
Oh boy, yeah, being cheeky as always, and then you also do have Night New Foxy that has been able to withstand all that sort of damage where Batcha have always been applying upon him, and still having a very one-more hit, and Revenant Esports secures the first knockout.
Yeah, lovely one from Crowley. They do get a trade KO back, but Basha is coming in for Froggy. Don't want to let this Sableye run amok. That's Froggy just trying to waste a bit of time. Not going to be able to do it. The Revenant Esports already off to a better start, and unfortunately for Foxy, not able to get the snipe from afar, and also has to surrender that one. Revenant Esports, perfect.
This is a power spike that they've been looking for. All the early game picks that they could possibly get, they've been able to do so. And that pressure is starting to crack the rest of MYS. But Yemu has been able to sneak a couple of points. They're trying to neutralize all these initiatives that Revenant Esports have brought to the table. And Rebox goes ahead to spot the Zorak out.
A good way to really step on the brakes. You don't want him to start running amok and becoming unstoppable as the team MYS. They have Yemu forcing Blizzard away from that top side, and they also got rid of Crowley and Rebunks. Foxy, they both catch in a couple of points. Basha shows back up though, getting that KO, looking for those chain KOs. That's a double if I've seen one. And Revenant Esports are just striking back as hard as possible. Team MYS, you cannot stay here.
It doesn't matter if they're split foots or not. Like, this damage output coming in from Batcha is just looking to be sublime. And they will continue on to go on that streak with MYS. They found a leeway to actually put some pointers back. Nightmare Foxy takes one down.
And he's straight into the backline. Foxy, where are you going? Nowhere. Back to the Pokemon Center is the answer. And Rebongs is going to show back up. Basha getting away, but Rebongs able to cash in a couple, and his turn to shine. Zesso trying to stop this Dodo in his track, but Rebong is convinced the Unite move. He wants those KO. Regice is inside. Team MYS, strike back hard.
And you just look at how much closer this whole matchup gets. Now both sides are only down to a single digit of a difference. Regis now being contested, and that final take will land it for MYS.
And that's how MYS start taking a bit of that lead. Revenant Esports, I wouldn't say they run out of gas, but they certainly are being forced to slow down. Basha a bit out of position. Team MYS will pick that one up. Thank you, Surrey. Revenant Esports now have to find a recovery window. All things considered, Team MYS, despite it being a close first 3 minutes, now they've got a considerable lead.
Yeah, and I just love that both of these teams are thriving in all these chaos that they've been able to wreak across the map. And now, the rest of MY is looking for an angle. They found Blizzard though.
Able to get away for now. Basha, he's the one putting up the damage output in the midst of things. Basha, what an absolute monster. 2 KOs in a row. Team MYS still have 3, but certainly outnumbered in this situation. Revenant Esports holding the fort just by a little bit. The Regieleki is going to be that next objective. Blizzard evolving! Oh, the window keeping it alive, but not enough. Revenant Esports still not able to prevent that KO, and Team MYS able to rendezvous in this top side. Basha joins back in. Never-ending action.
And this team fight will continue to prolong so long as this Regieleki is still available. Whereas when you look into the Unite moves available, you have this Blastoise ready for that Hydro Typhoon, just waiting to strike. Meanwhile, Rebounds, he's capping in 30 over points.
And that is the Dojo special. We'll see how this is going to play out. Regieleki, very important, and it's going to be Revenant Esports that secures it. But can they make use of it? The Hydro Typhoon is out, only connecting with the young and Foxy, but watch out for Foxy! It is the Team MYS sniper, and he has done it. A team wipe KO for Team MYS.
My goodness gracious, just look at how many battles were happening upon this top lane, and MYS somehow brought every form of energy on the table to overwhelm it by the very end of it all. And yet again, they are now adding all those points up to 234 and already have first dibs on this Regirock. Now, what is the call for Revenant Esports still? Because there's still a little bit more of that window. If they want to contest, they can find a way to do so. Froggy now looking all the way to the back. Perhaps this might be a speed and catch.
Basha has found him. Can they get rid of Froggy at least to give them the advantage? It seems like that's not possible though. They did lose 2. Rebounds. Now it's gonna be 3. Rebound still alive, running absolute circles. Team MYS once more stamping their feet, and Regirock is theirs.
That was a 4-for-1 exchange, and this trade is made entirely possible because he dared to put himself all the way forward, and it was just a decoy so that Rebounds could basically jump right back in.
Yep.
Beautifully executed by MYS, and now we have Swifty too far ahead, nowhere to go, and Revenant Esports really has to find that reset, and with 2 members jumping upon him, still looking for Froggy.
All things considered, this is still pretty close for both teams. Revenant Esports have a very good chance, but Basha has now kind of become the talk of the town. Hydro Typhoon out again, connecting on the 2. That is it, Revenant Esports with the initial pickup. But Rebound has always and will be the problem of Revenant Esports. Too many problems, no solutions. Team MYS are winning all day.
My word, MYS, they just know how to come in with multiple angles to commit into these team fights. And Revenant Esports, we saw them trying to clump up. They have found a few of all these potential picks, but they will not have enough of that commitment to be able to complete Rebounds in particular. And I felt like, sure, you put that attention to Nike Foxy, this will continue to haunt them overall. Another lucky in the hands of MOS.
Revenant Esports will now have to dedicate resources. Froggy once more in that, sneaky infiltration mission. He's gonna be able to cap 34 on top of that. 30 seconds before the final stretch. Revenant Esports, again, I don't want to say this, but we might have to look at the Rayquaza flip for Revenant Esports to have a chance. We've seen 1 or 2 steals previously in that Group A series, but none of them have been able to result in a victory just yet. Revenant Esports, in this case, you gotta really start prepping for that final rush.
And initially it was Bacha that have been able to find those form of openings, and MYS recovery was so rapid where you have Rebounds knowing how to draw the line on committing all to these fights. And now this is the only fight that matters. All you need coming from Revenant Esports is to have that Unite move coming from the Slowbro, suppressing Rebounds, and perhaps that might just be their biggest catch in this fight.
Yeah, I do agree. If they were able to get Rebounds, that would be huge. Blizzard, he's trying to soak up some of those output from Team MYS. Yemu is there. Froggy once more running interference. Revenant Esports forced to commit. Hydro Typhoon only on the 2, but Team MYS, oh, they sliced right through Revenant Esports. The armor has absolutely shattered. 4 KO. Team MYS, they just would not yield.
And it's only down to Bacha. Is there enough room? Is there enough time? And looks like it will not be. MYS gets their hands on the Rayquaza, and they are storming the gates, coming into all angles, and MYS is looking to close out this series.
And Team MYS about to be the Globetrotters of this game too, coming in with all those massive 100-point slam dunks. And Froggy is gonna chip in. Yang has done this. 660X, about to be more. Team MYS just could not help themselves to keep breaking these point records.
Revan Esports, they did so much, but only came back with so little in this matchup. And it's not like they did not try. Everything that they tried to come in with, all these sort of aggression, may not have actually paid out, when you have Yang just supplementing all these form of heals and MYS on the final few seconds to secure their first victory here in the Asia Champions League Grand Finals.
And they have just claimed Revenant Esports Pokemon Center as their own. This is as much as a wash you could have expected coming into this. I don't know how else to put it, but Team MYS showed up, and they showed up massive.
And it's not just one player that did it all. Everyone on the block have been able to contribute so much. You see Yemu always on the front lines, and you have Nightmare Foxy. Sure, he was the one that takes most of the damage output in the early game, and then bounce back up, having all these form of hyper beams to be landing on top. And then you see Froggy really supplementing rebounds. They are willing to go in for certain bait exchanges in order to make it work later on for this Dodrio to basically run around the map. And Revenant Esports, we really commend them on how they've been able to get all these early game initiatives for Batcha to really pull up ahead. But from that point onwards, it feels like it starts to overwhelm them, especially when Crowley was not really having the best time to be well protected from all these form of pressure coming in from the Sableye and the Dodrio.
It's Team MYS winning the info war, and I do agree at the same time for Revenant Esports. I think Basha did fantastic in the first few minutes of this game. Revenant Esports, they were able to keep close, and you can see Basha really pushing the limits of this Pokemon. And on top of that, creating space. This is what Revenant Esports needed in Game 1 but could not find. But unfortunately, we see that adjustment from Team MYS, which has been kind of the important topic about the team. How much can they adjust throughout the course of the tournament? And I would tell you they've adjusted more than enough to take on Revenant Esports.
Indeed, and I think like it was due to that previous team fight we saw in the highlights where they did actually overextend coming from Revenant Esports, and because of that, you see Rebongs really bouncing back up and really chase down onto 2 to 3 Pokemon, and that really resets the form of tempo. And then we have this longest team fight possible over the top end, which actually broke the camel's back.
Yeah, absolutely. But this does set a good precedence for Revenant Esports, right? The sad fact is that they did get defeated 2-0 by Team MYS, and they will have to take on High Five, the tournament favorites, coming right after this. So there's not really much time to talk much about what to do. But I would say that you compare Game 1 to Game 2, Revenant Esports, they were able to kind of clean up a bit of those scrappiness early on, find more opportunities, and despite that defeat, I would say that Revenant Esports, they are adapting, albeit not fast enough to keep up with MYS.
Well, I still think that it's still pretty much promising of what they have shown here in Game 2 as compared to Game 1, where they have adapted on the fly. They've tried something absolutely different, and sure, results may not be what they wanted, the way that they wanted by the end of it all, but it still shows that Revenant Esports is here to really put everybody else to their limits overall. And Team MYS, this is just the beginning of it all, and they are having the best start possible.
Yeah, and you know, just to kind of put a conclusion to the series, at least for Revenant, right? They did say that coming into this, well, prior to coming into the ACL finals, they are a team, or as a region, the identity is that we want to go against the meta. We want to combat the norms. Oftentimes, it didn't really work out according to plan, but overall, you do see the defiance in this team, and this is what we like about different regions. You get to see that culture, that identity. And Revenant Esports, they have shown us something today. even though it's not a victory, they showed us that they stick true to what they're good at.
That's true, and overall, you look at Team MYS, remember their run they've had, some of the stellar start heading into their league, undefeated, and they were only overwhelmed by Team Rise, so perhaps they are here to prove a point.
And let's look at the updated scoreboard, at least for Group B. We've just finished our first best of 3 between Team MYS and Revenant Esports, and well, Team MYS, they gave us a show, a Super Bowl finale, if I could call it, just clean 2-0 victory. Revenant Esports didn't really stood much of a chance, but they did find windows to show us that this team is here to fight. This team is no pushover, just that now they have to take on High Five in the next best of 3, and this is do or die.
That's right, MYS, they might actually find themselves a slight safety net for now, and Revenant Esports will fight for their eternal lives right now, where eventually on the next upcoming matchup, they will be faced with High Five, which, like you said, one of the tournament's hot favorites to really take the championship title itself, where High Five, they've been pretty much undefeatable in their East Asia bracket during the league, and then only in the finals, they only dropped one game.
Oh yes, and
one game only.
And at the same time, this is just to get everyone, you know, more excited to look forward to what we have for the rest of Group B, because Team MYS just defeated Revenant Esports. That means that our closing series is going to be MYS against High Five. But of course, before that, we will have High Five up against Revenant Esports. Next, we're gonna hand this over to our glorious, beautiful, handsome Professor Flava to have an interview with the winners of that series.
Thank you very much, Husky, as well as Contra, for those amazing commentaries on the first match here in Group B. And of course, I'm joined by the winner of the match. I have none other representing from Team MYS. Rebounds joining me here today. Of course, Rebounds, congratulations to you and your team for winning that match. It was a clean 2-0 wins, which means that you've gained yourself 3 points. So how do you feel for winning that match against your opponent?
Yeah, I think it's a huge boost of confidence for the team. It's always good to have a clean win, because like even in the qualifiers we were like going 2-1 all the way. Yeah, so this performance is, I think, a huge boost of confidence for us. Yeah.
And I believe that we had some initial talks before together with Team MYS, and you've had the opportunity to actually scrim against all the teams here, not just against the team from East Asia, South Asia, as well as the teams from the Indian regions as well. So what are your thoughts about some of the other regions that you're faring off against in this competition?
Yeah, I think all the regions are very creative, so every region have their own meta. So it really helps us think during band pick. Yeah, so I think it's very good to scrim them, and yeah, it really helps us change our game plan.
I think most of the teams did share that the method that was being brought by the India region was a little bit different than was brought by South Asia as well as East Asia. Is this something that comes to a surprise? Did it caught you off guard in any way when it comes to draft phase, for pick and ban phase for your end?
I think it didn't caught us off guard because we actually scrim with them and we know them very well. So we actually did a lot of research and study. So I think it's quite okay. Yeah.
And of course, last question for you is that you know that coming up after this itself, not really after this, but the last match here in Group B will be you guys against Team High Five. Now, we know they're one of the favorites to actually win the competition right there. So does this 2-0 win against your opponent just a while ago boost up your confidence for you to actually win over High Five later on?
Yeah, I think no matter how good you are, it's always a boost of confidence when you win another team. Yes, and I don't think any team is bad here, so everyone is actually very competitive. Yeah, but going against High Five, I think, yeah, I think everybody is curious to see how we will perform, but we all love an underdog story. Yeah.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations once again to Team MYS for your win. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, coming up next is going to be the second match in Group B. It is going to be Revenant Esports going up against Team High Five. Let's have a look at it. 그쵸, 메탈 나갔는데요, 그냥. 아, 약간 그 스바라스타던 경기력 지금 어디 갔어요? 갑자기.
我就跟你讲那个火狐一定来真的行了，大家都在看那条路杀，他超 C 的。
刚刚不得不说，跟考稳村一样，好猛啊！
真的换出了金福弹
给倒，
金福弹护驾成功哇，太神啦！直接把他救回来了。上面呢，这边呢，双方拉开金福弹也没有顶住，看起来这3个人是一定会被越的，伤害一定完全扛不住了，哇，爆炸！哎，
いや、ゼントレイ、これはミスティックが実現されました。攻め込むしかないですね。やるしかない時間帯、しかしまずワンキック。
Hello, Pokemon trainers, and welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Asia Champions League offline final. My name is Danielle, and of course, joining me is the wonderful JJ Kun, and we're going to be joining the crowd today because we got these two.
Yeah,
oh my
see,
gosh.
whenever JJ Kun is around, there's always going to be some sort of shenanigans. I know you guys have missed the powder.
I was going to say, we've upgraded from the powder. Okay, in case anyone's confused, he's talking about baby powder.
Baby
That
powder.
he used last year for the official stream. But we're now at Clappers, so I think we're upgrading. Could you imagine 10 years from now, JJ's probably going to be on a motorbike or something, you know, it's like Pokemon UNITE, motorbike.
It most probably will happen.
It probably wouldn't be the legendaries. Oh my gosh.
Miraidon,
But 10 years from now.
When's Miraidon coming in Pokemon Unite, right?
Yeah, Miraidon, both of them. Because the colors match. Almost. Almost. Okay, Scarlet and Orange are similar.
But speaking of the future and the past, we need to go back to the present, where we will be seeing Revenant go against Team High Five.
Yes, this is going to be a pretty tough match as well because for Revenant, unfortunately, because they dropped this game to NYS, they are now in a very critical position. They need to win this next matchup to have a chance to trigger tiebreakers. Or at least try to qualify for tomorrow because remember, folks, the bottom team in the groups will unfortunately be knocked out at the end of today. So for Revenant, it's do or die. They have to win. Can they do it?
Right. So here's the thing as well, right? Like, they are currently in the same position as Marcus Gaming from Group A. Now, if they need to win one, and if they only win one time, they will be on a tiebreaker with, well, not yet, actually. Are they? Yeah, they're going to be on a tiebreaker with High Five if they do win it. And they will be fighting off who gets on the next day. Whereas the one of the top team, just like on the last group, right? If it were T2 that won at least one, they're already guaranteed day number 2. Whereas Rise would have to fight off on the same points with Marcus Gaming. And likewise, as I've mentioned, it is going to be on the same year, same position with Revenant Gaming if they do not win anything at all.
Absolutely. Now, if you are just tuning into the ACL, you did not follow the games leading up to the finals, we do need to give you a quick rundown on who High Five are. Now, High Five, I think, are arguably the favorites to win the tournament. This team is chock-packed full of talent. They are incredibly experienced. A lot of the players, they did play in the circuit last year. Unfortunately, they didn't qualify to play at World in London, but this team coming into ACL, no one had expectations coming into the tournament, but after their first game, that was it. They solidified their reputation as the most deadly team in East Asia.
And I think just the mere fact that they are the most heavily favored to win the entire tournament says a lot. Sure, they might not have been able to be on the WCS, but again, being respected, being respected by all of the team in ACL. We've talked to them and everyone just respects and is afraid of High Five. I think that says a lot.
Yeah, JJ, that is 100% true because for all the teams that we spoke to
That's
at
a common
ACL,
thing.
the one common thing, yeah, exactly. Everyone says they're afraid of High Five. They all think that this is the team to watch out for at the competition. And for Revenant, you know, to play against High Five now in this grouping, I can't imagine what this team is feeling. There's going to be tension, that someone might be nervous, but the team needs to remain calm. collected,
Right.
because you cannot afford to lose your nerves now.
Yeah, see, it didn't matter if it were talking about with T2, with Rise, with Marcus, with everyone really. Because again, the common denominator for everything that they've told us is that they are afraid of high five.
Exactly. Now we have sort of flashed some of the stats for the teams in terms of their favorite Pokemon, their drafts, the picks, Pokemon that they've been rather successful with. Now for Revenant, this team in particular, they do like to run a lot of the long-range special attackers. When I say this, it's like your Delphoxes, your Glaceons, your move spellcasters, as some people would like to call it, right? They're not so much focused on the hard hitters like Cinderace or Greninja. Whereas for High Five, this team is such a unique playstyle that no one has really been able to replicate. They do have a couple Pokemon that they really like to play that are unconventional. They love Absol, they love Garchomp. I'm curious to see if they can... Well, the team has said in the past that they are confident to play any Pokemon, which actually makes you have to wonder, okay, well, if they can play everything, what do you ban?
Exactly. Now here's the thing, right? Like previously, when they were playing on the WCS, right, for APAC, it is that under the name of RJ Gaming, right, they have like a specific meta that they want to play, given that there still wasn't any ban draft phases, right? Because everyone can play every Pokemon. There's going to be some Pokemon that will be mirrored for both of the teams, but this time with the draft phases, I think this just kind of like solidifies High Five as well, to the point that as you have mentioned, and as we have mentioned, they have all the Pokemon in their arsenal. So even if you do ban a Pokemon, they would still have something to replace that, just so that they can get the composition that they want to play going into the game.
Yeah. Now we do have some stats here for High Five, their win rates for some of their favorite Pokemon to play. Now Eldegoss has been a really common trend with this team, currently sitting on a 83.3% win rate on this Pokemon alone, followed by Blissey, Delphox, Slowbro, Absol. But this team, they can play anything. What we're seeing on the screen right now
is just like a fraction of the power.
This is literally a puddle of their pool of Pokemon, or an ocean, I suppose some people would want to call it. And so knowing this, you know, if you're Revenant, how do you tackle this matchup? Because obviously you can do all the homework that you want up against High Five, but the real question is, can you keep up with their playstyle? Because I think something that you're going to notice if you have followed High Five, for anyone that has followed High Five, this team plays fast. When I say fast, it is within the first minute, you're seeing Pokemon get knocked out. Smooth rotations, precise timings, and you have to figure out, okay, how do we slow that down? How do we counter it? Can we move faster than them? Otherwise, are you going to have to figure out a way to say, okay, well, maybe our side lane's going to be difficult. Let's try and go for Pokemon that are going to be able to maybe survive those potential rotations. But again, there's so many questions you have to ask, and I don't think there's enough answers.
No, yeah, that's the thing, right? That is, I guess, what makes High Five High Five. If you're going to be closing one door, another one will be open. That is High Five. Again, they have everyone in the arsenal, all the Pokemon in their roster, and likewise, right? What they're showing right now with the graphics is just essentially telling everyone in the world right now who's watching, look at what they try to do just to make up a fraction of our power.
Yeah, exactly. So we do see the players in the booths. They are getting ready to play, getting them into the lobby just so that we can start this matchup. But this is going to be a moment for both teams to sort of talk it out, figure out what you want to do. Because remember, again, the drafting is going to be so important for both teams, because it does sort of set the pace for how your lanes are going to go, what your central area is going to look like, and your timing windows, right? Because in Unite, I think some people also kind of forget that certain Pokemon have timing windows where they are going to be strong. For example, some Pokemon are strong at the 3-minute mark, 6-minute mark, 8-minute mark. And you have to decide, okay, what's going to be our timing window? How can we guarantee that we are going to hit this window so we are at our strongest at this point?
Exactly. But, you know, to add into that, you know, obviously we don't want to diss Revenant Esports as well. So let me just tell you guys that while these teams are really strong, what I really like the most about them, and this is something I tell people a lot, to never forget to have fun.
Yes,
See,
exactly.
both of these teams, right? Yeah, sure, this is a very prestigious tournament. This is a huge, major tournament. It decides who is the best in Asia. But there are a lot of like people and players as well who forget, who only plays to win, and it's not to say that, it's not to invalidate to say that it's wrong. It's okay, it's fine. You play to win, but you forget the fact that you need to have fun as well playing the game. And both Revenant Esports and Hi5, especially when we were talking to them, they were just chilling and they were just having so much fun with each other.
Actually, okay, so I think it's a good time for us to sort of talk about the teams in terms of like the kind of aura that they also emit, right? Because we did speak to both of the teams. So when we did speak to, I'll let you actually speak about Revenant because I do believe you have more details on that team in particular. You want to speak?
Sorry.
Okay, fine. All right, I'll start. My gosh, JJ, you're terrible. Okay, so we did interview Hi5 first. Technically, we did do Hi5 first. And one of the things that was really interesting about the team, right? You assume that this team that is like such a powerhouse, they're so strong, to be super serious, super in the game, maybe to be just, you know, a bit scary to be around. This team is the complete opposite. They are so fun to be around. Like, they were so jokey, so casual. They were joking around with their own teammates. I mean, we learned so much about them. So for Hi5, they feel that their biggest threat was actually MYS. And they have played against each other in the past in a tournament setting. If anyone remembers, they played at the Winter Tournament Finals, and Hi5 actually beat MYS. So they have had a feel of how this team plays. They're looking to beat them again. That was a thing I want to mention, but I'm not sure if we're in a position to do so, but it was very funny.
Maybe that is something we can mention when they are fighting off against each other.
Yes. We do have a couple of fun things about the players as well. So Z-Ray, who's actually...
You guys just look at the camera, it's like, hey, be careful, Daddy.
I'm fine. I'm keeping it PG. All right, so let's learn a little bit about the players, right? So we learned that Z-Ray, this player actually really likes to show off. For some reason, the team was like, oh, he really likes to play all the high skill level Pokemon, right? Like, he loves to show off. And I think that's a good quality to have on such a skilled player because it means that they're not afraid to tackle those really tough to play Pokemon. For Akura, he's actually the shot caller for the team. He makes the big calls. On the side of Wushan, actually he didn't say too much. He was just he was sort of in the background, which I guess it sort of goes hand in hand with you being a support. You're there to support the team. You're not in the front lines. You're sort of there making sure that you're able to support your team. Xing Di, for anyone that doesn't know, he actually went as Xing Desu last year. So for anyone that did follow...
The one with the Greninja.
The Greninja, yes.
The Greninja.
So he played, he was under Xing Desu last year for the WCS qualifiers. Unfortunately, the team he was with, was it RJ Gaming?
RJ Gaming.
Yeah, they didn't manage to qualify for Worlds last year. And the thing with Xing Di, he actually said that he lost to Kamaru last year, who he thought was actually the best central laner in Southeast Asia. But now, after, you know, the fact that apparently they didn't qualify for ACL, now Xing Di was like, I'm the best central laner. It was amazing. It was great. I love it. Again, the confidence. It's the same with his team.
And at the same time, like, it's not just about the confidence. It's the confidence in yourself that you can actually do it, and they have something to back it up as well in the process.
Yes, and then lastly, we had BKZ. So the team says he's actually the world best all-rounder, which is pretty interesting to have your whole team say that. So we said a lot about Hi5. The match has finally begun, JJ. We'll talk about
in a bit
Revenant later, but let's talk about the game here.
And here we go. I think we're going to be seeing a little bit more of a okay, obviously not going to have only Hi5, I'd say, would have the respect ban here going into Revenant Esports. Again, Glaceon and Espeon is one of the most... that is actually the common Pokemon that all the teams in ACL wants to use. Espeon and, well, Glaceon, then Espeon, based on what they told us when we were talking to them earlier. But again, as you have mentioned, those on the right side, right, on the orange side, is always guaranteed to ban out Zacian because they don't want to give it. So here's the thing, like, if they don't ban the Zacian, it's automatically going to be chosen.
Pick.
Exactly.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think that's just going to be the case with Zacian. It's just so strong and it almost feels like it's a mandatory ban. But speaking of Pokemon, though, we are starting to see some signature picks being picked up here. So on the side of Hi5, Z-Ray on the Mew. This is one of his best Pokemon he can play. BKZ, he's played so much Urshifu, it's kind of crazy, and you can tell he has really mastered that Pokemon. Akura Slowbro, I don't know how he does it. It's like he just doesn't take damage. But on the side of Revenant, though, interesting choices. Crowley has picked up his signature Glaceon. He does love playing this Pokemon. And for Blizzard to get the tree, I really like this, right? We have seen how impactful Trevenant can be with that Wood Hammer. But Batsha, pretty interesting choice to go for the Cramorant here. I want to hear your thoughts on this, JJ. What makes Cram such an interesting pick?
See, here's the thing, right? Like with Cramorant, it's more or less like this is going to be like a very controversial thing. But I think,
notes,
right?
fam.
What I think about Cramorant is that it is like an Absol, but with more mobility. It deals so much damage, right? Like the best thing about Absol, right, is that it deals so much critical damage. But into the side of Cramorant, it deals it's not a critical hit, but it deals so much DPS, and it can just go away, hit and run away from you. It's pretty much like it's a harder hitting Dodrio, if I were to say.
I do like Gatling Gulp as well, the Unite move, because it's such a good zoning ability as well.
And you can reposition yourself as well with the eject button.
Yes. All right, so the lineups have been finalized, and Blizzard did swap with Sheshol, so we do have a bit of a change there. Champ going to be going in the hands of Blizzard. But Xingdi on his Absol, I hope Revenant has done their homework, because this is a Pokemon that Xingdi is not afraid to pull out, because this is not an ace. This is his signature Pokemon. If you think of Xingdi, you think of Absol.
And at the same time, you know, obviously post remote stadium. Yeah, because like previously, right, it's always just Greninja.
Yep,
but now it's the Absol, especially with its own set of like way to sustain itself with the potion.
Right. All right, looks like we're going to jump into the game here, JJ. So let's see if Revenant Esports can take this first game off of High Five. And the reason why we're saying Revenant need to take this is because this team, unfortunately, having lost that series to MYS, are now in a very dangerous position. They lose this best of 3, they lose their spot at ACL tomorrow.
Exactly. But if they do manage to win one, at least one, they would be on a tiebreaker with what do you call this? With High Five. Sorry, no, with Revenant. Revenant is going to be on. I am.
All right, we're gonna reset here.
Yeah. Anyway, going back into the game.
We saw a Jungle Invade actually on the side of Revenant, right? They've gone for the Sableye. They're trying to slow down Xingdi's central area farm, and I think this is actually a great way to approach it, right? Because a lot of teams, we haven't seen them really pressure that central area. Unfortunately, it wasn't too successful because he did get eliminated, but it does mean that it's a little bit of a slower rotation here from the Absol. So Revenant, they're trying to cushion their side lanes. We have to see if it's going to be enough though.
Right. Sorry, I was thinking about the other thing. It would have been on the next game, not this one. So if Revenant wins here, right? If Revenant doesn't win here, they still have one more. At least a chance to actually get Buck. But that is all that depends on MYS. But here you go. Revenant Esports coming back again. Swifty trying to get in some scores, but this is so risky for them to get in.
Oh, and they actually got the KO, so it's going to be the Trevenant, first one to go down. Xingdi looking to go for this chase, losing a lot of health, though. They're going to turn around, and the healing on Xingdi. It's not going to be enough. The Absol is down. Revenant coming in, but look at this. The Mew from downtown actually getting that final hit, but Blizzard's actually going to get the knockout onto the Mew as well. So constant brawling in this top lane, JJ.
No, yeah, for sure. But here comes another thing, you know, for both of these teams. At the very least, Revenant Esports is trying to do their best right now to try to catch up into High Five. You know, right now they're still on equal footing, right?
Yes.
There's still no one being on top, but I think we're going to be seeing that in just quite a bit, especially after the second set of Bs on lane.
Yeah, possibly, right? Trying to make sure you get that second big boost of experience. But for now, looks like a High Five are going to have a slight experience advantage. But I have to say, I think Revenant are doing a pretty good job in their side lanes. We're so used to seeing teams being dismantled from the get-go, from the first rotation from the Absol. And look at this, the pressure actually continues. Swifty being a nuisance. Yes, he might not get the KO, but he is slowing Xingdi down from farming that central area.
Right, but here you go. At the very least, right? again, still they're trying to pick up the pace here, going against High Five and Revenant Esports. They are they already mentioned this before that they're kind of a team where they they let everyone else just decide what to do and they just respond
in the steal?
into
Swifty?
that.
Swifty's gone in. Absol's very low. Shindy looks like it is going to go down. Absol out of the picture. But who's actually going to get the objective? It's Zero. The Mew picks up the Reggie steal. That means the buff goes in their favor, and they could possibly turn on to Revenant now because of this. They're still there. They're still seeing the Sableye being a pest, and so far they're doing really well.
At the very least, right? Like, even though they lost objectives, they did not let High Five take advantage of that. They did not let them capitalize on that.
Yeah, they didn't capitalize on it at all. And I think the fact that this Absol pick for Swifty is doing wonders for Revenant, right? Because it's giving vision, the fact that he's able to stun as well. His Unite will come in handy, especially for those big objectives, if you can get the recalls in.
Right.
Up top, though, another objective is being taken. Reggie Alecki, but is it going to go in favor of High Five?
No.
It will go in favor, so they will get it. They will lose the Absol in the process, but is it going to be a costly one, JJ?
Blizzard still has Barrage Blow, and unfortunately not going to make use of the final hurrah of hits coming in from that Machamp. But here comes High Five, still preventing High Five from doing anything to capitalize on their wins.
He actually got the Mew! Oh, really big knockout there for Crowley. I have to say, Revenant, they're doing such a fantastic job this game.
Oh, even Fist taking the Machamp!
They do get the Machamp, and the Reggie Alecki will be going into that top goal zone, so 53 points minimum going in favor of High Five if they want to break this. And clearly you can see this team looking to really overcap this.
Look at Urshifu just, trying to get all as much stacks as possible, capitalizing on that Reggie Alecki pick into that of the first tier score goal. But with that being said, the score is still, the gap is not that wide, but looking over the XPs, it's also not that wide, but the mechanical, it is a pretty close game, and quite admirably as well coming in from Revenant Esports going against High Five.
I really want to see these teams go 5v5 against each other because I think that's going to be the true test to see how these compositions go against each other, who has the control advantage, who gets the burst, right? And I think a big factor is going to be the Sableye. Again, Regice is going to be the main objective in that bottom lane. Zeshul doing a pretty good job here, actually being a pest. Maybe he can get the steal. Not going to be the case though. It's going to be BKZ to lock in that Regice. So an experience boost, a health boost as well. Looks like High Five, they're just going to focus on objectives. They say, well, we kind of don't want to fight into you if we don't have to, but positioning-wise, if they can, they will. And Zero, this Mew almost going down. He is going to eject away into his team. Gatling Gold gets used, but it's an immediate knockout onto the Cramorant, and the constant Pokemon on Revenant are going down. I think this might just be it. Blizzard, the last Pokemon alive, and they don't even get a knockout.
That was a very beautiful, calculated team wipe coming in from High Five, and that just gave them so much advantage right now against Revenant Esports. This is what we're talking about. Like, yeah, sure, they might have like the equal footing in terms of the XP and the points, but we were closing in into that of the equilibrium, right? The catalyst of the equilibrium of both of these teams.
Yeah, absolutely right, JJ. And we are at the 3.5 minute mark, so a minute to go here for that Rayquaza. But who's going to take this Reggie Alecki? It's going to be a quick knockout there onto the Eldegoss. So you've lost your support Pokemon for High Five, but they're sticking around.
Ooh, Swifty right now trying to get away, but unfortunately going to get hit by the Electro Ball from the Mew. But here comes Mystical Mirage as well to try to get in some sustain. And just like that, they're going to be able to take down the Reggie Alecki, taking down 4 in the process.
And Gatling Gold got used as well, so that's not going to be ready until the next Rayquaza. So High Five, they have picked up the most recent objectives, but are they going to stick around? BKZ did get caught with the 2 stuns from the jump pad, and it actually does connect BKZ. First player to go down on the side of High Five, but Revenant, they do need to hold off the Reggie Alecki. Don't overextend. Play it cool. Play it patient.
Played patient indeed should be the play here, especially for Revenant, because they've at least already used Glacial Stage as well. at the 3-minute mark, and I don't think that Glacial Stage is going to be ready before the Rayquaza comes out.
Yeah, we'll have to see first, right? Like who they decide to prioritize for those
Right.
wild Pokemon. If you want to try and get the reset timer, or if you're looking to just focus on that experience. Bottom objective, Registeel going in favor of High Five. That's going to be a big boost for them going into this upcoming fight, because that's an attack boost.
I think what they're going to try to do here is just do a split push option select for
If they
that of
do
High Five, so that they can just like
Swifty,
get in some points, duck it
Swifty?
in.
Are
As
you
the
Swift
Mother
enough?
of Dragons Rayquaza comes out, giving it away to High Five as they score in. But unfortunately, that's not what's going to happen. They want to take away this Rayquaza from High Five,
That was
but are they
big.
going to be able to do it? So that is the big question.
And look at this, the zoning coming in from Revenant. They're actually backstabbing with the Absol. I think this might just be it. They're right on top of Zeshul on this Revenant, who is at half health, but now High Five turning their attention onto that Rayquaza. Can they burn it before Revenant come in? They do! BKZ with the final hit, getting the boost for the team, the shield. This is going to make it so much easier for them to fight into Revenant, clean them up, score the points, and I think this might just be it. High Five are about to take this first game up against Revenant.
Yeah, but then again, you know, there's still, okay, I was going to say there's still a minute left, but at the same time, you know, everyone else is
the
just
barrage is being
respawning.
used.
Barrage has already been used, but still not enough to take out the shield from High Five.
Yeah, they're really lacking in the damage, and I think one of the big issues was the fact that they lost their Sableye in the top lane, right? He actually went down to the Slowbros. They had no vision to work with, a numbers disadvantage. But look at this though, Revenant, they are slowly pushing back onto High Five, but High Five are not too wounded. They could possibly turn it around, but Shindy actually getting caught, and so is BKZ. That's two of the big damage dealers down on the side of High Five. And JJ, with a 300-point difference, maybe they could turn it around, but they're starting to lose Pokemon.
Right, but as you say that, they just got 4 KO in the process. Now, the question is,
but this is
would
100
this
points.
35, 70 and 45, 70 and 90, that's 150 points going to be enough to catch up? I don't think that's the case, because there's still Ikura with another 100 points.
They needed to have at least 1 or 2 more Pokemon up as well to possibly contest for those points. But the fact that High Five, they got those crucial knockouts whilst being chased by Revenant, they got the necessary Pokemon. They locked in their victory. It's going to be their game. Going into Game 2, what is going to be the play for Revenant? Because look, I actually think Revenant had a good chance this game, right? I think the execution in the early game was brilliant. Yes, it wasn't clean, it wasn't smooth, but they did give High Five a really tough early game. Yeah, exactly. So if they can somehow clean it up, polish it up, maybe refine their lineup and change something to make it maybe easier to execute, I think they actually might be able to take this.
No, yeah, again, you know, just to refine what you said, right? It is Revenant Esports is currently on an equal footing up until the mid-game. And as you have mentioned, if they can then refine their gameplay going against High Five, I think they have a very good chance of getting 1 point at the second game going against High Five.
Yeah, exactly. So it's not impossible. Revenant have given us hope. They are absolutely capable of doing it. And this is an experienced team as well, right? A lot of the players on this team, they've been to Worlds last year. They have land experience.
Revenant did as well.
Yes. So for Revenant, the fact that they have this experience, I think if there's a team that's going to be able to rebound, it might be Revenant.
But if there's, you know, let's talk about like the composition as well, right? Like, sure, High Five is really okay. They have the sustain, they have the front line as well, and they have the defender that is, you know, Ikura, just trying to take in as much damage as possible. But Revenant Esports, I think, they could polish up their composition as well, especially with what do you call this? With Swifty and Badash. Basha, there we go. Basha's Cramorant. I think if they are to replace it with a more conventional support and likewise, what do you call this, attacker, maybe they could have done more into the side of a High Five, because again, their executions are already on point. It's just that their Pokemon wasn't up to par with their executions towards High Five.
I kind of like the Sableye pick, but hear me out here, right? Like my point of view on this is going to be a little bit different.
Right.
I kind of feel like, okay, the early game pressure coming in from the Sableye wasn't great, right? That got shut down. But it provided vision, right? They were able to keep track of where Shindy was, and they realized, okay, so if Shindy is here, can we try and push the issue in this lane? Can we try and pressure this Pokemon, right? And as long as the Absol's not nearby, that you could tell that they were definitely more free to make these plays. So I kind of like the Sableye pick. I think there's absolutely room for improvement. If they remove it, I think I'd be okay with it as well.
Right.
But I think the vision game was really key
just
for Revenant to stay in this
important.
match. Yes.
No, I definitely agree, especially in this game where there's literally nothing you can do to dispel any form of like vision to the other team if you're not on the same field as they are currently in a part of the map, right? So having those information ready up for your team is just very important.
Yeah, exactly. Especially with the fact that Unite, at the moment for Pokemon Unite, right, we don't have any items that give you vision. We don't have anything. It's mostly Sableye, right? It's the only Pokemon that's invisible and can act as a vision. Greedent, yeah, I suppose as well. But they're really the only options. It's not an item that's able to just sort of sit there and be like, okay, this is where these people are.
Right.
So the fact that Sableye is kind of like the only option as a support to do this, I as much as I'm not a fan of playing against it, it's a great Pokemon.
Right. But the question still remains, Danny. What can Revenant Esports do to go against, High Five going into game number 2?
I have to say, probably just sort of fixing up maybe their lanes.
Right.
Because I thought the lanes were good. Some people would say like, okay, the Cram pick was a little bit awkward.
Right.
I thought the laning for Cram is actually probably one of the most important things, right? Like Whirlpool is one of the best abilities in the early game because you sit on top of it, you take so much damage. It's a great zoning ability, it's a big AoE.
Free damage.
It's free damage as well. And so I did kind of like the Cram pick, even though some people might think like, oh, but it just got KO'd immediately. Because,
right.
The Pokemon is squishy.
I mean, it's a glass cannon Pokemon, right? Like, it has a very low HP, it has very low defenses as well, but at the same time, the damage output that it can bring up against the other team is just massive.
Yeah, definitely. We are going to switch on over to Xingdi's stats here very quickly. As you can see, he plays a lot of Cypher, but his pick rate, 17% of his games are Absol. That's a lot.
And see, here's the thing, right? Though it is like very huge, the pick rate for Scyther, I believe this is Scyther instead of Scissor, but like, we only have like Scissor.
I think this is mostly from the group stage.
Right.
Because he played a lot of Scyther in group stage.
Right.
But I think coming into the East Asia playoffs, he sort of shifted away from Scyther, but they decided to prioritize other Pokemon, which is pretty interesting. But Scyther back then was really strong.
To
say the least.
Oh my goodness. It's just, again, for High Five, it doesn't matter which Pokemon they're going to be holding. They still have the mechanics. They still have, like, the executions to play what they want. So it just goes back to your question again. What can Revenant Esports do to disable them or at least prevent them, right? Or denying them of doing what they want to do? Because, like, here's the thing, right? With High Five, so what I observed with High Five is that they are playing mostly just 2 compositions.
Yes.
Playing just only 2 compositions, but with since their roster of Pokemon is literally the entire roster, they can just like substitute what needs to be substitute for them to be able to do that composition and gameplay.
Yeah, TLDR, they play everything, and it's kind of hard to ban against them. So
sorry.
Thanks, JJ, for the insight. We're gonna look at Badger's stats here, right? So you can see he really loves to play those ranged spellcasters, as people like to say, right? He likes playing Noob, likes playing Gardevoir, playing from range, big Unite moves, big damage from range, and so I think. His Cram last game, I think he did the best that he possibly could. Because in the case of that game, it was just really hard to stop everything from getting on top of you, right? That was an Absol.
I mean, sure, you could stop like 1, 2, but like not everything. Especially when everyone goes in on you at the same time.
Yeah, so I mean, I could feel... for him in that last game, it must have been really tough because no matter where he was like, all right, guys, I have a big fat target on my forehead. I'm ready to get chopped off. So what are we going to do about it? How are we going to protect me? I'd love to see him either get onto that Gardevoir or Mew, though, right? Deal out some really big damage for his team, special attack damage, have a big Unite move. Gardevoir wasn't banned, Delphox wasn't banned. I'm not 100% sure if he does play the Delphox. I mean, assuming his pool of Pokemon, I think he does. And these Pokemon, they're still viable, right? They're they're not bad. They're not out of the meta. It's just like right now we're not really seeing
There are
everything
much
being
more
played.
Pokemon that is, I guess,
Viable.
who've caught up with, more viable to use than what they've already used to. But again, as you have mentioned, these Pokemon that they have previously aren't Pokemon that actually fell off.
Yeah, yeah. Well, they did sort of mention, so when I spoke to them in a little, I mean, I didn't speak to them, I wrote to them. It was an online interview. And I asked them, like, how they feel about the new patch. And Revenant did admit that the latest patch, not this latest patch, but the patch before this, it nerfed a lot of the Pokemon that they do like to play. So they had to reformulate their drafting style, their general pool of Pokemon that they do like. And so I think we're starting to see the results of their research to find something that's worked for them.
Right.
But let's see what's going to come out for Revenant here. What's going to be the strategy that pushes this to a Game 3, and it's going to be Batcha picking up that Mew. I think this is a great choice.
Right, and here you go. Revenant definitely getting in that first pick gives them some sort of advantage.
For Shindy.
This advantage that Revenant Esports got, being the first pick, just may have been countered once again by High Five immediately after.
You think so? Like right away?
I think it is Bashas and Shengdi is going to be the head-to-head here. Given that they are the core
counterparts.
attackers. Yeah, the counterparts for this game. So like especially giving Shindy this Glaceon, I think they have been able to utilize this quite a lot, and we're going to be seeing more of the glacial stage as well being popped up more and more, especially with the energy amp.
Crowley, are you really going to play Dodrio? Oh, okay, he was messing with us. All right. So I was going to be like, this is a very interesting team composition.
No. He was messing with you by making you think that he's not going to pick that, but he did.
With me. He was probably thinking about it. So.
Right.
But I do like this draft though coming out from Revenant. I think maybe the little X factor here is maybe the Lucario pick, right? Like what's the main objective for Lucario? Because firstly, Crowley, you've got that Pokemon that's going to be scoring your goals, that's going to be roaming the map. You've got Swifty as your support. You can reset during those fights. You have your frontline defender, Trevenant, arguably the best defender in the game right now. And then you've got a Mew to back you up, which is also probably one of the most versatile and one of the strongest attackers currently available in the game. Not to say that High Five have a bad draft themselves. I mean, they've got Glaceon, right? One of the most popular attackers. Wushan and Ikura on their signature choices. BKZ also on his signature Urshifu. And then Z-Ray, this man, I've seen this man play Cramorant and is insane.
Man, this Cramorant, I think what they're trying to do here right now is just... This is a huge statement for High Five right now.
You're going to be like, okay, they're going to show them how to play Cramorant?
Yeah, right?
Is he going to cook? He's wearing a chef hat.
He's cooking!
Oh my goodness.
He's cooking, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike. This is again a huge statement showing them how to play Cramorant. If you're going to be playing Cramorant, this is how you should do it. It's essentially what they're trying to say against Revenant Esports. But then again, I've been thinking as you were, talking about like the composition of Revenant here, I was thinking, maybe Revenant Esports composition here is more of like a very squishy comp. But if you have to think about it, like there's still the hyperspace hole as well coming from Swifty, ensuring that they can like recover back up. There is the of course the Mew and the Trevenant as well. But what I'm thinking here of would be, the X factor here is not actually the Lucario, but rather the Dodrio, because the Dodrio is like the what I found the most odd pick in this composition, because they have all the damage, they have the sustain, but then what is Dodrio going to do aside from obviously the scoring in?
Well, here's the thing: if you look at High Five's lineup, they don't have anyone that can actually chase a Dodrio, right? They're not running the Absol this time, so you don't really have anyone with that high ability to chase the Dodrio. So maybe the play here for Revenant is that, okay, we're just going to constantly backcap you. Even though maybe you're winning the fights, at the end of the day, you win based on scores. But Lucario going down here, bit of a questionable play.
Yeah, especially that they went in too much, right? Going inside of the speed reflux zone as well, getting punished for it. But here you go, High Five currently 3-man into that of the top path. So this is going to be quite a hard lane for Revenant Esports to take about, but they have 3 Pokemon as well up top. So let's find out what they're going to be able to do here into that on the top path, as that is like, I guess, this game right now, whoever controls the top path then controls the entire game.
Yeah, we're also going to be seeing a air cutter Cramorant on the side of Z-Ray, so likely just going to be the standard build dive air cutter, but wow, Blizzard putting out some big damage there. Oh, Solar Beam capping onto the Glaceon as well, almost going down, but of course with the healing, there's going to be able to get back up with that Citrus Berry as well as with the help of Wushan. But BKZ, though, going to be caught out, and with the Solar Beam, the damage is almost there. They do get it though. Urshifu going down, and now it looks like Revenant, they're looking to score, but with Wushan here, it's going to be a little difficult. Maybe they're going to try and turn, but Cramorant is here. Z-Ray coming in with the assistance, and that's going to be a double KO.
Swifty saving themselves. Unfortunately, it wasn't timed well, you know, in order for them to like save up the Rio and Puerto Lucario, and just instead then save themselves. But here you go, Revenant Esports still has a lot to work out here on. They may not have the lead in terms of XP and of course the mechanical skills of a team against High Five, but at the very least they are still in the lead in terms of points.
Yeah, for now though, it's a little bit early to say, right?
That's what happened as well in game 1.
Z-Ray getting caught out here by the Dodrio. No, he actually got him! He got Crowley! Z-Ray! Apparently 1 hit is better than 3, but he does get knocked out in the meantime. But that's a big knockout. That was the central laner for Revenant.
Right. See, that's what I'm telling you, right? Like, High Five is showing them how to play the Cramorant.
He's cooking.
He's cooking.
He's cooking.
Definitely have the chef clothes on. Yes, sirree.
The gloves, you mean boots? He doesn't have hands. JJ, come on.
My goodness. But speaking of cooking, here's for breakfast, as we now have seen the first major objective. That is a Regice. Yes, indeed. BKC is going to be picked up. No, not quite yet, as they're able to take down the Rodrio and the Mew as well. But Z-Ray are going to be able to go back up. No, you will not. That's going to be 2-on-2 straight. They'll make that 3, as the Trevenant is going to be taken out as well in the process, making sure that High Five does have the positional advantage into that of the objective.
Oh no, Swifty going to be caught out all on his own. He will actually get onto the hyperspace hole. He will survive though. Dodrio has come back into the fight. Regice is actually at more than half health, but here we go. BKZ trying to look for the big hit. He will get it. He focused on the objective. High Five focusing on that experience, denying it away from Revenant. That's going to give them a big boost in experience. But look at this though, the fight continues here on the side of Revenant, but are they overextending, JJ? I'm a little bit worried here.
They are. Look at that. Blizzard gets picked off because of that mistake as well. The punishment is just too great for Revenant Esports. Again, I have to mention, your damage leader here is going to be that Mew and the Lucario, and taking them all out, what can the other teams do? Sure, this Trevenant can survive hits, but without any follow-ups, there's no damage that will be dealt against High Five.
Alright, looks like we're going to be seeing a big fight happening in that bottom lane. That's going to be 2 versus 3 so far for Revenant. Can they hold on to this though? It's going to be tough.
Gatling Missile.
Yep, commit the Unite, get the double KO, take the bottom goal zone. That's huge, especially when the bottom Reggie respawns again.
Right, and as we say that, you know, at the very least, Revenant Esports was able to take away this Reggie Ilecki against High Five, you know, giving them a little bit of a breathing room here and prepare for the next objective as well.
They're going to leave it. Yeah, they're basically saying, okay, the Reggie can have this. We have weakened it already, so it's not going to be the full 20-point over.
Right.
Sorry, the 20-point cap that they would have actually got. But actually, we're seeing a bit of a fight happening in that bottom lane because he actually used the Unite move already. I think it completely whiffed JJ. But the fight continues. High Five is coming in from that top zone. Big Phantom Forest coming in from the tree, but is it going to be enough for Revenant to turn this fight around? I think it's a successful defense here from High Five. They're looking rather healthy, but they're still going. I'm surprised Revenant, they have the courage to do this, but they lose the Lucario and the Mew.
See, again, High Five knows which Pokemon to target,
targeting
the attackers from Revenant, allowing to essentially just allowing them to sustain themselves by receiving the less of a damage as possible, you know, going against Revenant Esports. Removing that Lucario and the Mew essentially removes all the damage coming in from Revenant.
Yeah, and I think what makes it really difficult as well fighting there is the fact that High Five still have their goal zone, right? So they're constantly getting that heal. They're also getting the shielding that's constantly going to be applied, right? And so Revenant have to burn through extra health, extra shielding, which means they need more damage than they normally would to be able to get those knockouts. But Swifty, oh, is going to actually get knocked out there. He tried the hyperspace hold, but it was just too quick. And again, another knockout. So Drio going down as well. Revenant, I think they're getting a little bit too antsy to score here because they are losing Pokemon for this.
My goodness, the wall that High Five has put up against Revenant Esports, sure, I believe Revenant Esports is doing their best to score in, right?
Yes, well that's the whole point of their composition,
No, yeah. That's the whole point of their composition, but the thing is, it would, I think, would work more if we were in remote stadium.
Yes.
That's the thing. Whereas High Five, though Revenant Esports wants to pull in some scores, High Five is forcing the issue against Revenant Esports. As we can see right now, they're going to be able to take down one. So 1-for-1 trade here for both of the teams. But is Revenant Esports going to be able... Oh no!
Oh, no,
that
Crowley!
was quite greedy. They weren't able to isolate the Pokemon and instead got blocked off and picked off in the process.
Crowley was really far ahead as well, so there was no way that his team could have actually come in and help him at all as well. Yeah, so I think a little bit of mismanagement there for that team fight there for Revenant. I think it could have gone a lot better, but they also are feeling, you can see from them, right? They are really feeling pressured to force these fights into High Five, because if they just leave the game as is, late game, I think High Five just win outright.
Oh yeah, for sure. But here you go, High Five.
But look at the point difference, JJ. 205 to 175. This is what Revenant want. They are ahead in points. 20 seconds to go. It's going to come down to the Rayquaza defense.
That is true. Now, High Five, here's the thing. High Five has 40, 50, 50, 40. Sure, Glacian has 8. They can just give it away to Revenant Esports and try to still have more points. And I say this because they have the advantage of the team fights, so they can always just take them all out. Give away the Reggie, the Rayquaza and still win.
Are they burning Ray? I think they are slowly burning it away. They're actually trying to force Revenant into this team fight, but Zeshol, he is all alone, half health. His team is there to support if necessary. They actually managed to get the slow beam onto Lucario. So they're actually going to be going in with a numbers disadvantage, and even Dodrio getting burned down. That's going to be 3 versus 5, and I don't know how they're going to defend this Rayquaza because Ikura is single-handedly zoning away the Mew. The Batshot is there. He's going to be surfing on top, but no, he's taken down as well, which means it's all down to the Trevenant. Can he would-hammer? He can't. It's going to be the Glaceon to secure the Rayquaza, which means High Five can finally score.
Right, but with that being said, right, this is what I'm talking about earlier. High Five may not have the advantage in terms of the score, but they can always have gave away that Rayquaza and can still score against Revenant and take them out if they manage to take away the Rayquaza from High Five.
It was so difficult because we saw time and time again Revenant, they were already struggling to win these fights against High Five to begin with. And so even if you had the numbers advantage going into the Rayquaza pit, you have to figure out how to sustain these fights, how to actually
score it in once you take in the Rayquaza. But unfortunately for Revenant Esports, they weren't able to take away that from High Five.
Yeah, it was just a really tough game. We could see what they were trying to execute with this, essentially a score comp. And they did manage to get the advantage at some point. It was just, the follow through during the last 2 minutes, right?
But High Five just already saw it from a while away, knowing the fact that what they need to do here is just, what they need to do here is just enforce the issue against them, force all the team fights so that Revenant Esports won't be able to do a thing against them.
Yeah, so we're going to count this down to the last 3, 2, 1. This game is going to go in favor of High Five, managing to get a 2-0 victory over Revenant. So now High Five are going to be tied with MYS for first place of this group.
Right. So here's the thing, right? Okay, I think this is the part where I got confused myself.
I don't know how you do it.
Okay, so at the very least, right, for Team MYS and Team High Five, they're already secured for day number 2.
Yes.
Unfortunately for Revenant Esports, we would have to say goodbye to them. They're not going to be making it on to day number 2. Now, High Five going against Team MYS is just going to be battling for seeding.
Yes.
There we go.
There we go. Good job,
now.
JJ.
We're good now.
Yay! So some people that are wondering, okay, is what's this seeding business?
Right.
So seeding for the tournament is important because in most cases, the top seed is going to get the easier path in the tournament. So
Right.
I think in the case of tomorrow, you play one less game if you are the top seed of your group. So that is what High Five is going to play against MYS. For their grouping. What are you showing me?
Yeah, that is right. So it depends on like the ranking, right? So
Okay. Oh, you wrote it down. All right, here we go. Professor
Sorry.
JJ, take it away.
So like Group A rank 1 is going to go against Group B rank 2, which in this case we still have to find out after MYS and High Five, right?
Yes.
And then Group B rank 1 is going against Group A rank 2, which is Team Rise. Still, we still need to find out who is the one that's
Right.
ranked on Group B. And of course, again, it is a best of 5. Right, and we still obviously have the battle for third as well before the grand finals.
Yes. Yeah. So tomorrow is going to be action-packed. All the games are best of 5s, meaning that they're going to possibly be really long, drawn-out games.
Right.
It's going to be a test of both teams' hero pool, essentially the 4 remaining teams' hero pools, their strategy, their thinking, what they've learned, what they've
Right.
researched. But of course, I think for us, the first thing we should answer is who is the top seed
Right.
for Group B. Is it High Five? Is it MYS? And this next matchup, it is going to be so hype because essentially,
It actually is.
It's going to be a rematch, really,
Right.
between these two teams. Because okay, wait, I don't know if I should. I mean, they told
I
us
think we
this,
could tell
right?
them. I think we could tell them.
Okay,
All right.
so during the High Five interview session that we had with the team, right? So when they
Right.
played up against MYS
In
in
the
the
winter
winter
tournament,
tournament, right? Maybe you could explain it better.
Right, so like they said that they won against MYS, right?
Yes.
And they want to make them MYS again in this tournament, but despite them saying that they, MYS is the team that they're looking forward the most to play against again, because they said that they are going to, mind you, and I quote, make you sad again.
Well, we'll have to see if that's going to be the truth, right? Because at this point, is it cap? Is it fact? We'll only find out when that game
Cap
happens.
or Bussin' or Cap, right? So here's the thing. Here's the thing. High Five. The stakes are high for High Five right now, just because of the fact that
Well,
they
I'd
haven't
say-
lost.
Wait a minute. I think it's also for MYS because MYS are trying to go for their own redemption arc.
Right.
Because
right.
at this point, it's High Five have beaten MYS, right? So it's a 1-0. Can they 1-1?
One more, right? Again, against a High Five.
Yes.
But at the same time, right? High Five hasn't dropped a single game, a single series throughout the first stage and the second stage of the regular series, and now going into the finals.
It's insane. I'm actually wondering, is it possible
For
to
them
actually
to
beat?
win the entire, win the entire tournament without losing a game.
Yeah, well, that or maybe a team to actually beat High Five.
Right.
Because I'm also trying to figure out, like in my brain, like what's the secret recipe? What's the formula?
What did we have?
What's the answer to High Five? Because I don't think anyone has been able to figure it out thus far. And this is probably the best opportunity to find out what that is.
Wow, it's like that that certain patty that's a secret ingredient is love. That might be it.
Maybe. We're going to have a quick snapshot here. Look at the finals day Group B bracket. As you can see at the very top, we're going to be seeing High Five and Team MYS. Now, the why it's 1 and 2, we kind of don't know because they're essentially tied.
Right.
But imagine, I think at this point, they're tied first. Because
Right.
that's really what's happened here. Whereas for Revenant, unfortunately, they played both their games and they weren't able to win any of them. And so with no points, they are going to be locking in their spot in that third place. And unfortunately, this also means we will not be seeing Revenant tomorrow. But High Five Team MYS, they're going to be our final best of 3 of the day. I think it's going to be such an exciting match to watch. If anything, it could be a pseudo grand final.
No, yeah, for sure. It's this is going to be like one of the at least for me personally, right? This is one of the matches that I'm looking forward the most because MYS and High Five, they're along with Rise, they are definitely one of the best, right? If not the best in the region. High Five is arguably the best in the entire region. In Asia, right? So to see them go against each other, it will definitely give us an idea on how much other groups, other teams have been able to catch up against Team MYS.
Exactly.
Sorry, Team High Five.
Yeah, yeah. So it's going to be a super exciting series, folks. Don't go anywhere because this matchup is going to be coming up in just a second. But before we jump into that game, I do believe we are going to have a winners interview. Now, I'm not 100%, I'm not sure when it's going to be ready. Is it ready now? All right.
Go.
So our interview is ready. So let's pass it on over to Professor Flava as we have our winners interview here with High Five.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have just concluded game number 2 here at Group B. And of course, I'm joining together with BKZ, our representative from Team High Five. We've just concluded their match against Revenant Esports. And of course, I'm also joined by Sue, who's also going to be our official translator for this segment. So BKZ, congratulations to you and your team. Not only did you not lose a single match in that set, but you are the only team right who have not lost a single set since the first stage and the second stage of your own ACL in your own country, and coming in here still having that clean record. So just to answer Danny's question there, what is the secret recipe behind your amazing victories?
好，首先恭喜你们刚刚赢了这胜。那么就是想要知道你们在第一阶段、第二阶段，然后刚刚也都没有失败过。那么就是想要知道你们的秘诀是什么？
就是勤奋的练习，对，练习，
To train very, very hard.
Okay, yeah, so I guess it's all about the trading, ladies and gentlemen. Now I'm going to get straight to the point. Now, MYS, they had a 2-0 win earlier on. Right after that, you had a 2-0 win. Now, both of you guys are tied 3 points each. And the next match will determine which one of you will be the first ranked team and the second ranked team in Group B. And of course, we had the chance to talk with MYS a while ago. And they mentioned that this is going to be a revenge match after what happened before this when you guys from High Five beat them. So what are your thoughts in Team MYS, and did you guys prepare anything special to fight against them after this?
好，就是刚刚呢，你们是比数是2-0，那么 MYS 也是2-0嘛，所以呢，你们在小组赛里面，现在你们2个都是3分平分嘛，那所以接下来的这一场就是你们争夺小组的第1名的这个位置。所以刚刚我们跟 MYS 谈过了，就是之前他们有输过给你们，对吧？所以呢，这个算是他们的一个复仇赛。那么你是怎么想的呢？
我会尽全力碾碎他们，对。
I will try my best to crush them.
All right, and try their best they will. Ladies and gentlemen, there you have it, Team High Five, still having a clean record here in Group B, and of course, since their own country league itself. Now, coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, they're still going to be fighting for the final match of the day. It is going to be Team High Five going up against Team MYS.
This is it, ladies and gentlemen, the crescendo of day number 1 and the crescendo of the ACL finals for Group B is Team MYS up against High Five next. We are your commentators to bring you this very exciting and explosive best of 3. I'm Husky, and alongside me is Contra.
This has been the most anticipated series throughout this whole group itself, where we're seeing the power level of East Asia versus Southeast Asia. And of course, unfortunately, both teams from the Indian region have been knocked out by the course of the entirety of day 1. But of course, they did put up a good fight, and Revenant Esports at least have brought the series pretty closely against High Five. Speaking of High Five, they are still on the stage, and now they will have to take on Team MYS.
There are a couple of angles you can go into this series and look at it, right? On one hand, these two teams are friends. They know each other, could be a friendly match. But sometimes when it comes to a friendly match, you still want to win. And for High Five, it is all about crushing MYS. It's all about making them MYS make you sad again for the second time. That's the goal for High Five. And for Team MYS, it is to get that sweet, sweet revenge over High Five.
Indeed, and overall, when we look at the performance of Team MYS against Revenant, they have potentially the highest score possible of any match being played out throughout the course of the day. And early on, we still see the prowess being displayed by High Five, still being one of the hot favorites out there. But Team MYS, this team here, hailing from the Southeast Asia region and also representing, the home country of Malaysia, they have a lot of things to prove here to the crowd and, of course, to the rest of the world.
And it's very interesting because we managed to talk to both teams, and both teams think that each other are the strongest enemies in this tournament. High Five think that MYS is the strongest, and Team MYS thinks the same as well, that High Five is the strongest team that they have. But MYS didn't, specifically say that they fear High Five the most. They think that they themselves are the biggest enemy, though we all know that when we come into this best of 3, all gloves will be off.
That's right, and that's what we really want to see when it comes down to what they bring to the table. They do have very similar ways of playing, but of course, we've seen something of a different stance being shown by Team MYS today.
Oh, yeah?
They brought out the Dodrio, which we have not seen for a very long time throughout the course of the ACL, especially during the playoffs. It was absolutely absent in Southeast Asia, and then lo and behold, we'll go into Group A, but that was being displayed by East Asia finest teams like T2. And we know High Five themselves do play it from time to time. But when we talk about picks as well as bans, these are the top picks coming in from High Five. Of course, these are the champions of the Taiwan Open 2022, and now heading to this, we still see the popularity of Urshifu and even Elder Gods to be popping on the radar from time to time.
And just now, we did see the Elder Gods and the Slow Roll being picked up by High Five against Revenant Esports. So overall, there are still some similarities. Urshifu has been banned in a couple of games throughout the entire day. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see Team MYS prioritize taking out the Urshifu, but I think we can also expect some shifts in that ban. We saw a bit of Espion being taken out as well. And when you look at Team MYS, we've gone through it earlier, but now we're going to look at it again. The Fable, the Mew, the Slowbro, and both teams have the signature. For Team MYS, at least, it's going to be Foxy's Mew.
Exactly, and this is the only team with the high win ratios on the Mew, where we're looking at 43% out of 7 games to be played out in total. Though, of course, with all the 7 games played, why is the percentage not as high as we deem it to be? Because in certain series that they played back in Southeast Asia throughout the league, Team MYS, despite them having pretty much a good clean streak coming in, they still have dropped few games in their own series, but despite that, making it 2-1.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at the win rates for each teams and their Pokemons. For High Five, it's the Snorlax. So Snorlax reminds me of something. 100% win rate, that's one thing. So one of the players on High Five, Z-Ray, he did say, so we talked to them, and then his teammates were joking around. They were like, his name is called Z-Ray because he says that he can beat his enemies even while he's asleep, hence for the Triple Z.
No wonder.
We'll see if that is the case later on. He wants to be able to continue dominating his opponents, but of course, aside from Snorlax, you have the Elder Gods, you have the Blissey, Delphox, and Slowbro.
The question is, do you want to wake that Snorlax up? Because we've seen how much High Five could possibly offer on the table, especially when you give this Pokemon of players like Ikura.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Ikura at the same time is also kind of like the IGL of the team, right? So you're looking at the core of High Five, which when you compare to Team MYS, when we talk about rebounds as the shot caller, there is a bit of a difference in the dynamics. Team MYS is everyone makes shot calls every now and then, but for High Five, there's a clear hierarchy. Ikura is the head, Ikura is the voice.
That's right, and overall, when we look at this team itself, they understand everything mechanically when it comes down to micro decisions, which is why they are a team to be feared by the likes of many. But Team MOIS, though, there's many things that we have to look at, and perhaps this is the most diverse pool of Pokemon that has been played out by any form of team, because these picks are relatively unique. When you take a look at other teams, you see mostly it's Urshifu being one of the top picks, but you look at their Mr. Mime. This is an 80% win ratio on the Mr. Mime as well, and then you still have picks like Aegislash have not been pretty much the top pick of the tournament, because you still have picks like Delphox that has been in the flavor of this course.
Another thing I want to look at is how these two teams got to this spot. Inevitably, they will have to face off against each other, but when you look at the results, the numbers when they took on Revenant Esports, it is easy for you to just say Team MYS got more than 1,000-point difference against Revenant Esports in Game 1. And for High Five against Revenant, it did feel a bit closer in terms of score differential. Is that an indicator? We're about to find out, starting with the draft of Game 1.
And this is where it all begins. High Five will be the first one to be able to secure their opening pick with their Pokemon. And I really do wonder what would be their priority here, because we've seen the way that they've played around PKZ as well as Xingdi to really ramp things up for the team. And then you have, of course, Ikura being the backbone, and still have ZZ-Ray to dish out majority of the damage. And therefore, they have respected like Mew Foxy. They removed that Mew, and now we'll see what else is left in the tank. Urshifu available, perhaps this might be the safest way to start off the draft. They can still go in for the Eldegoss if they don't really want to reveal all too much. Therefore, one more second on the clock. What is Xingdi gonna go for? And now you start things off with a Greninja. This is something special of sorts, because we have not seen this pick throughout the course of the day.
And I don't think we've seen this pick throughout the course of many games that has been played in the ACL across multiple regions. So High Five really starting it off hot. And there it is, the Froggy Mr. Mime is out of the bag. I just want to say I love Mr. Mime, and he has a special place in my heart. But when we talked to Froggy this morning, he said that Mr. Mime is his favorite. We're seeing that absolute showcase. Lucario coming through as well. Pikachu for Z-Ray. The Wigglytuff comes up for Ikura. That's it, all hands on deck. The gloves are off.
Yeah, and we're looking at the battle of the speedsters, right? When you match up against Lucario and also Pikachu, who really gets a shot hitting into the mid-game, who skills even better. And now, even with the Gengar, I feel like this is like a blast to the past, where we're moving into a very different sort of draft. And now that the cameras are back on this, we're waiting for confirmation if this draft is even real.
Yeah, it's a heartbreaker. Yeah. A part of me feels like it isn't real. We're gonna wait for the update, but you know, it did get me happy for a while. That's what's most important. You know, MYS knows how to tug on my heartstrings, and with that being said, I am on the MYS hype train. Let's go.
All right.
We do it.
So I wonder, you know, like if there's ever gonna be any Pokemon that was already being confirmed on that list. Could it actually be either 2 or 3 of these Pokemon that
probably
will still
would be tough,
through?
right? That's the closest that we can get to it, at least in terms of what we've seen today. But overall, I like that's a bit of a teaser. You get everyone really hyped up. But yeah, so Team High Five against MYS. We kind of went through how the IGL functioned and the team dynamics, and the rich history behind these two teams is, I think, what makes this series one of the best ones we have. You could even argue that this is probably grand final material already.
I absolutely agree. And then, of course, when we take a look into the wealth of experience some of all these players have, you have to also credit some of the members of Team MYS that have been playing in the international stages back then in WCS when they were still under the banner of Renaissance, right? So even with changes heading into this brand new season, we still see their tenacity to evolve every step out of the way, and they have now garnered a whole lot of attention from all over the world that they are one of the best teams out there. And then you have High Five, where they had been able to shut down so many of all these great teams of East Asia, where, you know, it's already home to some of the best teams of Asia. So they themselves have already built their own repertoire, per se.
Yeah, High Five is a team that a lot of the Titans are looking to take out. It's kind of like the John Wick of ACL right now. You know, T2 wants to take out High Five. Team Rise wants to take out High Five, and MYS they become the second team to get a taste of what High Five is all about. And you know, the wealth of history behind the players makes it even more interesting. They are friends. High Five wants to crush them again. Team MYS want to kind of get their revenge. So there's a lot of intertwining storyline that makes it so much more exciting.
Exactly, and of course, what's going on right now is that we are remaking the lobby, and we're gonna go back into the draft shortly. So, with that being said, you know, like, I also want to go back to those points where, you know, we take a look at High Five. Why is this team a hot favorite? Because they have never lost back in East Asia, and with all these teams being so stacked in East Asia, you start to wonder, like, how strong this team actually is. And then when they were facing off against Revenant, you see Revenant even put up really, really good fight. But, you know, even though despite certain struggles that they had, well, I think like early on they managed to have a little chat with Natalie as well as JJ Kun at the side. And I'm like, oh, okay. Guys, warm-up's done, and now this is the real deal.
I honestly think it is. That's what High Five say to them, is they were able to kind of, you know, warm up their hands a bit. You know, they're ready to, you know, get down and dirty against Team MYS, and that, you know, makes it even more interesting, because Team MYS got to see what High Five had to bring to the table against Revenant Esports. And you could say maybe Team High Five haven't shown their true strength yet, but the fact that you get that window to kind of sit there and watch your upcoming opponents and how they approach the game in this tournament, I think that's a minor advantage for Team MYS.
Yeah, I would say so, especially now with, you know, some support out of the crowd that have been able to also cheer them on. I believe that there's also quite a number of fans of High Five that's also in the crowd. So I feel both are coming in with pretty equal footing when it comes down to the strength of their mentality, where I think, like, after checking on them, they definitely show a whole lot of confidence on how they play, because they have been able to have their own respective play style, and so far it has garnered them great results. Of course, if you look back into MYS record, it was only tainted by one team and one team only, and that was Team Rise on the grand final.
And even that, it was close, right? It was like
very,
1
very
and 2,
close.
1 and 2 in the grand final, so it is not like kind of a wash. But I think this also, you know, this also brings us to how they draft in this upcoming series. We saw how Team MYS draft against Revenant Esports. The Sableye has been a big part of Froggy in this team, and he kind of the function that he brings against Revenant. And we saw, you know, Rebounds playing Dodrio for both games. But when you look at Team High Five and how they took on Revenant Esports, they kind of flexed the Absol a bit. We got to see just a lot of flashiness that is very, you know, character of High Five, especially Z-Ray. This guy likes to be flashy. He likes those mechanics. I wonder if they can still show that same flair against Team MYS.
Yeah, and of course now let's head right into the draft yet again to see what will be on the table before we get there. Of course, let's take a look at some of all these draft stats that we do have from the top 6 here in the ACL final. So far, we've been looking at plenty of selects that has been picked up in terms of the draft. Same goes to Slowbro, because like these are your strongest possible front line of engagements, and then you will be accompanied by Delphox, Clefable, as well as Blissey, and everything else is more of like a variable, though we did see a number of Blastoise being played out.
Yeah, I also want to add on that if we just look at which Pokemon is banned the most, take a guess. With a 100% win rate in ACL finals.
100% win
Sorry,
rate.
ban rate. 100% ban rate.
Possession.
Absolutely, 100 points for trainer Contra. But again, we take a look at Snorlax, and I think it's very, very surprising. I do expect Slowbro to have more of that pick rate compared to Snorlax. We've seen a lot of that just in the ACL finals itself, but we've seen very creative ways in how Snorlax was used. I believe when we saw T2 or Team Rise play Snorlax, you have this very, very creative method where you use the block, and these kind of zoning tools that is exclusive to a few Pokemon, Snorlax being one of them, has been big game changers.
Yeah, and overall, if it's going to be the opener coming in from MYS, then they might actually need to consider, do you have to ban Ikura's signature Snorlax? Because we saw it was 100% win rate for High Five. So you really don't want to deal with it. We saw how Ikura plays. It's pretty much obstructive in the way inside of the central area, very invasive as well. So how do you deal with it?
Yeah, and you only have that one ban, and I think the focus is definitely going to pan more towards the shunning Zacian if you are on second pick. And if you're on first pick, I do not think that Snorlax is what Team MYS will be looking for to take out. And with that being said, we are probably going to see Ikura on the Snorlax again. Slowbro is kind of second in line, but overall, Team High Five, they have ways to kind of to adjust around it. That's Team High Five's draft, but for Team MYS, we discussed early on, this is a squad that have been trying to refine the drafting, have been trying to refine how they make those split-second decisions in draft and in-game. Revenant Esports was kind of like the litmus test, but this is the real deal.
That's right. Let's also take a look at the win ratios so far heading into most of all these matchups out of the top 6 teams that have played out. And surprisingly enough, though we did not get as much Hoopa gameplay today, it still remains to have the highest win ratios available, 80%, and that's 8 wins out of 10 games being played.
Yeah, percentage-wise, Hoopa is the highest, but when we look at just raw numbers, we can say that Glaceon is probably top 19 out of 25. They only lost 6 games using Glaceon, and obviously the rest of the list is pretty much what you expected. Though I do think that Scizor, that one, I think is probably the outlier for me, but for the rest, pretty much what I expected.
Yeah, and overall, it's also really impressive to see that when it comes down to, per game average. Look at Delphox. That was being played about, 58 games in total, and still retains a 70% win ratio. That itself is astounding.
Yeah, it is definitely astounding. We've seen a lot of Delphoxes today, just that they haven't amounted to any wins, so that probably tainted the stats just a bit. But it is also a Pokemon that we can expect, I believe, Hi-Fi to have a higher tendency to draw out, and maybe that's going to be in one of the games that we see. But for Team MYS, I want to find out if they would continue the same archetype that they show us against Revenant Esports, because so far it has worked out pretty well, and if it doesn't break, why not continue to use it?
Yeah, and overall, you could basically utilize it in so many different types of compositions as well. So I think what it really contributes to is the amount of flexibility once you secure this Pokemon. You could still go on with those 5 versus 5 team fight type of playstyle, or you could still have, a couple more attackers to also join in the fray. It really depends on what really is the flavor that both I5 as well as Team MYS wants to bring this time around, though. Was really hoping to see a Pikachu here in the grand finals.
We had Pikachu, we have Greninja, we have Mr. Mime, I believe. Pretty interesting picks, though it would be incredibly amazing to see those picks really fall through. We're going to be back in the drafting phase. Once more, High Five getting that on that Team 1, getting that first pick, whereas for Team MYS, they will be on the other side. So it's fair to say that we will be seeing at least the same bans where High Five take out Foxy's Mew, and for Team MYS, not much choices. You got to ban the Zacian.
Yeah, overall, it definitely is very understandable why you want to go for that Mew ban. You saw how effective Foxy basically wipes off so many targets when it comes down to these battles. Like, even before it fully begins, because like the power of that solar beam, it really is immense, especially once you do connect. Like, the cooldown itself is relatively low. And now, starting things off, it is completely different, where we see Hi-Fi secure themselves that Glaceon. This was one of the highest picked Pokemon, especially back in the East Asia League stage itself. And back into the side of MYS, they are happy to give Glaceon away while they secure themselves the Espeon.
It's a very, very fair trade, considering that Team MYS don't have access to the Mew anymore. For Team Hi-Fi, you get the Urshifu, you get the Slowbro, that's Ikura special, and nothing out of the ordinary. But we've seen how Glaceon just does an absurd amount of damage, right? Even the Pokemons that generally can withstand and has a lot of resilience do struggle against Glaceon when we hit that, that final stretch. And I think for Hi-Fi, same composition, same type of archetype at least, where you have the Elder Gods, but it seems like there's a tendency to move towards double attackers, and that's why we get the Cramorant and the Elder Gods.
Yeah, it's great for repositioning as well, but now you see the rest of Team MIS. The Secure is a very similar composition as to what they brought forward to the table against Revenant Esports much earlier today, and they're hoping to pile that pressure onto the Cramorant, onto the Glaceon, and find that access to the backline, and this is how they would like to play the game. Therefore, when it comes down to 5 versus 5 though, it's really down to Wushen as well as Ikura to keep all these members of Team MYS at bay and open up a little bit more gap so that BKZ can close in.
We've seen how Team MYS handle this composition against Revenant Esports, where Froggy is just gathering intel, he's on that spy mission, he's taking resources secretly from the enemy territory. Hi-Five have seen 2 games of that. There's a decent amount of info to go around, but can Hi-Five prepare enough to go up against the composition that they witnessed just now? I think that is something that they will have to answer in the first few minutes.
Yeah, and overall, we also want to look at what Yang builds into in terms of which skill set that this Blissey will acquire throughout the rest of the match to supplement this fast-pacing MYS that really will require a whole lot of healing in terms of fights, or perhaps just double down on a lot of all these hindrances. Whereas Hi-Five, they've already have Xingdi on the mark, and we'll see if this Espeon can get those big catches with a sidekick Solaire.
Just look at Froggy, he is already on a mission. This guy is the man, kind of the man of Team MLS right now, trying to contest, at least take away the buff, take away those XP. But Hi-Five this time are ready. They have 2 men protecting that jungle, and they get that KO onto Froggy. That is one way to slow down MYS.
That's a really great read, because 2 times in a row they have did that towards Team Revenant, and then overall, this itself goes to show that Hi-Five was watching the game, was really well prepared. They got that first pickup, and essentially speeding things up for this Glaceon to come in.
Yeah, and the longer Froggy spends in the jungle, the worse it is, but rebounds, almost getting that double KO. Team MYS not able to kind of get that minor space, so Hi-Five not only defends that goal post, but at the same time also pushes Team MYS back.
Yeah, and I also do like that MYS understand their own limitation. Now Froggy open things up, and they find one more in the bag. MYS knocks out that Elder Gods.
Team MYS, 4-man strong at the top lane. They have the Wood Hammer. Hi-Five, they want to hold on. Yang, the first one to get engaged on, but Yemu is just keeping Hi-Five at bay. Rebongs also gets out. No forms of penetration from Team Hi-Five. They cannot get through MYS.
Yeah, and then they really have to play things slow until they stabilize themselves, and therefore MYS, they're taking this opening window in the early game. This is their power spike indeed, whereas BKZ having a little bit of difficulty going for their defense because of those low points. They will be able to score quite a few, and that stacks up to a 70-pointer. Meanwhile, mid side though, the central area will be blocked by Hi-Five. and they find themselves another knockout.
Yeah, they stopped Froggy for the second time. And the best part for Team MYS is that BKZ was not able to trigger Yemu's passive, so he still has that extra cushion of defense. Team MYS sending rebounds down to that bot side, trying to look for Ikura, and that is going to be an easy KO. And meanwhile, in the top side, Team MYS continues to put on pressure. We've seen Urshifu plus Comfy, right now it's Urshifu plus Elder Gods, but into a Trevenant and a Blissey, the problem is the same. You find it very hard to cut through him.
Yeah, and overall, Hi-Fi just have such a good read on where exactly this Sableye is going to be. And by having those former read, they not only avoid some of all these dicey situations, they really put Froggy behind, and now it really makes him second guess. When exactly am I supposed to call the shot to go in for a pickup? And now with Regirock up online, let's see if High Five can contest.
Rebounds did take a considerable amount of damage, but Yang is dead. Riemu already showed up. Team MY is trying to hold this. They want to get the objective for themselves. Z-Ray is there, but it will do go over to Team High Five. They take the Reggie for themselves. MYS at least needs to find some compensation. The Unite move from Foxy will be triggered, but High Five walks away unscathed.
Yeah, all 5 members are still intact, though they are still holding on to this lead. So with a little bit of buff, giving them a little more scaling, this is going to be benefiting the Urshifu heading into that late game itself. BKZ hoping to get hands on the Altara. That will be quickly snatched up. Meanwhile, dirty pointer coming in from MYS. Nightmare Foxy does it.
Foxy being really sneaky, but might get K. Oh, it's the savior. Froggy shows up. Ikura cannot follow up in time, and Foxy, he saved rebounds as well, dodging a bullet in the top side. Team MYS now probably shifting their attention, looking at the Reggie Lucky. Obviously, Team High Five, they have the numbers first, but Team MYS, they are prepared to take this. Yemu is around. This Trevenant will always be a problem. Froggy again trying to go for a sneaky cap and gets 21 in the process.
Great disruption coming from Ikura as well, buying so much more time so that they can basically remove a little bit more of that pressure. And now, a lot of all these attention is given over on to Reggie Lecky, and BKZ hoping to open up, but is holding himself back, knowing that there's going to be retaliation, and Froggy was eyeing on him later on. And now, it's just a calm before the storm. They're hoping to see if any Unites will be committed, and therefore, MYS, they're just going to hold right back and see if they can bait and switch High Five into a dangerous territory.
This is probably Team MYS committing to this. Ikura isn't with High Five. MYS going straight for the objective. BKZ and everyone High Five gets caught. That is it from Yemu. Absolute gargantuan effort. BKZ last man up, and he is down. MYS finds the first big blow.
What a clearance coming in from MYS, the way that they've been able to really stall it out and find that opening. You had them all cut off, and overall, High Five, they had the resources, but because they were not really in the position, now they are about to challenge the Reggie Steal.
Once more, Ikura isn't with High Five, so Team MYS, they have the advantage. Looking for the Reggie Steal, and rebounds does it this time. High Five couldn't get the full team together. 2 objectives in a row. Team MYS now have found their momentum. BKZ trying to walk out of this one. Wushuan can't support him enough. BKZ goes down. Wushuan to follow. Team MYS breaks this goal.
And that's an overcap going in. MYS just storming through the gates, and this is where they find themselves so much up ahead. Though Elekia will be stopped coming in from High Five, they really have to figure this out, because when it comes down to the 5 versus 5s, they really have to lock onto a singular target, and they're hoping to catch Froggy, but he's just so slippery.
Yeah, Xingti even used the eject button to try and at least get a KO on the Froggy, but couldn't find it. Maybe BKZ can help. Yang is dropping low. Yang finally gets taken care of, but look at that!
He still scores!
Mr. Froggy with another 40 in that second goal zone. They do get rid of the Glaceon though. MYS outnumbered, but they do have the help. Can Ikura get a knockout? Yes, he can. Froggy finally joins the fight. Yemu still healthy, has the passive. That one is going to trigger right now. Yemu killing back up. Rebounds is here once more. Yemu! 3-man Leaf Wood Hammer. Ikura stunned up, and he is isolated from the rest of his team. Forced to use the eject button, but look at Yemu keeping him under control. Team MYS not letting High Five find a single room to breathe.
It's just such an impeccable move coming in, and there's so many connections of the hammer throughout the course of the match.
Oh, yes.
Rebong's looking really great on this Trevenant, and it's really great to see that this Pokemon is coming back in popularity of recent time. Now, down to the Lucky before we get our hands onto the Rayquaza that's about to spawn.
Froggy might go for a cap for 40. Team YS, they're not able to steal the Regieleki, but I don't think it matters too much. Look at that, Froggy doing it again. The thief in the night from the shadows caps the 40. He's gonna get taken out, but his job is done. Team MYS, they have the first goal zone on the top side getting crashed, but it doesn't matter.
It might actually matter only this last bit because he will spawn only a few seconds behind this Rayquaza initiation, and High Five, they're about to book it. They're doing all the damage possible, and that forced MYS to respawn.
There's a lot of Unite moves, MYS. They should be ready for this. Z-Ray is going to be that. BKZ straight to the back line looking for Foxy. Can you find it? And yes, High Five finds first blood. MYS not able to hold on to this. High Five with immense teamfight prowess have gotten 3 KOs. And Team MYS, they do not have the resource to contest Rayquaza. And that means Rebongs, he's just going to go for the backhand, the double points. MYS going to respawn soon. Froggy, can you buy enough time? This is going to be important. Froggy can't do it. High Five got the Rayquaza.
And now it's pedal to the metal. Meanwhile, over on the back tilt, there is the backcat coming in, but I don't think it might be enough. Can they stop him? No. And then now another 100 comes in. High Five, they are on the ticking clock, and they need to put everything on the line.
They were able to stop Xingdi, but they were not able to stop Z-Ray, and that is it. The catch-up from High Five. They've done it in the lead. One last minute for Team MYS to pull up a rabbit from the hat. Maybe it might come down to Froggy getting that back cap once more. High Five, can you smell this little sneaky Sableye in the shadows?
And it looks like they're about to make them real sad. And Ikura couldn't even eject off forward wall. Will eventually be caught out. Froggy putting the final few effort, only an 8-pointer. They still need more than 80 points to close off against High Five. And now, whatever time that they have, 25 seconds, it doesn't even matter because High Five just put it in under 7-6.
And High Five has found at game number 1. They have enough points. This KO is just the icing on the cake. Xingdi, he is not happy with how this game has. Yemu with one last attempt in front of High Five space. How dare you do that to a Team MYS? High Five completing step 1 in making Team MYS sad once more. Game number 1, an absolute amazing opener to this final best of 3.
This is the closest match we've seen so far for the entirety course of day 1, and here we have it. High Five still continues to be the team to be undefeated for now. There's still, of course, 2 potential games that might actually come from Team MYS. They handled the early game really, really well, and just look at the sheer confidence of High Five. That Rayquaza, you wouldn't even call it a flip because the moment that they get their entry onto the Rayquaza den, they just started it. Oh, yeah. And they are just forcing MYS to go in for the challenge. And perhaps because of that, MYS did not have enough time to prepare, did not have time to figure out how are we supposed to get to Xingdi as well as Z-Ray.
And that raises a minor question. Because Team MYS, they do have different members doing short calls at different time. What was the communication? And it's not anything negative. I think Team MYS, they do have an idea that we want to contest, we want to stop High Five from being able to take Rayquaza while having Froggy to go for that back cap. And I think it would have worked out if they didn't have 2 of their Pokemons KO from the get-go. But overall, Team MYS, if we kind of look back at Froggy's total point score, he scored, I think, 117. This Sableye has a lot of value for Team MYS just from being able to score these points undetected.
Yeah, and for Team MYS, it's really boiling down to the final touches of execution. Whereas, when it comes down to team fight, evidently from this replay itself, they've been able to clean up team fights time and time again. And this is another beautiful instance where they've been able to bring forward BKZ, overstepping the line, and then you have Yemu as well as Rebounds to go in for the punishment.
And I think the best part is the beauty of some of these decision making for Team MYS, because we saw the first Reggie Lecky, and I believe the first Reggie was Reggie Rock, if I remember correctly, how Team MYS kind of exploited the fact that Ikura was not with High Five, and yet High Five wanted to contest, and it got Team YS two big team fight. But obviously when we hit this final stretch, this final sequence, Team MYS, they really wanted to stall it out, but High Five found the flank BKZ. Just great target prioritization. They get rid of the Espeon, and the rest was just Team MYS trying to run for the hills.
Yeah, and overall, you just look at this coordination, right? High Five, everybody ejected over the wall to just really pull that element of surprise, overwhelms the rest of MYS, because when it comes down to positioning, sometimes being over on the top side gives you enough spacing, but what did High Five do? Close the gap.
Honestly, you look at the results, it feels, even though High Five had more than 200 points in terms of advantage, but let me tell you, this game was as close as it could have gotten. It definitely came down to that last moment. Obviously, if you're Team High Five, you breathe a sigh of relief. This is a result that if you are on that team, you expect for yourselves. But Team MYS, no pushover. If this is anything like the finale, like the crescendo that we thought it would be, it deserves the game tree, and it comes down to if Team MYS can get the second one.
That's right, and that was a huge comeback out of High Five. Sure, they have had their initial struggles, but they understand their strength of their comp as well, where what do they excel at? So long as you find that target prioritization, you can eventually have everybody else just funnel into the same target overall, and I think that's what they did, and it just landed perfectly on time for them to eventually secure that Raid Plaza. Meanwhile, I think MYS, perhaps towards the later stages of the game, it had gotten slightly messy, something that they necessarily need to fix, and that doesn't really take too much of an effort, so long as they are being a lot more aware of that altercation that they were in on that very final stretch. So I believe that they can actually run back the same grab and perhaps yield a different result.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it honestly just came down to those team fights, right? When we look back at game one, obviously we have to look at High Five first, the team that took game number one over Team MYS. So far it has been a flawless run for this team up to this point. We're going to talk about Wu Xuan, one of the players that I think deserves so much more spotlight, and you cannot overstate how much he has done in this support role. The Elder Gods, very, very crucial when we discuss the archetype of Urshifu Elder Gods, Urshifu plus Comfy. Elder Gods, you not only contribute to Urshifu, you contribute to the whole team.
Yeah, the whole team, you just see great usage of the Cotton Cloud Crash, and overall, over the course of the span of these team fights, the positioning of Wu Xuan has been pretty much optimal in order to keep the team sustaining, and I think that's what you want out of a great support in any team.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think for High Five, it's just how solid Wu Xuan's performance was when we look back, and I think the first 2 to 3 minutes in that top side, Yemu was consistently putting on pressure onto BZK alongside Yang, but you just have this Elder Gods, this undying fealty to the Urshifu, and making sure that if we cannot get the KO, we don't let Team MYS score, and that's kind of the brick wall you are looking for, something that Revenant Esports tried to do but couldn't achieve.
Yeah, overall, this is something that has been proven to be a staple when it comes down to their composition. Meanwhile, when we talk about supports, we also want to look into the side of Team MYS, where Yemu has been pretty much on the flex role as well, where his contribution into this matchup, we see him really dishing out plenty of damage as well, and still having a lot of high impactful plays throughout the course of that battle.
And I think Yemu did an impressive job. Honestly, in game one, right, the Trevenant pressure from start until end, we saw a couple of great Unite moves that just overall were able to give Team MYS the lead that they needed. I wouldn't necessarily say it's Team MYS making a big blunder that costed them game 1, but I would definitely say it's High Five, when it mattered the most, pulled out a great team fight, able to really access the target that they needed, which was Foxy. And Foxy was the guy that they targeted even in the drafting phase, right, by banning out that Mew. But that was game 1. When we head into game number 2, Team MYS will have that first pick, and you can bet that that Mew is going through.
Yeah, and this is where they get a little bit more of that comfort when it comes down to the draft itself. But you may not want to be fully reliant on to just the Mew. Like, what else supplements this Mew? Because now that there is a target on the back for Night Mew Foxy, like, there needs to be a little bit more effort to keep this Mew pretty much safe, at least from the mid game onwards, if it's not their early game. So, High Five, I think like they have gotten great ideation on how they needed to close the game. They got what they wanted. Now, it's time for MIS to also find the angle. And what exactly is this angle? Because when you look at the effectiveness of High Five's whole composition, a lot was relying on BKZ to really crack things open when it comes down to team fights. And then you have Xingdi and Zizure to tag along as well. So how are they supposed to basically capitalize on this?
I think going into game 2, you are looking at, you're prepping to take on the Mew. I think that's most important for Team High Five, the way that they were able to deal with Foxy in that first game. But at the same time, when we look at the support picks themselves, Team MYS, they did opt for the Blizzy in game 1 instead of the Clefable, and High Five had the Elder Gods, and we did see the Blizzy able to run a bit of that interference, stopping those scores from High Five. In this case, if you run that Mew, maybe we see the pivot towards Clefable, maybe we see the pivot towards a more robust front line. Though I don't see it happening if Team MYS are comfortable with running the same draft that they have the whole day, because honestly, it has been effective. And now the Mew has been led through. Let's see if Team MYS locks it in.
Yeah, it really goes down to this, and when they do so, they still open up the Urshifu for BKZ if that's going to be the case, and there's still plenty of alternatives when it comes down to the front line. They see Trevlin too good to pass, and now back towards High Five. Ikura teasing it a little bit with the Serena, but we have not seen much of Serena being played out today, and Slowbro is just really too good. And instead of having it on a ban, Zizire decides, you know what? As much as the Mew was open, you did not take your chance to secure it, so they'll stay away from Nightmare Foxy.
And this really shows kind of the change of mindset for MYS, where that Trevenant is way more important to them. But there's also another angle that you can approach this from, right? Where, hey, we have the Mew, it's going to be 100% led through. Do we want that Mew first, or do we want to bank on the fact that Team High Five also likes the Mew? And if they take the Mew, how do we go up against it? And I think this is a very good response. You not only have the Trevenant, you have the Blissey, you have the Urshifu, which Team High Five themselves ran in game 1.
Wow, well, just look at this entirety of the roster Pokemons that they're bringing to the table. You have the Espeon for a huge area effect channel, and then they're considering of having the Mamoswine on bot, and they will lock it in. So how we want to execute this is to go full-blown 5-5, out-sustain the rest of High Five in particular. Meanwhile, there's still very high potential of a single unit catch. So long as Ikura get that Soul Beam on, and they will be able to at least go ahead, pick one up, having the Solar Beam being blasted coming in from C-Series. And are we seeing this?
We're seeing a Buzzwole. Here we go. Game 2 about to kick off, and the draft is already looking very, very interesting. And I do recall that we got to talk a bit about the Mamoswine when we looked at the statistics and the numbers. Here we see it in for Team MYS, and I think it's a pretty good response, considering the fact that you look at what the High Five have. You have a Buzzwole, you have the Scissor, you want to kind of get into the thick of things, and MYS, they are built for team fight. Trevenant and Mamoswine, I don't know how you're gonna move.
Yeah, and I think like this is very, very disruptive overall coming in from Team MYS. So this whole banking in on Night Mew Foxy's Espeon to deal the damage needs to work out, and therefore it really boils down to, can Xingdi dive all the way in to find this crucial Pokemon that they need to remove out of picture, send it to the Pokemon Center. And looks like we're going to be having a little pause when we get in because like perhaps there might just be certain things that will need to be addressed. It comes down to how smooth this could progress on the way.
Yeah, just so you know, just to give you guys an update, the draft would be the same. We're not going for a remake. We'll just have a minor pause heading into the game. So I believe one of the players' phone need a bit of a restarting, so we'll get that out of the way, and then we'll be back into the game without any sort of remake. So the draft you saw on screen, I know, Buzzwole, very surprising. That one is gonna stay.
Yeah, and I think like it's a great idea to involve this Buzzwole, so long as you don't have an Espeon constantly taking your health bars. You could basically see this Buzzwole will be able to sap some of all these health bars away and then become as tanky as he needs to be and still be very disruptive.
Yeah, and I think it's also a very smart way to approach what Team MYS has, right? We discussed about kind of this robust brick wall. You have a Mamoswine, into kind of in the thick of things, you have a Trevenant that is healing up constantly. What better way to deal with it than to have a Buzzwole? It's one of the example Pokemons to have these long fights that is just constantly draining health from these front lines and keeping himself alive in the fight long enough to have an impact.
That's right, and when we look into how much else would they be able to basically find these targets, it's really down to the speed of how they play that early game as well, where, you know, Buzzwole doesn't really require evolution, so you can be as disruptive as you can, and you basically get this side turn, assumingly, when we hit in the game, to try to get ramped up as quick as they can, and then dish out the damage. And the prime target here, once again, Nightmew Foxy.
Yeah, and he has always been kind of the man of the conversation, right? Whenever we go into a match and then you look at Nightmew Foxy, it's kind of imperative for teams to target him. I think that was what won Team High Five game number 1. And it's not to say that without without Foxy himself, MYS can't function, but we saw how much contribution Foxy brought to the team, and that was what gave them a huge lead in that game 1. Him on that Espeon has been deadly as always. And this is kind of his second game in the series with that Espeon. Perhaps it is going to turn out better now that now that MYS have a way to address High Five.
That's right, and especially now that they have the Mew on their side, there is, of course, some huge burst potential so long as you can combine that effort alongside with the Slowbros Unite. So BKZ confidently moving past some of all these units so that they can basically invade some of these camps and say, you know what, I'm just going for a quick 4, and MYS is about to double that, but that is also being responded by Ikura, so it will be eventually neutralized.
And at the same time, Team MYS are no longer going for your Dodrio plus the Sableye, so you don't get these kind of early infiltration from the side of Team MYS. We're back to a more standard game of Pokemon Unite. Buzzwole in danger, BKZ. It's a 2 versus 2 situation. High Five, bringing in Shingdi. This guy just become the Scyther. Yemo haven't hit 5 yet, so no Wood Hammer for him.
Yeah, and great recovery coming in from Rebounds to really have grounds being covered. MYS just negating the form of gank that could have actually came true for Shingdi. And now Ikura, already turned into Slowbro, will be able to at least chip a little bit more coming out of whatever the bottom lane offers. As you see, Brock is still level 3, and it's got to be really careful because all these damage output is starting to be a little worrisome for the Blue Sea Hammer.
And also, you know, Ikura went for the Skull, so you have that extra layer of damage. And aside from this tankiness that a Slowbro has, it does become a big problem, and BKZ continues to be a nuisance, but Yemu holding on very well, and this is what we saw in game 1. Yemu very consistent as kind of the goalkeeper, but High Five now have better ways to chip away at that health bar.
Indeed, MYS now taking things slowly as they're eyeing themselves. The Altara camp will be able to get their hands on it. Meanwhile, even though with the Soul Fire, Ray a tad too late to actually snatch that one off, but both sides, they're basically waiting on all these form of experience points to hit the right levels, and then that is where they want to try their hands on that full-blown 5 versus 5 commitment. So we will only expect them to be able to commit once this Reggie appears right down bottom.
Definitely a more standard game, a slower one in fact, but what are the objectives? So we look at MYS, we know that won the full-blown team fight. Is this something that High Five can match?
Well, when we look at full-blown team fights, sure, MYS should be able to match with some of all these damage output coming in from the Espeon, but also having to keep in mind somebody's got to handle this Cypher, because easily, once you appear, that's where they want to go in for some slams, and BKZ have lowered rebounds right before the Regis even comes up.
This is going to be huge for High Five. MYS, they show up at the Reggie Ice first, dropping below half L. BKZ in the back line. It's going to be MYS getting that Reggie Ice for themselves, but BKZ is a problem. The eject button forward, Foxy, huge damage, trading his KO for 1, and Team MYS able to basically freeze High Five, getting 3 KOs for themselves.
That's quite the collateral. You just look at the layers of crowd control. It's pretty huge coming in from Yemu, as well as rebounds in that course of the fight, and they find their way to open up the gates, and that is where the first goal zone disappears and MYS is in the lead.
And so far, that early game management from MYS has been clean. They've been able to win this very important team fights and get the objective, but not for Foxy this time, though. He does go down. The Yemo commits the Unite move going straight in. Oh my goodness, the damage from Team MYS. How could you expect that if you're High Five?
Not at all, and it seems like it's coming from everybody on board that has been able to just shut him down. And High Five, they don't have the numbers to even try to defend this. 2 goal zones already gone. MYS, they're here to prove a point, and they're about to find their angle to perhaps put this into our 3rd game of the series.
And remember, if you get hit by the Traveler Unite move, you're taking extra damage, and we saw all 3 members of High Five and Reggie Leggy getting hit by it.
It just amplifies.
It's amplified. They vaporize, basically, right? Vaporize and packed up and sent back to the Pokemon Center. And Team MYS, this is the situation that they found themselves in Game 1, having a substantial lead. But we need to also, look at the fact and be realistic. How is that late game management? That's where High Five shined through in Game 1.
Indeed, and Ikura really has to take charge right here. Froggy spots him now. And now it's going to be a little bit more dicey as the rest of MYS. They need to deal with this as Elagos already have the contact crash.
They had a memo sign into the back line. It's actually going to Team MYS securing the objective. High Five, they're trying their best, but their best is not even close to being enough. That's our first team wipe in favor of Team MYS.
And nobody goes out from Team MYS. That's how much sustain they actually have in the course of that battle. And what could High Five possibly do? They are now just holding themselves into the goal zone, hoping that they don't lose too much resource. Surf comes through, ZZ Ray, hoping to find a connection, and here comes BKZ.
Straight into the back line, Solar Beam. Actually, here's some 3 members of MYS, but High Five don't have a follow-up. BKZ wants to try, but Yemu keeps him at bay. That is with the function of the Wood Hammer. The Trevenant, it is an impenetrable wall. And MYS, they not only took away half that High Five jungle, now they're looking at Reggie Galecki. High Five, can you at least secure this one? Team MYS so far has been good on the objective, and now they're gonna wait for the potential steal. MYS this time doesn't get it. High Five finally finds something. Shingdi once more, straight on to Foxy. Foxy is gone. BKZ trades back, but MYS have a Yang on his Urshifu. He is kicking, and he is doing massive output. The Wood Hammer sends High Five all into a pincer, and Team MYS, through all of that, still wins the fight.
But the resets are coming through as well. The rest of MYS have been able to overwhelm them, and it was Yang that out-sustained it all and have been able to knock out 4 Pokemon at a go.
And Yemu with that pain split, he's healing back up, and I believe his passive was still on cooldown on the Trevenant, so again, the cushion is still there. This is where we're in a deadlock. Less than a minute to Rayquaza. High Five won the previous one, and If they do it again, that's going to be a heartbreak for Team MYS. But MYS, they're looking for security. They're looking for the Reggie.
So close when it comes down to the points, and this is the make or break team fight perhaps. Whoever wins this one might actually get their hands on Rayquaza. BKZ on the forefront, and it still is MYS to secure it.
With Foxy so precise, Team MYS gets rid of BKZ and High Five. They can't wait for the reset. Rayquaza not up until another 15 seconds. But for MYS, it is time to build a wall. It is time to establish that fortress around this pit.
And they've been so disciplined not to overcommit as well, because they understand if any member falls, it's just going to be a Rayquaza rush. Ikura buying a little bit more attention. Meanwhile, there is Xingdi over the top end side. MYS buying a little bit more time. They do have the current lead, but look at the top side. Xingdi is going to cap this one with a 50 point.
That's going to be 100 for High Five. Team MYS, what is the decision? Maybe look for a team fight, and that's it. BKZ is out. Team MYS now have the numbers advantage. It is time to turn their attention onto Rayquaza. Yang keeping High Five at bay. High Five trying to rush towards Rayquaza. Yang doing his best, but High Five has arrived. Team MYS committing to Rayquaza. They're going to try slow it down. No full commitment. There is time for MYS to breathe, and now the cooldowns are back up. MYS has found it. MYS wants the game tree. MYS wants, MYS demands, MYS gets.
And this is where it's everybody on the line, storming through all these stretches of the goal zones, and now only down to one, hitting more than 400 pointers from here on in. High Five do not stand a chance to stop them. Build will work, and High Five, they didn't have the damage numbers to peel through, and Yemu, he stands tall throughout the course of the battle.
And these team fight management, these decisions from MYS, you could not have asked more from them. And Froggy, he's not in the Sable Eye, but he's doing what Froggy does best.
Score some points.
Give me that 98. This game pretty much already in the bag. We talked about this. I said this game is as intense as it could have gotten, and it is only fitting we head to the game tree. It's only fitting that the only full series we get today is between these two teams, and boy oh boy, we're getting it.
And it's really down to one more game. 10 seconds not enough for High Five to catch up here in the second game of the series. They will have to try again, and now we reset it and consider this a best of one to see which is the best team of Group B.
Not just the best team of Group B, but the first seed from Group B moving into top 4 tomorrow. And by the way, history lesson, High Five only dropped one game throughout the entire ACL before the finals. And guess who gave them the second loss? Team MYS. We drew some from High Five.
Yeah, and you consider them on their level of performance. Earlier today, they have been able to also dominate the course of the competition against Revenant with 1,000 over points.
Oh, yes.
And now, met with High Five, they still have found ways to come up ahead, to hold the advantage, and eventually bounce back on top. And this is a full tank composition, except for Playing Foxy, of course, on the Espeon,
yep,
which has been able to hinder the rest of High Five. So you were asking early on, does High Five have enough damage? On the early game, yes. Mid-game onwards, it starts to look like these damage numbers don't add up at all, because it's all being capped with a heal. You have every one of Team MYS just going for massive healings and shields.
A part of me does think that maybe High Five wanted to go for the back cap. We do have the Scyther, we do have High Five. You know, being able to read the movements of MYS in game 1, and we saw that Buzz will pick. It is very clear what the objective was. You want to hit the back line. You want to be able to stay in the fight long enough to be kind of that nuisance. But just when you look through this replay and you see how Team MYS handle High Five, especially this BKZ pick, it is incredible. It's either they focus fire him down or they look towards the rest of High Five. They're like, you want to be in our backline? We're going to run straight at you. We have Memo Shrine, we have Trevenant, we have Urshifu. We take you out first with the KO, and then we deal with you.
Oh, there's just so much that has been working out for Team MYS, especially in this fight where we see early commitment of a Cotton Cock crash where eventually MYS has seen, okay, they've already used a couple of all their unites, it's time to make a move. They even secured majority of all these Reggie that was being spawned up, and that really supplements them into that late game where they have enough durability to work out.
And Team MYS only lost that one Reggie Ilecki, but it is, I would say, to a certain extent, an inconsequential one. Right? Team High Five, they got it, but in the end, they still get pseudo wipe. You get the stagger in the respawn. Team MYS just found a reset faster. It's this cascading effect that has given Team MYS all this lead. They're always first to the objective. They're always first to pull the trigger. And High Five has some good moves. You see BZK really trying to kind of hit that backline, but Team MYS, they just group up and say, no, you gotta go through our front line first.
Yeah, and they have already lost, or the ownership early on, or should I say, the Buzzwole, and it does actually contribute to a lot of all these openings when it comes down to the Rayquaza take.
Oh,
and
yes.
then when it came down to having enough of all these layers of defense to work it out, like, just take a look at how MYS have done it. You just basically propel forward, slowly close it in on the decider, and it's going to be difficult for him to even find ways to get into the Espeon. So
yeah,
I think like the way that MYS have been able to answer here in Game 2 have been really commendable on how fast they've adapted to the course of this. So are they going to run it back once again? Because Game 3, perhaps this is easily spotted out by the rest of High Five, then perhaps they could just go and double down on those AoEs, and that itself could be a little more overwhelming.
Yeah, this is a game where, this is a series where so far Mew has been banned, has gone through, but hasn't found success. Of course, Team MYS, the winner of game number 2. We gotta talk about Yang, this guy. Both games on the Blissey, and both games he is a blessing to the team.
Yeah, like overall, like because of the Blissey, this whole team really gets to work around her itself, where when you clump up, there's just too much for the rest of High Five to handle, and then you need to deal with the Traveling as well. Like, Weebong's doing an absolutely great job on that Pokemon too, but Yang really was the core, the foundation of this whole idea that MYS had.
So I'll give you a fun tidbit. When we were talking to Team MYS this morning, and we asked them what kind of makes Team MYS MYS, you know, what are the things that you want to tell us that we might find interesting? And Yang was telling his team, you know, don't say that we're our biggest enemy. That's pretty boring statement. You know, say something interesting. You know, just, he looks like a quiet guy, but behind the scenes, this guy does have that thought with him. And that's how, when we look at the first 2 games, whether rain or shine, whether it's defeat or victory, his Blissey has been really, really supporting that top lane really well, just giving Yam with so much more room to work with.
Yeah, and just incredible display overall from every single members of MYS as well as High Five. Like, this is what we expected. High quality gameplay from both ends of the spectrum. And now, speaking of High Five, we definitely have to see the main frontliner of High Five himself, BKZ. He was on that Buzzwole, and I think like this by far have been the most effective Buzzwole that has been played out, where not only was he doing the duty to keep disrupting the backline and having most of the damage being taken out, the damage that he put out in that matchup itself was also pretty much formidable. So I would say like that was one of the perfect scenarios where a Buzzwole can be very effective when you see so many of all these tanks, but I think like what was really lacking was just a little bit more burst coming in.
Yeah, and also a lot of responsibility on BKZ alone to get the job done. And High Five, the intention was, you know, we have BKZ in that backline, we have BKZ running disruption, and we have the team follow up. But unfortunately, we go back to the concept of the brick wall. Team MYS didn't let High Five pass through without a fight, and they never really let High Five pass through without giving them that full team-wide experience. There's one Pokemon that I think could be the outlier. I don't think we will see it today, but at least for Team MYS, you know, Yemu, I don't know if he is, you know, joking with me or something, but he did say that Garchomp is one of the Pokemons on the list Maybe not in the deciding match, but it's a food for thought.
Yeah, I guess like there is a time and place for it where if you want to effectively utilize a composition with Garchomp, you gotta think about how you want to keep this Garchomp running, right? So sometimes it's being paired with a Comfy, sometimes you want a Hoopa so that you can quickly go in for a quick reset when you go into a team fight. Plenty of ways in order to just get this set up for success. But could this be too risky for Team MYS to drop that Garchomp here, especially when this is the final game of day 1 here on Unite Asia Champions League?
I would say no. I mean, I would lose my mind if they do. No, very similar bans from game 1 where Mew is banned out by High Five and Zacian banned out by any team who is on that right side. Glaceon comes through once more for Xingdi. This has been a very, very standard opening for High Five thus far. But, you know, MYS say, we're gonna take Yemu's Trevenant. Guess what, Ikura? Gotta play something else. Slowbro belongs to us.
And instead, you know, like they basically have that where they're hoping to counter initiate, especially when you have the Hydro Typhoon available. But instead, you know what? Scratch it away. No Blastoise. We're just going to stick to this Eldegoss because we want to match in terms of sustain. So BKZ, we see a little bit more effectiveness, especially on the very first game where both the Glaceon as well as the Urshifu has been able to be the X factor of the team. Nightmare Foxy working really well with the SPL will go at it yet again. And this time, I wonder if Rebounce is about to pass that Blissey over because we've seen a couple of times of him going on to, you know, different types of role, but most likely than not, Rebounce will move back into the Trevenant role. And now that 100% win ratio of Snorlax is coming in to game 3.
And the Delphox as well. Today, Delphox hasn't found any success. Maybe in the hands of High Five that will change. And Team MYS,
is
you're
he
giving
gonna
us a teaser. Are you gonna do it, Yang? Are you going to really, really do it in the deciding game?
Yes, he will.
He is. It's MYS. Why are we questioning this? Yang with that Absol pick to lock it in for Team MYS. Another different approach. Rebounds handing that Blissey over to Yang because he has been the kind of the nursery for Team MYS. And Rebound is like, you know what? I will do it myself.
Yeah, and like this time, it's Rebounds going all in on this Pokemon pick, where his sole purpose is to find Xingdi as well as ZZ Ray. So it really would be a little bit of a task because you will have Ikura that will look after the rest of High Five. And this is no joke when I say his Snorlax is by far the best I've seen in Asia.
I have to completely agree with this. So, you know, I don't know if this is like a Pokemon mythology or something, but they say that if you see an Absol, it means bad luck. It means that you're going to lose something. And in this case, if High Five saw Rebound's Absol, does this mean that MYS has an edge? This is food for thought.
You just look at this Absol, he's got the drip as well so
he
far.
Does.
Rebounds.
He's buzzing.
Really gotta find ways to really ample down on that early game and just basically pop off. We've seen how MYS play on that fast tempo matchup. It can be very much doable, but of course, it's a double-edged sword type of play style, especially when you look into MYS composition. It definitely looks to be a little bit more of a well-balanced composition where they're hoping for decent team fights and still have enough to find opening picks.
And compared to Game 2, this composition for MYS definitely doesn't have that overabundance of hindrance that kind of disrupts you every single second of the skirmishes and team fights. But what they do have is not only sustainability, but they have those single target, target spells that can really give them a man advantage, right? It's all about isolation. And we kind of go back to the idea of Game 1, minus the Sableye, you keep Foxy alive in these skirmishes.
Yeah, and overall, when you go back to High Five, we're looking at absolute comfort picks. You see the Glaceon, you see even ZZ Ray, I believe it was on the Delphox again. So this is where you see them on their best Pokemon for even Ikura. So it will be relatively difficult because, like, this is what they've always been playing throughout the course of East Asia, and majority of the teams in East Asia have not been able to find answers to break through. So if there's anyone to do it right now, it has to be MYS, and really all eyes on rebounds right now.
Definitely. I mean, does MYS have the Poke Flute to wake up the Snorlax? Well, it's not to wake up the Snorlax, you can't put Snorlax to sleep because Snorlax loves to take a nap. I've ran out of ideas. It's all on Team MYS. They have to find a solution to Ikura Snorlax. And I like the point that you brought up and how High Five is very comfortable, because that can insinuate, can give us a hint that maybe the High Five that was defeated in Game 2 wasn't them at their full power.
Yeah, like when you take a look at BKZ, we've rarely actually see him go on picks like Buzzwole. So I think like this is more like a testing ground as well, where, you know, they're hoping to basically stretch the rest of MYS out. But of course, MYS weren't actually fooled by that, and they basically doubled it down to put them to Game 3.
Yeah, and that is how we got here, ladies and gentlemen. It's the final 10 minutes of this series. And what better way can we ask for to end the first day of the ACL finals with kind of the grand finals materials, right? Team High Five against MYS, friendly rivalries. Team High Five want to make MYS cry. MYS want to not cry and make High Five cry. It's a big circle, but all you gotta know is that this is the most anticipated one. And for High Five, I think them being on their comfort picks is just another level of confidence, telling Team MYS, hey, we're now at our full strength. Can you beat us at our best?
Yeah, and then just look at MYS's playstyle. They immediately start the game, get whatever AOS energy they see, rush into the goal zone, and that gives them maybe a little bit more of that spacing, right? So now a little bit more of that tussle over on the bottom side of the lane, where we're going to be seeing rebounds eventually paying a visit. Meanwhile, over the top end, I believe that it's just going to be a stable laning phase coming in from High Five overall, where resources are being brought in towards BKZ. So first, we're going to have a little bit of a pause. Don't worry, I believe like eventually we'll be able to actually have a smoother cruise overall, but since it's still early game, nothing too much has happened. What could you basically concoct out of what we could possibly get in the middle of all these battles that will eventually come?
I think first thing I noticed was how Team High Five, instead of having your usual 2 Pokemons in the top lane, they dedicated an extra one into Yemo Yang. Again, Trevenant, Blissey, that's been causing a lot of problems, and Snorlax is one of those, the trio that is sent to kind of manhandle this duo combo from MYS. And I think that commitment is going to be worth it in the early stage, even though I would say MYS hasn't been able to score too much in the first 2 to 3 minutes because High Five were juggling it so well. But now when you have an extra member, it's forcing MYS to funnel rebounds towards the bottom side. That's going to give High Five lesser things to focus on.
Yeah, and I guess like eventually it will be seeked out. And so long as they find avenues to punish this Absol, they will have a better time for High Five. But for the time being, there's just a little bit more of a room for him to just get all these resources that they need. I think like instead of them trying to stop the Absol, what they're also hoping for is to really funnel every resources over onto the hands of BKZ in order for him to be able to maybe win 1v1s against the Absol even, you know?
Yeah, there's a chance. I mean, both games we have seen Urshifu plus 1, and Urshifu has 1, right? Urshifu Elder Gods 1, Urshifu Blizzy 1. In this case, we're going back to Urshifu Elder Gods, which is a duo that High Five is more comfortable with. A part of me now suddenly was thinking about Zoroark for MYS. Is something that is a Pokemon that they did mention. I think Absol also fits into that category. But you are definitely demanding Yang to be able to play fast and have those early impacts.
Indeed, and overall, like when we look at the way that things have played out in that previous game for High Five, sure, they may have actually lost that battle by the end of it all, but you saw how well they've been able to stabilize in many of all these conditions.
Oh yes.
Keep in mind, like even if there's ever going to be a little bit more of that pickup coming in from Team MIS, they should eventually be able to break wall this heading to that late game. And I think like for MYS, they really have to be very, very prepared this time around that Rayquaza, because when you hit the late game, Absol might actually have, you know, a cap to it of how much they could basically offer in terms of damage.
Yeah, you kind of start falling off, and we have an update for you guys out there. Don't worry, Absol stays. The entire draft of both teams will stay. We're just getting this pause from the teams just to kind of iron out some minor issues. But with that being, when that's done, we're gonna jump back into the game and play with the Pokemons that we already have seen. And I want to follow up on your point as well. We talked about how the management of Rayquaza is. That Rayquaza is one, but at the same time, it's also how you look back in Game 1. Team MYS were not able to protect Foxy effectively because they don't have as much hindrance as they do in Game 2. Game 3, we're kind of reverting back to a bit of Game 1's composition, and hopefully Team MYS have polished, has ironed out that aspect a bit.
Yeah, and they also do understand for the past 2 games, Nightmew Foxy has been focused on. Now they are basically coming with a very different stance, so that even Rebongs want to have a little bit more of that pressure being relieved from Nightmew Foxy.
Oh yes.
And perhaps this itself could give them a little bit more of that spacing that's required, so that, you know, they gotta think twice. Do you want the Absol more? Do you want to find Nightmew Foxy to punish him? So perhaps this will open up a little bit more of that room.
I do feel like that means that we are also looking at Ikura on the Snorlax, right? That target acquisition, who do you prioritize? Are you trying to shove this Absol away from your team, or are you trying to just be in the thick of things and continue to disrupt MYS? And it comes down to micro decisions. It's something that I think Team High Five is very, very comfortable with, but when it comes to MYS, it is something that they have been working on, and it has been put to the test so far in the first 2 games. And I'd say that that growth so far has really paid off, has really paid dividends. But in this Game 3, I do feel like it will be tested more than ever. Can Team MYS once more thrive in those split-second decisions that they have been doing phenomenal in the first 2 games?
Yeah, and I think like it really is very difficult to tell. Like, goes back to what you initially talk about between some of all these teams, right? Like, they believe it's a 50-50. It was a 50-50 that we got.
50-50, yeah.
And it really goes to show like the admiration both sides have for each other, because they play this game at such a high level to understand like, hey, these are worthy contenders here for the title. So really, it felt like it could possibly be a potential grand finals between the both of it. Like, it really depends on how this plays out by the time that we get ourselves in day 2, where we still have great contenders from Group A.
Yeah, and honestly, that also really, you know, shows you how both shot callers on the respective teams are just so effective in leading, right? You can see how High Five kind of manages some of these scenarios in game, where the commitments, especially in Game 1 towards the tail end, final stretch, commit to Rayquaza. That is the call of Ikura for sure. And you just see how High Five work together as a unit off of that one shot call. Whereas for MYS, you see that branching decision making that in the environment of MYS is very effective, right? Use 3 of you guys, stall High Five, we're gonna try and backcap, and that's what Froggy has been doing for the past 2 games.
Yeah.
Putting these leaders to the test, you know, you love to see 2 masterminds at work.
Yeah, and especially that, when you mentioned about that Rayquaza battle as well, it really reminds me of that moment where there was a split decision going on for High Five, and hopefully this does not happen again, because there was a call for the Rayquaza, and of course with the majority of MYS being there, they decided to send Xingdi to go in for that back cap. And I think like that moment MYS kind of had a hunch that, hey, this is just going to be an advantage for us if we commit right now. And Xingdi arrived to the scene a tad too late. So even though with him scoring, you know, 50 to 100, it didn't matter because they just have that Rayquaza in hand by the end of it all.
And I just love how Team MYS continues to be consistent with the decision making. Even in Game 1, they saw Ikura on the slow bro, not around objectives, we take a fight here. Game 2, we don't see Xingdi, we take a fight here. And it is these efficiency and being able to punish the opponents that is keeping MYS in the lead. And I think it's fair to say that the first 5 minutes for MYS have been incredible. They put themselves in a decent lead, and it really just comes down to those final 2 minutes of this match. But the fact that they can do that 2 games in a row and get themselves in, having that extra points to spare really says a lot about how far MYS has come.
Yeah, and this team really has been able to really adapt on the fly, and I think like this is the biggest strength coming out of MYS. Like MYS dropping a single game within a series honestly wasn't anything new, right? Like if we look back at South Asia, majority of the games, if it doesn't go 2-0, like I think like close to half of it actually goes to 2-1. But when they do win, it's usually a very convincing win. And now I think like this team itself, High5, really have challenged them all throughout. And of course, the other team being Team Rise that have been able to defeat MYS during the grand finals of Southeast Asia.
I think Team MYS definitely grew a lot across the entirety of the group stage up to this point. You can say the same for High5, and you're looking at 2 slightly different identities. Whereas for High5, for starters, they have been dominating. They have been winning every single series. You can even call them the undefeated kings. Whereas for Team MYS, they had to go to trials and tribulations. They had to get to teams like Renaissance. They had to put up a very rough fight against Team Rise in the finals. And that itself kind of gives you a perspective of where Team MYS stands as a squad against High5. And you can even just look at the rankings, right? How the seedings for them coming into this. Team MYS is the 2nd seed. Team High5 is the 1st. And yet, they are so evenly matched.
Yeah, and this is what I really love about it. Of course, I understand those of you guys who are around Ballerina, Kuala Lumpur, or even you are watching online. We're gonna get this game underway eventually. Of course, apologies for the wait, but this is that match worth waiting for, I would say. You can get the challenge point still.
Let them cook.
Yeah, let them cook.
Let them cook. But my heart is beating really fast.
Yeah.
I think it's that feeling. You're just waiting for that final showdown. I mean, it's the last 10 minutes of the day. I can't believe I'm saying this. Last 10 minutes, we've covered kind of the team dynamics. We look at the shot callers. We look at the composition and how unique it is to see MYS pull off not a guard chomp but the upso in this game 3. And I just wonder what's the thought process, right? It's easy to say that maybe they want to play fast. We're looking at the speedster back cap. That's something that Team MYS has been able to do consistently in most scenarios. But for Team High5, they have read MYS in both games. They just were not able to clean up those fights, those split-second decisions where Team MYS were able to kind of pull them apart. In this game, with that draft, I feel like Team High5 might have a lot more focus on just taking MYS head on.
Yeah, and if you take a look at this track record of MYS, when they do get that initial snowball early game, they really do pile up a stomp, I would say.
Oh, yes.
And this pick of Absol isn't exactly foreign to this Team MYS roster, because throughout the course of Southeast Asia, we've seen this being picked a number of times. But for High5, question is, how much have they actually handled this before? So now we're probably going to be seeing whether or not will this be able to carry forward. Perhaps there might actually be a remake of this lobby.
Yeah, we're going to have a remake, but don't worry, we still keep the Pokemons that were picked. So if you guys were like, are we not going to see the episode? We are going to see all 10 Pokemons that were on screen just now. So we're just going to get that remake going. And once we're done, we're going to get the same draft, and we're going to go into the game.
Indeed. And Husky, I'm just really thinking about it. And, like,
all right, hit me.
I really don't want to be that guy to really put you on the spot, but like, what's your gut feeling to this series, right?
What's my gut feeling? Oh my goodness.
Who's really gonna take it? Because up till now, I couldn't exactly put my finger on like who is gonna be a clear winner, because like there's very solid potential on both sides. But of course, before we get to that, let's take a look once again some of all these win ratios that we have for both respective teams, starting off from High5.
Well, I have a bit of the gut feeling, but I'm going to tell you what I know for a fact is that when we look at High5's Pokemon win rate which is on the screen right now, Elder Gods being there is not a big surprise. It is something that they have been very comfortable with, and there's always this kind of this juggling between, do I want Elder Gods or do I want Blissey? They both have the same, you know, overall function, and for Elder Gods, that's what High Five has been very, very comfortable with. And we're seeing that Delphox, it is on this list, and we have Delphox in the final game.
Yeah, it's also impressive that all these top 5 Pokemon is above the 71% ratio when it comes down to the performance rate. Also keep in mind, High Five, they have barely dropped any games throughout the course of their ACL run throughout East Asia, and they continue this streak maybe with, you know, a game or two being dropped. It's absolutely fine, but you also have to consider how many other Pokemon they actually pick. Meaning to say, with them having such a high ratio, these are the still go-to couple of Pokemons that have always been bringing them games after games, and that Elder Gods have appeared 18 times as compared to, you know, popular picks as a Scissor, Scyther, or even an Urshifu. Because he's always been bringing that Urshifu. You don't even see this on that list.
You're actually right. And I want to bring up a very, very quick comparison. I want to compare, well, Foxy and Z-Ray, right? Both the attackers on primary attackers on their respective team. When we look at the numbers, both of them do very great average damage. You know, 120,000 on average for Foxy, 130,000 on average for Z-Ray. But when you look at the damage taken, Foxy has an average damage taken of 2 times more than Z-Ray. And that says a lot about the players in that attacker role and how efficient they are, the positioning and how they're able to be efficient in these fights. You can say that Z-Ray is probably the better one by a small margin just off of those numbers.
Yeah, I think like it's also due to the team's playstyle and approaches as well, because like when you take a look at 9B Foxy, a lot of the times he's very much in your face somewhat, where if you're on the Mew, like you always draw that much of attention because you want to stop all these beams from hitting you. Whereas when you are playing maybe Pokemons that are even with high mobility coming into the kit, like a Delphox, and we've seen a lot of Aegislash before coming from Z-Ray from time to time, where it's really about him being very stealthy when it comes down to positioning. So that itself actually gives maybe slight edges, especially when you compare it to the way that Nightmare Foxy usually plays. He likes to go for technically Pokemon that has burst damage, right?
Oh yes.
So when there's cooldowns involved, like it becomes a tad difficult.
I just want to marvel at this stats, because I see Mr. Mime. You know, I'm a connoisseur of Mr. Mime. I just love it.
Yeah, like
that's it. That's my analysis.
I'm
Mr.
just
Mime.
hoping that one of these games throughout the ACL finals it'll be popping up.
I will.
Maybe not today, tomorrow.
I'll do it myself. I'll compete. I'll pick Mr. Mime.
Okay.
I'm dedicated.
That's for what, 2024?
Probably. You. I hope you see me there. But just to give an update to the viewers who are tuning in on our stream broadcast online, we do have a remake for game number 3. But don't worry, the picks are still the same for both teams. The bans are still the same. We're not changing anything. We're just restarting the lobby, and it's pretty good because we haven't gone too far into the game.
Yeah,
right? Not too much has happened.
Like less than 2 minutes of what happened. Like not even the Reggies were up, so it's still considered somewhat of a clean slate. Sure, there's some exchange of points, and that's just about it.
That's just about it.
When we look into both sides really bringing their A game here, I guess once again, like we look into this Absol, like I'm pretty sure Danley and JJ Kun have their reserved thoughts on like maybe certain Pokemons or certain composition, but I think like it really does offer a whole lot more when it comes down to how they really want to decipher some of all these team fights. And now finally we get ourselves back into the drafting phase, where I believe same will be picked, selected.
Yeah. Same bands, same Pokemon picks, no changes. Do not worry, everything is as good as new. We are just going back a blast to the past.
Yeah, like
for those who just like tune in, this is we just started. Nothing has happened.
Exactly. You're not missing out much, but you are gaining a lot more channel points if you're watching from Twitch. So that's always good news. So with that being said, we've started off with Shingdi with the Glacian pick, and then we saw Yemu securing that Trevenant alongside with a Snowball from Rocky.
And again, we're looking at the same pick, so we have already seen it just now. The Gardevoir is not going to go through, do not worry. And while we have a bit of time, I want to go back to Team MYS and how they deal with, split-second shot calls. We, pointed out a couple of times that they take turns making those calls. They take turns calling, out information, taking initiative. But in very dire situations, when you require someone to make that split-second call, most of the time, whoever speaks first, the rest of the team will listen to it.
Yeah.
They speak first, we'll do it, and if it doesn't work, we'll talk about it later on. And that is also pretty nice because you have someone that is willing to take the reins and be like, guys, you know what? We need to do this right now, let's commit.
That's true. And you know what? Like, now it really goes back to the draft, I also do start to notice there's a few things that MYS really have to look out for when it comes down to that 5 versus 5. Festival Firework as well as Shangdi's positioning, where if these two combined Unite moves hit, it hits like a truck.
It does. Do they have enough resilience? I feel like this composition probably doesn't have what they used to possess in Game 2. I think it's fair to say that we are looking at a more similar archetype to Game 1 for Team MYS, right?
Yeah.
Where Foxy, now you need to be more intricate in just protecting him. He's a really delicate Espeon. And we saw him getting unleashed in Game 2 because of that bolt work from Team MYS. And the difference is pretty massive.
Yeah, and really it boils down to who really hits more targets with all these Unite moves, because we're looking at the combination of Trevenant as well as Espeon to be the name of the current meta that we're currently seeing here in the ACL finals throughout Group A, and now being brought forward into Group B as well. Now, we kick things off once again. Final game of the night, ladies and gentlemen, as we are going to be seeing who walks out to be the winners of Group B.
We caught a sneak peek of how High Five wanted to manage the Yang and Yemu duo in this top side, which is they dedicate 3 Pokemon instead of 2. That they did rotate Ikura up top. Right now, it's just been that standard adjustment. Ikura is still gonna be bought. BKZ being able to take that XP, just a standard opening. A slower game, honestly, between these two teams, where we do expect them to be very, very meticulous. It's a good palate cleanser compared to all the high-octane action we've been witnessing for most of the day.
And indeed, and overall, when we look at the slower pacing, it's really down to the pressure cooker situation, I like to call it, where you cannot afford to make any form of mistakes. And therefore, when it comes down to decision making, it really is key. Even any form of knockouts from the early phase onwards will add up, will snowball for each respect.
And rebound is going to show right up, but unfortunately, won't able to follow up with too much. Again, Ikura will be a big problem. It's the barrier, the shield of High Five. Good attempt on Team MYS though, trying to just get that XP for themselves. Yemu and Yang, they're just going to continue doing what they do best. But BZK a bit more reserved. BKZ a bit more reserved on this Urshifu. And you can see that does change a lot. You're taking less punishment from Yemu and you're able to keep yourself in a healthier state.
Yeah, overall, the top side of the laning phase will be very much neutral, where the damage output may not be enough from the Trevenant, but BKZ really showing what he's got. So, for the time being, he will have to back away, and therefore, the rest of MYS, they're just looking for an opening so that they can get more EXP out of this, and this is where they commit over on the central zone, and that pick against Shangdi.
Yeah, Foxy committed the eject button. They get 1-for-1, but rebounds just completely zoned out by Ikura. He cannot access ZZ Ray. Cannot access ZZ Ray. It's so difficult for him to do so. This Ikura doing his job fantastic. Team MYS, they do get that minor lead. It's inconsequential. It's not something that Hi-Fi can't recover from. And because Yang went to help that bot side, Yemu is left all alone, but he's setting up. Rebound, he's there. BKZ! Important target to get the knockout on.
And that is where he will just get this level advantages where this will basically add up, and this Absol could be monstrous when it comes down to the upcoming team fight that we're about to get here over onto the course of the Reggie fight. So with that being said, they still do not have majority of all their Unite moves up the line, but look at this Ashbeyond. Nightmew Foxy should be ready to challenge that when he sees the chance.
Both the EV Evolution have the Unite move. Ikura straight to the backline of Team MYS. Regirock dropping low. Hi-Five getting it. The objective in the bag. Rebounds trying to go for some of those KOs. Finds the slow bro instead. But Ikura was able to keep them at bay, and now Ikura continues to press on forward. Hi-Five finally winning the initial objective fight.
Yeah, and they only dropped one member for it. It's really not too much of a big deal where they have gotten themselves part of the buff, to say the very least. But once again, it was Rebounds that did pick up the knockout. So now he's currently level 9, ahead of majority of Hi-Five members, except for that Urshifu. So gotta be really careful about this. And Shingdi just goes in for the deletion.
Yeah, BKZ so aware. They kind of expected Rebounds to, they expected Yang to want to be kind of in the lead, want to be one step, Rebounds want to be one step ahead of them, and unfortunately, Rebounds just got caught out. And now Reggie Lecky, very important, it's gonna be Hi-Five, winning that objective fight. Yang, can you top your team up enough? Man, the burst from Glacian is something else. MYS wanted to keep the Reggie Lecky away, but Ikura is not gonna make it easy though. He is right there with the block, trying to separate the battle lines of MYS. BKZ has found Rebounds. Rebounds just showed up as Hi-Five are unrelenting as Rebounds gets sent back to the Pokemon Center. Yang is not exactly healthy. BKZ is there, and Ikura finally puts up that shield and pushes MYS away.
And Hi-Five, they force MYS to tap out of this one. They see that Lecky crashing in. Every member of MYS was there. Rebounds 2 times in a row being knocked out, and that basically neutralizes whatever deficit that Hi-Fi had initially. And in fact, they come up ahead. So many Chaos energy
BKZ
lying around. BKZ slams a freebie, a 40-pointer over Cap.
Team MIS, they do have 3 Unite moves. Same for Hi-Five. Team MIS, Ikura has been a big problem by MYS. Focusing on the Regirock. Ikura once more doing what he does best. Goes and take a nap, and again is stolen by Hi-Five. Team MYS could not find their footing, and Hi-Five gives them what it's like to feel that full team knockout.
And Hi-Five, you just saw Zizuri dropping a great fanciful fireworks and still landing the final blow. And now it's already a 200-point gap. Well, of course, minus 53 when it comes down to how much MYS have been able to put in that early game. But it really is going to be pretty daunting now that they are pretty far behind. Rebounds trying to brute force his way to look for Shingdi, but is being brought down low himself.
And he's just gonna get crowd control, and he's gone. But Team MYS, they were able to find 2 KOs. It is not the worst situation, but MYS needs to score some points. It's not going to be easy though. Ikura and BKZ. Foxy again access, forced to use the eject button to get away. Traveler Unite move is out. BKZ is still healthy. Froggy not able to hold on long enough. And Hi-Five has found the reset. MYS feels what it's like to run your head into a brick wall.
And this is just so difficult from here on because they were bagging on hopes that this Absol would pop off, and now everybody is getting so tanky you cannot even get past Ikura. This is why I say he's been one of the best Snorlax around Asia in particular, because like this is not just a Snorlax, this is like a giant Great Wall right in front of them.
The Great Wall of Snorlax. The Great Wall of Ikura. Hi-Five getting the Reggie Lecky clean so far. MYS, they will have to mount this defense. Of course, thankfully, things cool down a bit. No big interaction. We get that pause. But you can kind of feel the pressure mounting up, especially if you're Team MYS. You do not want to kind of have this cool down period.
Yeah, and of course, with this snowball effect going in favor of them, Hi-Five they just know how exactly to peel. If anything falls short, you still have all these healing coming from the Heldegoss, and like, it's kind of ridiculous that it's almost close to impossible for you to even take out Ikura. So it's all about working around that Snorlax, and this is where it really is that huge zoning tool for High-Five to fully utilize. And then you have BKZ as well, which also offers not only sustain, but the amount of power to also overwhelm. So I felt like perhaps this is that tipping point where this Absol's effect into the game slowly scales off, and now really needing to find an angle in order for this Absol to be effective with the Unite move.
Yeah, and you know, this is the first time in this series that we see Team MYS being put on the back foot so early on. They have been in the lead for the first 2 games, so now we really get to see them get put to the test and adapt to the situation. Because they were leading in Game 1 and Game 2 up to Rayquaza, but this time they do not have that comfort. They do not have kind of that reserve to work with. And that means that there's a lot more work to do, and there's not much time left. We only have under 3 minutes. Team MYS, we might just be looking at the Rayquaza flip.
Indeed, and it's also incredibly important for this Slowbro to find this Glaceon as well. And even so, you leave ZZ-Ray open up, Ikura now being targeted for only this last bit. Whereas High-Five, they should have no issues defending while they have 2 members securing that Regirock.
Another concern that you might have noticed is that Team MYS might start to run out of damage when Rebound starts to fall off in this, you know, the final stretch. A lot of responsibility is going to be on Foxy, and Foxy has not been able to comfortably dish out those damage. It's going to be a Mexican standout right here, High-Five, sending Ikura in, and he is completely fine. And again, this is not the Skull Slowbro that we normally see. We are seeing the Surf from Froggy. They want that extra layer of hindrance. High-Five, what is the call?
Yeah, and also that enforces your point. The lack of damage here might just be the problem that MYS is also dealing with, where High-Five, they can take their sweet time because they are not the one with the deficit, and they're already hitting the mark on rebounds.
And they're getting BKZ, getting at the KO. BKZ finally drops MYS. Froggy controlling Ikura, but they've already lost to the Trevenant, and Foxy, most important member, is no longer there. Rebound shows up. High-Five decides, we're not going to engage the Rayquaza. We are not going to give you an opportunity to steal this. We are just going to buy time. And with Rebounds getting KO'd, High-Five says this is a free Rayquaza. We need a hero from Team MRS. Someone needs to be Hercules. Yeah. Can you answer the call to get a steal? The answer is a definitive no. High-Five still remains the favorites and remains the strongest team that we have seen up to today in Asia. And High-Five is going to cash in all these sweet 100 points to prove it.
304 and more to come. MYS has got not much left in the tank this time around, and they could only buy as much time possible. Not even a point where they could even go into cash in on whatever EOS energy that they still have in the back. BKZ goes 3 versus 1 and still stands tall.
Yeah, BKZ, he is not happy with how things have gone so far. And High-Five sending a strong message. No messengers left from Team MYS. They want to break it. They want to make Team MYS sad again. And Team MYS probably would be in tears after this. It is done and dusted. The statement has been written. This is the royal declaration of High-Five. First seed of Group B is Team High-Five. They've gotten it done.
Incredible display of how Pokemon Unite can be played in the highest of levels. And High-Five continues on the streak. Like you said, the kings of Group B.
It's not how you start, it's how you finish. High-Five started strong, finished strong. Truly something to marvel at. And then what a way to cap off the last game, the last series, the only series that went the distance. High-Five and Team MYS. But when we look at the last game, it was clean as it can be. High-Five left no stones unturned. Made it feel like the first 2 games didn't matter at all.
Yeah, and you take a look into this game, how much Shingdi has offered in terms of damage. It's even more than what BKZ has done, even though BKZ was the one who does a 1 versus 3, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's just incredible. And like now we start to see like, you know, there's so many variety of Pokemons that have been able to offer great damages, and we see, you know, not only Team Rise have been able to utilize this Glaceon to great effect, High Five showing that Shingdi, he doesn't need that Igloo Slash on his hands. You can just give him this Glaceon, and it still does wonders.
And I just noticed that for a good 6 minutes minimum, Team MIS were not able to get any single points. That's how tight the grip of High Five in game number 3, and it's pretty evident. Team MIS, they don't have the damage that they possess, nor the hindrance that they had in the previous games. They were not able to win these objective fights, and High Five had figured out a way to kind of penetrate Team MIS. They are winning these objective fights by just shutting down High Five, and I think the more impactful ones is definitely when Reeboks tried to win for Reggie Ilecki and got completely ambushed by High Five.
Yeah, overall, like many of all these instances of team fights, and we see huge counter rolls where majority of MIS were being clipped by Cloud Crash, and we see Festival Fireworks. Everything dropped right in, and MIS kind of clumped up, and that's not really the position that they really want to be in. But at the same time, the damage output was not really enough to take on High Five.
Definitely not. High Five breathing a sigh of relief. You can draw bloods from the king, but you certainly can't dethrone them yet. You just gotta love the celebration. High Five, you know that they have done it. They have accomplished what a part of what they're here for, but at the end of the day, it's all fun and games. They probably would go back and have that bragging rights, start flexing at Team MIS, all in good faith. But both the fans of both teams can be rest assured that they are going into the top 4. They are going to qualify for tomorrow, so we might see more of them. Well, we will see more of them.
Yeah, and of course, we're going to be looking at the brackets as well to show you guys. Perhaps you may have actually went out for dinner or actually have missed out on certain action, but don't worry, we'll keep you guys up to speed as we take a look at Group B. Here on Finals Day 1, we see High Five thriving, where this is the only series against MIS throughout the course of the day that have reached all 3 games, but they retain a total of 6 points as they have defeated Revenant Esports.
Yeah, this could be a display that High Five isn't invincible. There are ways to kind of hit them where it hurts. You go find Achilles heels, but it wasn't easy. Team MIS had to work for it. They show us very different approaches to the game of Pokémon UNITE. All 3 games had its own identity. You can say the same for Team High Five. But at the end of the day, when High Five comes out on top, you do remember the winners first, and then only who was able to deal a blow to them.
That's right, and of course, we definitely want to thank Revenant Esports as well for showing us great games, as we see, of course, the WCS 2022 India representatives have been able to at least put up really close games against High Five. So, like you said, High Five, despite them not really dropping many games out there, and now is the first seed of the team, they didn't exactly look like they were invincibles, to say the least.
But it's one of those scenarios where if you want to punish them, you got to find those minor windows, which only Team MIS has been able to do so far, but not consistently enough. Again, but we don't take away anything for Team MIS. I think this team is a fantastic team, one of the favorites to have a chance to take down High Five. And at the end of the day, the conclusion of day 1 is that both of the teams from the Inner region unfortunately have been eliminated. Right? We gotta thank Marcos Gaming, we thank Revenant Esports for showing us how Pokemon UNITE is like from the India region, and it certainly is something interesting for us to kind of take back as a good piece of history and archive it for many, many months to come.
That's right, and of course, with that being said, we've already got the full results as well. Later on, we'll also show you Group A in total, which team have been able to proceed. If you may have actually missed out on some of all this information out there, but looking at today, I think we've seen a variety of teams coming up with great ideation, and of course, now we have the finals bracket that has been formed after the conclusion of day 1. So tomorrow, we'll see T2 take on Team MIS, and of course, whoever wins will eventually face against each other. High Five will meet against Southeast Asia's Team Rise.
And this is going to be the series of, I would say, a century, at least for a long time. We have both the second seed of their respective regions pit off against each other and the first seed of their respective regions against each other. And this can potentially build up to a storyline where we see T2 seeking revenge from High Five, and that's something that they've been really wanting to have a go at, because at the end of the day, if Team MYS can take down High Five, T2 now will have to take the torch that Team MYS have left behind.
That's right, and well, it's been a really long day for many of all these teams, and tomorrow the battle will continue, and I can't really wait to see who really becomes the champions of ACL.
Yeah, I mean, it's a crazy thought. We just started today, and we will see who the winner is tomorrow. It's all happening way too fast, but we've seen so many incredible series today. One of them went the distance, and is the one that is the most anticipated series of all time. And that, I would believe, has set the standard of what's to come tomorrow, because today it's all best of 3, but tomorrow it is all best of 5. So the stakes are higher, there's more room to breathe, more room for errors, more room for adaptations, and that means we get to see these teams getting pushed even further towards their limit.
That's right, and of course, with that being said, I believe that we've already concluded all these matches out there, but it's not over just yet, because we got Professor Flavor that's going to be interviewing our winning team.
Hello trainers, and welcome back. Thank you so much to Contra as well as Husky for the amazing commentaries. And of course, as you can see right up here on the main stage, I'm joined by the top 2 teams in Group B for the Pokémon UNITE Asia Champions League 2023 finals. On your right here, we have Team MYS, the second place winner, and of course, we have our first place winner here on the left. We actually have Team High Five. So we're going to be doing a very short interview together with them, starting off with Team MYS. Of course, let's start off with Rebounds, right? If that's fine with you guys, right? Okay, so Rebounds, what happened? You were the only team that managed to secure a win over Team High Five, but unfortunately, that last game right there in the best of 3 series, things didn't go well for you. So what was going on between the team right then, and what are you guys feeling?
I think, yeah, you said it right. Something went wrong with me. I feel like in the third game, I played really bad, but it's something that our team figured out, so we'll be improving from there.
Yeah. If you were to be more specific, like what actually went wrong when it came to game number 3 for you guys? We believe that it was quite close. I believe that you were having some issues trying to approach Rayquaza as well, because they were screening you out as they were having quite that lead. Like, if you had anything from your end, would like to share?
I think for me it's a little bit of miscommunication from our team. Also, like during the Zap, the Rayquaza, I actually didn't hear the call out because I was also shouting. So I think that's something that I have to fix.
But anyways, you have to remember this. You are practically the only team that managed to stop the winning streak from Team High Five. So congratulations to you guys. And of course, you guys have made it to the next round. So congratulations to Team MYS representing the Southeast Asia region. And of course, I think finally for you guys, I just want to ask, is there anything you'd like to share out to your fans out there who are cheering for you? And of course, those who are currently present here today who's also cheering for you guys for Team MYS.
To all the people out there, thank you for all your support. We hear your voices. We'll try harder.
Yeah, congratulations once again to CMIS. And of course, I'm joining in on my left here. We have Team High Five. Now, a few things. So let me start with Ikura first. Now, we've had our initial discussions before, and I believe that we've shared that if you do perform well in a game, I will compliment you. If you don't do so well, just say bad things. Now, first question is, all right, so how does it feel to lose your very first game? Your game 2 against Team MYSS now. So what went wrong for you guys? How did you guys actually lose out that matchup?
I think MYS is a really good team with his mechanical skills and team fight ability. Yeah, the worst part is after we fight a top side before we 5 times lose, and now the momentum is a bit lost. So that's why we lose second game.
All right, and of course, you do know this, right? I think for any of you guys, Zirei, all right, you kind of know that this is basically your second time going up against them in a different kind of setting. Previously in the finals, and this time in the last match in Group B itself. So how does it feel to actually win over Team MYS for the second time this time?
所以这是你们第2次打败了 Team MYS。那么第1次是在决赛的时候，那么这一次是在小组的最后一组赛。那么你的感觉是什么呢？打败他们2次。
因为我们都是老对手了，所以其实也蛮熟悉对方的。但我们的对局都很精彩，所以还是很期待跟他们能在决赛见面。对，谢谢。
So we have been rivals for quite some time, so we actually know each other quite well. It was a very exciting game, and we look forward to meet them again in the final.
All right, very good response right there. But of course, despite using out your first game in a match, you are still the team that have not dropped a single series happening right here from all your main stages. Nevertheless, ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. Our first place winner here in Group B. Congratulations once again to Team Hi-Fi. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, so these are the results for Group A and B, and with that, these are the representatives which will be fighting for the coveted title of the first ever Pokémon UNITE Asia Champions League winner. In Group A, we will have Team Rise together with T2, and in Group B, we actually have Team Hi-Fi as well, MYS, so my best. And tomorrow is going to be another action-packed day. We'll be seeing the first seeded team from the Group A itself fighting up against the second place winner in Group B, which means that Team 2-2 will be going up against Team MYS, whereas we're also going to be seeing Team Rise going up against Team Hi-Fi in the semifinals of Day 2. And the rounds will be conducted in the best of 5 series, and the winner will walk away knowing that they are the best trainers in Asia for Pokémon UNITE. And with that, I bid you good night and see you again tomorrow at 12 in the afternoon. See you then, and thank you, everyone. Good night.